Chapter 721. Rising Wind and Surging Clouds. Oh! This works too? This was the transformation. The mosaic-like body had become exquisite and high definition? Like a real person. Is this the legendary decoding? Turning a pixelated human that was originally filled with pixels into a real living person. Countless people were dumbfounded. This was really no code in the heart, naturally high definition. The previous players had actually done the right thing. This was really a Super Scion. This form in this universe was the secret to becoming a Super Scion. It was simply too amazing and shocking. Even the harmonious divine light couldn't block their decoding. Cute girl, it's in line with the truth. The alchemy monarch, it's hard to imagine. It's like it's destined, dumbfounded. The racer of Mount Harana, mosaic hides the secrets of the entire universe, making them blurry. Remove the holy light and remove the mosaic. This is indeed a powerful path to the level 9 world. To see the truth of the world. When the big shots saw this scene, they were not only shocked by the powerful battle between two weaker tier 9 powerhouses, but also felt that it was too exaggerated. The mosaic was simply terrifying and contained the essence of the world. Of course, Su Ji was also very shocked. He looked at this terrifying battle and didn't expect to really break through to the weak 9th step. Even though it was the weakest, it was already a terrifying light. This kind of Dao-forming technique could be said to be heaven-defying. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying radiance bloomed. The three of them gathered their Yuan Qi bullets and bombarded Bardal's body. Almost half of the planets in the universe looked up and saw the terrifying white light. It was like a big bang. Countless citizens were praying and looking at the sky in shock. Whoosh! The light dissipated. Badich was still engulfed in flames. He looked at the three of them and said, "Your era is coming to an end. Weaklings, accept my rule." Flissa, Salu, King of Cyber Tan, Optimus Prime and the others were all exhausted. They looked at the terrifying flame figure in front of them, and they were almost invincible. Even the Essence Chi bomb was useless? No, it's not that it's useless. With such a huge amount of power concentrated on him, he'll definitely die. He distorted the laws around him. Anyone below the 9th step can't distort the laws to attack him. They can't hit him at all. This was the 9th rank? They were about to speak. Suddenly, Badich's expression changed, and his aura weakened. He murmured, "The time for transformation is almost up. This Type 9 world is too unstable, and the stored energy is about to fall. Damn it, he's actually disabled to this extent. I'll let you off for today." With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Flissa and the others looked at each other, and their pride was shattered at this moment. Next time? How could he block it? On this day, all the civilizations on the major planets were seething with excitement. Everyone knew that the times were about to change. A day later, the civilizations of the various major planets spent their time in fear and bewilderment. Countless civilizations began to study the remaining videos of the transformation of a Super Sima, hoping to successfully break through to the 9th rank in a transformed form. A feasible path of the 9th step has appeared, a path that shines with sunlight. The others no longer try to explore other paths of the 9th step, instead choosing to follow this path. Su Ji looked at the various major civilizations with an indifferent expression. However, the principle behind this is actually very simple. Only the bloodline of the entire race and pixel creatures can reach it. The principle is, when the number of cells is small, then I can make a breakthrough and use the characteristics of the entire clan's cells to continuously increase the number of cells. He lowered his head and revealed a look of surprise. The entire universe is heading towards this incredible path of a weak level 9? Planet Cyber Tan. In the sci-fi mechanical city. The king of Cybertron was Optimus Prime, tall and mighty. His entire body was a robot made up of streamlined mechanical armor, and a flame of energy surrounded his heart. King. A bumblebee-like fire seed warrior spoke with a nervous expression. The king of Cybertron closed his eyes and said, "I have some understanding of the transformation form of a Super Scion. Flissa and Salo can't do it because their bodies are too big, with about 100 trillion cells. It's impossible for them to break through, but we're different." He stretched out his hand and took out his main body. Whoosh! A white ball, like a mysterious holy flame, surrounded by electric arcs, exuded endless brilliance. This was a stone ball. It was made into a dragon ball on the stone planet, but on Cyber Tan, it was made into a flame seed. This was their true form, and they were also the descendants of their entire race. Our true form is a stone ball. The number of cells in our body is countless times smaller than the two of them. We only have 1 trillion cells. In the entire universe, if we were to say who has the least cells other than the pixel creatures, it would be us, the Tinder race. However, my breakthrough speed is still too long. The king of Cyber Tan took a deep breath. How intelligent was he? He instantly understood the breakthrough method of his race. They were essentially an entire clan. Like the pixel warriors, they had the ability to synthesize and decompose. They could break through the threshold with their minimum number of cells and then proliferate the cells. However, there is still a world-shaking gap between the trillions of cells in our race and the hundreds of thousands of cells in our race. We can only run away. In the distant future, we will come back again. Kakat. The king of Cybertron's tinder suddenly split into 6 gemstones. I'll split into 6, so the fusion speed of the 9th step will be faster. All of you, take my body and help me in my cultivation. Pfft. The 6 gemstones split apart. When I gather the 6 infinite gems, I will become the eternal emperor of the universe and return. The so-called Super Seymour Bardal and Felicia are just ants that can be destroyed with a snap of my fingers. The ancient prophecy of the universe spread like the legendary warriors of the Supreme Sima. Planet Blue. Shrew took a deep breath, sighing at the terrifying power. A pure-blood creature with such a terrifying shape-shifting power. A rank 9? Detestable. I also have the bloodline of the entire clan. His expression was ferocious. As a former virus terminator, he not only had the genes of Felisa, the red beetle, and the high green planet people, but he also had the bloodline of the whole race. However, even if he had the bloodline of the whole race, the number of cells was too large, which was the normal number of 100 trillion. It was impossible for him to walk this path. This was the number of cells in a race, which determined the length of the path to rank 9. This made him extremely envious of the Tinder race. They had very few cells, but he was not the most miserable one. Of the 3 present, Felisa did not have the ancient full god bloodline. He was the most miserable. Damn it, I can only cultivate diligently and hide so that I won't be found. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Fortunately, I'm different from the others. I'm a loner, and I'm not tied down by any forces. But... Salo's lips curled up as he looked at the 7 black star dragon balls. After collecting the entire population of the entire Blue Mother planet, over the past few hundred years, more than 60 billion people had been offered offerings, and they were already filled with endless evil wish power. The king of Cyber Tan should have thought of his own path to breakthrough. And the dragon balls in front of him. Each of them has 1 trillion cells, very few. Just like the king of Cyber Tan, they have the possibility of a rapid breakthrough. What an envious advantage! Apart from pixel creatures, the race with the least cells is the Fire Seed Dragon Ball. Salo cracked a cruel smile as he looked at the 7 dragon balls. But in front of me. This incomparably terrifying wish power is enough to allow each dragon pearl to form its own consciousness and quickly merge with the entire dragon pearl. Since I know his cultivation path, the dragon ball in front of me can also do it. I have to give Badich a little trouble before I leave, so that he won't have time to come and find me. He looked at the 7 black-hearted dragon balls and grinned. Come out, divine dragon. Boom. A huge black dragon that covered the sky appeared in the air. Its eyes were scarlet. Mortal, tell me your wish. Kill Bardal. Salo said. The life force is too strong. I can't kill him. The divine dragon replied. Salo grinned. Then I'll change my wish. Because of the brutal consciousness and soul gathered by all living beings, you'll merge with the entire Dragon Ball cell, become a real creature, and kill Bardal. The dragon god was silent for a moment. Mortal, I agree to your wish. Salo immediately left the planet and laughed. Under such circumstances, the dark dragon souls will quickly fuse with the cells of the Dragon Ball. In another 10 years, the 7 evil Dragon Ball warriors will be born one after another. Chapter 722. Destruction and End. Shi Xing. Shaman Fulai was at a loss, a strong sense of helplessness written on his face. Salo and the king of Cybertron both had the ancient bloodline of a full god, but he didn't. Full god bloodline, natural radiation and true chi talent, extremely high affinity. Damn it, they're all descendants of the ancient gods, so they're favored by the gods? Flusses sat on the chair in a daze. Next to him were the High Green Planet's Great Elder and number 18. On the shoulder of Cyborg number 18 stood the Red Satin Army's red-shelled insect elder. Don't worry, I'm confident. This time, the red-shelled insects will protect Stone Star. The red-shelled insect elder laughed eerily and opened Cyborg No 18's body like a gust of wind. He pointed at the core inside. It was a beautiful crystal. What is this? Flussa frowned and suddenly had a strange thought. He felt that this crystal was extremely abnormal. Yes, this is another race on the Pixel planet, the country of gemstones. They are also pixel creatures with few cells, but they form blocks of crystal. To tell you the truth, number 18's soul was damaged a long time ago when he was fighting against the virus and Salu, the red-shelled insect said with a fanatical expression. I searched for a new carrier everywhere and finally found a crystal girl from the country of gemstones on a pixel planet. I implanted number 18's memory into her soul. The red-shelled insect pointed at the gem and said, yes, this is number 18's new body, a gem square. Do you understand what I mean? Everyone's expression changed. They could clearly sense that this gemstone block, number 18's main body, only had a few 100,000 cells. At the same time, Mugwort had just broken through to the level of high-level god in recent years. You're saying? Yes, this is the coincidence of fate. The red-shelled insect was excited. On the Pixel planet, the confrontation between the two tribes in ancient times, the Square tribe and the Gem tribe, is happening again. In order to find a new number 18, I've been hunting people from the country of gemstones for hundreds of years, and they call me a moon person, but it's worth it. Half a month later, Bardal made a comeback again and encountered the extremely terrifying number 18. They're from the same race as us. Badich was shocked. Both sides were equipped with powerful transformation modes and had undergone decoding transformations. Although number 18 was slightly inferior and had almost no power to fight back, he had gathered the chi of all living beings on the planet and used a vital energy bomb to successfully repel Bardal. At this point, the era reshuffled. Of the three great powers in the universe, only Shi Xing's lineage had managed to survive this crisis. King Salu and King Cyberden were nowhere to be found. The forces they left behind were quickly divided, and their names would become ancient legends in the long future. A new era had begun. It was ruled by the Super Scions and the Stone Star race. 3 to 5 years passed by. So that's how it is. On a sealed Sima planet, Badich was seriously reading number 18's book. The pages were already yellowed and rolled up. The secret of the world is really in there. You've reminded me from the start. Number 18's body contains the mysteries of the world. As expected of those high-dimensional unknown creatures. It's very mysterious. As he continued to read, he abandoned his shyness and began to study it seriously. Even he had to admire the vision of the pixel creatures. They were becoming more and more mysterious. At this moment, the Super Sima race, the strongest combat race in the universe, had sealed themselves off on a rich planet as their base. He didn't choose to rule the civilizations in the universe, but chose to live in seclusion. In the outside world, it was still Flussa and the forces on Stone Star who ruled the entire universe. The Sima signed a resource peace agreement with Shi Xing. The Sima would not interfere with Shi Xing's rule, but Shi Xing had to provide 4 levels of resources to the Sima planet on a regular basis. And why did they live in seclusion? This was because they were the Pillar God race. Only by sealing the butterfly's wings and eliminating the interference of the outside world could the civilization on the world line be pushed forward, and the future development would be led by the Fate, entering the real high-speed train of civilization. In the blink of an eye, they've once again ruled the entire era. However, we don't care about it anymore. We only hope that they can bring us some threats and some fun. Harlan Dong shook his head. He decided to continue living his normal life. He even chose to abdicate and let the other tribe members lead the development of the civilization. A new king of the Sima took the throne. He was a tall, powerful, and hot-tempered tribe member. Of course, they were also full of pride. That was the pride of the people of Isodar, but now, perhaps it could be said that they were the pride of their bloodline as the Super Sima and the number 1 combat race in the universe. Without a doubt, this was a proud race. In a short 10 years, he cultivated in silence, and under the best deduction of the world line, he married a woman and gave birth to a child to continue the civilization of his race. The new king of the Sima also married a woman and gave birth to a child with extraordinary qualifications. He was born with great combat power and was known as the most talented superior warrior in the history of hundreds of years. The entire Sima civilization had 4 levels of energy for the development of a space civilization, and each of them was strong to begin with, but with the help of the world line, they had advanced by leaps and bounds. On average, every member of the older generation had reached the 5th or 6th rank. Moreover, he had toughened his mind in this life and experienced all kinds of things in life. He no longer relied on the auxiliary smart brain that he carried with him, and had become a true ordinary person. Everything was prospering. The world civilization that had the deduction of the pillar god was on a high-speed train at any time. Until this day. Suddenly, 7 evil warriors appeared above the Seymour planet. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura, and they also had the ability to transform. What is this? Dragon Ball. This is Dragon Ball Warrior. All the soldiers on the planet were in an uproar. Perhaps we should retreat. Badich laughed, but his expression froze as he looked at the 7 terrifying dragon-scaled monsters. I can only block one of them at most. Retreat? How is that possible? The surrounding soldiers howled in anger, and a number of soldiers in battle suits flew out from the planet, their faces filled with determination. Retreating, abandoning their king, and fleeing alone was the best way, but they refused. The Izodale people's hot-blooded pride, no, the pride of the Super Saims, made them rush up and turn into the most brilliant fireworks. Boom! Endless chi exploded. All sorts of chi cannons flashed. This battle in the universe was extremely tragic. In the end, almost everyone died in battle. At the last moment, their spirits were sublimated. Many of them broke through their limits and their spirits were refined and transformed, merging with their bodies. All of the Esodarian people of this generation had fallen, even Bardal was no exception. However, before they died, they sent their newborn babies out of the entire planet. Our civilization has gone extinct again. He reached the peak and then rapidly declined, like a flash in the pan. All the people of Izodale could not help but sigh and return to the spiritual universe of the Pillar God. On this day, the entire universe was in an uproar. What happened? That's Bardal, the strongest warrior in the universe. He's a super seaman. According to the light from the vibration, we seriously suspect that Badich has broken through to the legendary Super Seaman too. How could he still lose? What kind of terrifying enemy is he? Even the entire planet was shattered. This was an unprecedented battle, and it even attracted the ancient priests to repair the entire planet and repair the broken ecological soil. No one knew what kind of enemy the Super Sima had encountered and why they had mysteriously disappeared. There were rumors that it was Flissa who destroyed the entire planet Sima. Only they had such terrifying strength. And the Stone Star, where Flissa was, also acquiesced to all this. Because the other party had been destroyed. Although they did not know who the enemy was, they could continue to rule the entire universe with a stronger deterrent force. The Ice Demon Flissa and Number 18, who were behind them, were still the supreme emperors of the universe. Salo was the only one who knew about it. Even he couldn't help but admire her. What an admirable bunch of warriors. They are hot-blooded and have their own pride. It's obvious that only Badich will die, but the entire race didn't back down. Whoosh! La la la! In the cold and silent dark universe. A few universe cabins took the baby and flew into the distant universe, floating to the backward small planet set according to the coordinates. Although no one knew the truth about the Sima, where they came from, or where they came from, they might be able to welcome a new generation after their civilization ended. In the vast universe. Su Ji quietly read through the history of the universe's civilization. Everything that had happened made him feel a little emotional. Hualala. Surrounded by cold and dark stars, a full-body spirit covered in snow-white porcelain slowly walked out, and its aura was different. Are you done? Su Ji turned around and asked with a faint smile. He had to wake up from a dream of the mortal world. However, Su Ji did not expect it to end so quickly. A great era of civilization in the universe was as brilliant as fireworks, blooming and disappearing in an instant. If one had to make an analogy, compared to the unremarkable civilization era on Earth, it was simply a world of difference. His own civilization universe had obviously developed to an extremely high level. Yes, I probably completed a life journey. Carolyn's expression was extremely calm as she said, they are too comfortable. A highly civilized and technologically advanced society, and a peaceful life of scientific research has almost made them forget the passion and glory of the people of Isodar. Now that they have returned to the spiritual universe, it feels like they have transformed and matured a lot. It was really like a furnace of life, polishing people to maturity. It's equivalent to playing a virtual life in a national virtual online game of the Isotarian people in a spiritual society. Su Ji suddenly laughed. Back then, the virtual network of the people of Isodar was extremely developed. There were also online games about mechanical armors back then. They were extremely realistic, allowing people to practice their mecha in them and make friends. You can explain it that way. Caroline was stunned for a moment before she laughed. Perhaps, the virtual games of higher civilizations are just that difficult to understand. We are known as the Protoss. The people on these planets don't know their lives at all. It's just an online game, an NPC. High-level life form to experience life. However, will there be Protoss from a higher dimension who treat our entire civilization as a game? Said Caroline. Su Ji was speechless. It was Caroline saying of outside of one circle, there is another circle again. In fact, Caroline herself had not expected it to happen so quickly. It was so fast that she had only improved by a dozen%. Although many people had undergone a qualitative change and sublimated in the last bloody fight, and made a great leap forward, it was only a few %. This time, the overall increase was only slightly more than 20%. The current soul and flesh fusion progress was 54%. Although it had come to an end, Caroline's body and mind were still extremely happy. This was because it had already been proven that it could work. Then, the grade 9 path was something that would happen sooner or later. Second, even though she had not reached the 9th rank, Harlan Dong had already reached the 9th rank. Although the 3 pillar gods had advanced to the 9th rank, the daughter of Shenglin and the others in their bodies had cultivated the rapid method of nuclear fission, which was to split their brain magic nucleus into a cell nucleus and implant it, but they were still on the path of the 9th rank and had not transformed. Hai Lan Dong could fight. He could barely fight. Third, it had advanced the entire universe era. The Monster Core clan had their own path to the 9th step. The entire clan also had their own path to the 9th step. I'm not planning to come back for a while. Caroline said, let's digest this for a while. Now, due to our interference and the stimulation of the Super Sima, the speed of the entire space civilization has increased greatly. It has advanced from level 1 to level 8, and then to level 9 without any hiccups. Although it's not a true rank 9, this kind of unconventional method can cause some sort of compromise to appear on the extremely difficult path of rank 9. Said Caroline with a serious expression. Su Ji stopped talking and just listened quietly. After chatting with Caroline for a while, he left. After all, she had just returned and woken up from a dream, but she still needed to consolidate her strength. Su Ji also felt that after the development of a level 8 extraordinary civilization, the path of a level 9 extraordinary civilization had been completely taken to a higher level, and it had changed into a different response. Caroline's side has transformed. In a short period of time, the war between the 3 pillar gods and the other 2 great worlds is about to be completely lost, Su Ji mumbled. The appearance of a rank 9 means a large number of deaths, and even higher life forms will begin to fall. My path to becoming a god isn't far away. Chapter 723. The Angel Scepter and De Key Discovery. The galaxy was vast and dark. In the void, a white-robed ceramic young man stood leisurely in the vast and dark universe. He looked up at the galaxy in the distance and then lowered his head leisurely. His eyes were extremely deep, like the 2 most beautiful crystals and gemstones in the world. He foresaw the future of the small universe. Your Majesty, he said. The first high priest lowered his head. The powerful white porcelain priests didn't dare to make a sound in the face of the almighty and mysterious existence of the universe. It was this ancient god that had created this universe, planets, living beings, dimensions, time and space, past and future. One is all, and all is all. The other god had disappeared and was in seclusion, so they could only come to see this god. The porcelain-like young man turned around, his face emotionless. You are too weak. You can't maintain the order of this universe. Please punish me, Lord Deity. The first divine priest walked out, his face full of guilt. That's right, those living beings were even stronger than their priests. They were no longer able to truly maintain order. In the long run, the powerhouses of the universe would treat the god officials as targets that they could bully at any time. After the battle, they would be sent to wash and repair the planet. As the most ancient innate gods, how could they tolerate this? He was ashamed. He felt that he had let down the expectations of the entire god. Su Ji shook his head and stretched out his hand. 12 crystal-glazed gems appeared in front of each of the divine priests. Then, an incredible scene appeared. The crystal gemstones seemed to have a life of their own. Their beautiful glass-like radiance was dazzling, and there were countless images of stars in them, illuminating the entire universe. This? The 12 priests were amazed by the extreme beauty of the gem. Voila! The crystal gem was suddenly wrapped in a beautiful and luxurious golden scepter in the void. Fine and dense carvings covered it, and the gem was inlaid at the top. This scepter is an angel. The porcelain-like young man said with his hands behind his back. Voila! The crystal gem in the scepter seemed to contain a hazy consciousness. The first divine priest's eyes were filled with bright light. What was an angelic gem? Is it a gem-like core similar to number 18? But it was completely different. It actually felt like an endless world was contained within it. In fact, this was a new type of world bottle. Su Ji had used all the materials of the gemstone people in the country of gemstones to create a magic core bottle with hundreds of thousands of cells. He had also used quality to deepen the level of life. It could be said that he had spent a lot. The clay figurine could now play with mutated clay, such as pixel clay with large grains and gemstone clay. Every bottle had a soul world, just like a crystal wall universe that could contain countless souls. Gods control life and death. The white porcelain white-robed youth turned around. This angel scepter can store all the dead beings on this planet. The true form of an angel is an angel scepter, but they still have a body, and their bodies are created by you. All the priests were stunned, and their eyes lit up. How could they not sense that this gem only contained 100,000 cells? It was different from their 100 trillion cells. This was also a life form that could quickly break through to the 9th rank. In fact, angels were worlds themselves. If his soul world broke through to the level 9 world, it was a true dual world. And NBSP, next, they would undoubtedly have to support the 12 angels and help them put in resources for their cultivation. They would even help the scepter create a body that could be used temporarily. Was this the Almighty God who created all things? They felt that this angelic gem contained endless knowledge and wisdom, which could not be described with any praise. Angels, support generations of gods to manage the universe. With a light step, the porcelain-like young man disappeared into the vast universe. Farewell, Your Majesty. The 12 priests of the second generation all held their scepters and bowed with respect. Voila! A moment later, they created all kinds of bodies with different appearances for the angels who used the angel scepter as their main body. It can be considered 12 netherworlds. Su Ji sat back down in the living room, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered. This way, I'll be able to completely restore the land of death for the soul. At the same time, I'll be able to increase the combat power of the gods. I'll have powerful angels to assist in managing things and fighting. However, this is the era of the universe. We'll use the threshold of extremely few cells and break through to the 9th rank first. This is the cultivation system of the entire race. After all, the cells of the entire race have this characteristic, which can specify the number, size, and volume of the cells to reproduce a descendant. They all think that magical beast cores are a unique advantage for Class 9s. In reality, the entire clan has a huge advantage over Class 9s. As for the older batch of high priests, they felt that they were about to be eliminated by the times. After all, they were all life forms with normal cell numbers in the beginning. However, they would naturally die of old age. After they died of old age, the next priest would inherit it. At this time, it could be said that the history of the prehistoric era of the universe had been completely filled and nourished. The foundation of the universe civilization had been laid, and in the future, it would enter its golden age. Salo's Secret Ambush. Flissa and number 18. The King of Cyberton's 6 Infinite Gems. 7 Black-Hearted Dragon Balls. The baby from planet Sima was sent to outer space. One by one, new starting points appeared. In Su Ji's eyes, he could see the prologue to a brilliant legend of the universe. It could even be an era with many level 9s. This is the true universe. Rank 8 is the living beings of the world, and rank 9 is the world itself. The universe itself is made up of many worlds. This is the real small universe. A small universe world was what he meant. There were a bunch of rank 8 gods. Without a rank 9 world, what kind of universe was it? At most, it was a world. Even though these rank 9s were the weakest crippled rank 9s. But it was quite in line. After all, it was a small universe, so it was naturally a small level 9. There was nothing wrong with that. Using the glasses to calculate, a single Type 9 cell was 1, while a Super Scion's combat power was only 1.08 million, while a normal Type 9 was 100 trillion. There was still a path of the number of Type 9 cells to go before he could complete all the Type 9 stages. Su Ji was sitting in the living room, calm and composed. He had just returned from the teleportation array. After all, Carolyn had also awoken from her dream, and he was still digesting the huge increase in his strength. The era of the small universe, a new era was beginning. It was developing in all aspects. At the very least, it would take some time for the Sima baby to grow up, wake up, and take revenge. However, it was clear that the next generation of powerhouses who were still babies would not be able to make it in time for the latest world war. Look at what's going on here. Su Ji's face flickered, and his eyes finally fell on Emperor Qi, the Chongming mythological heavenly court. The heaven-covering builder tree stood on the ground and couldn't be moved, but Qi was standing on the trunk of the builder tree and traveling in plain clothes. Green Vine Mother Earth, you are very knowledgeable. Do you know what this kind of cosmic life form is? 300 years ago, when I observed the astronomical phenomenon in the outer realm, I discovered this strange scene. With a light stroke, a star map of the universe appeared in front of him. Like a telescope, he observed that in a distant galaxy, millions of light years away, the light of a certain planet seemed to be blocked by some huge cosmic creature. Ah! An alien? Why does it look like a huge octopus? According to this scale, it's comparable to a small planet. The cute girl was shocked. She picked up the picture and observed it, looking as if she was used to it. It might be a real Fulhu creature in the universe. If it's alone, we can try to kill it. Su Ji was speechless. His scalp went numb. We're still fighting the internal world war here, Carolyn is obediently preparing for the war next door, and the three pillar gods are also painstakingly planning for it. What are you guys doing here? Chapter 724. Octopus Dyson Ball. Su Ji peeked in secret and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He looked at the picture of the galaxy that the two of them were talking about. It was indeed a terrifying octopus. Floating in the starry sky, it was revolving around a golden lava star that looked like a sun. It was slowly rotating and spreading out its countless tentacles like a sail. The entire octopus was like a willow catkin that was spinning like a satellite. A real alien? Su Ji was a little surprised on the spot. The Daiki universe ship had been flying for so many years and they had really discovered an alien life form? Su Ji had never thought that Earth was the only life, nor did he think that the Zergs were the only life. Now that we've flown for 7,000 years in the vast universe, the lifespan of a level 8 god has flown from the prime of his life to death of old age. It's true that we'll encounter some strange things. However, this octopus creature from the universe is different from what I imagined. Su Ji fell into deep thought. He had thought that it would be similar to the one on Earth. Once discovered, it would be a life planet. Who knew that a lone mysterious universe creature would be discovered? It was like Columbus who was going to discover a new world, but who knew that he would find a single dinosaur swimming in the sea instead of a new world? But meeting him is also an entry point. Life forms that float alone in the universe might not be simple. Su Ji held his chin in his hands. It could be a giant beast that devoured the starry sky. That kind of super forbidden creature in the universe, the kind that could destroy even low-leveled civilizations? Su Ji looked at the giant octopus. Because it was too far away, it looked like a planet observed through an astronomical telescope. It was very hazy, and he could not see the truth. He was naturally shocked. Qi had been floating in the vast universe for 7,000 years, and this was the first time he had encountered a true mysterious extraterrestrial life form. Qi is consulting. He's obviously researching this mysterious creature. As for Minmei, she obviously thinks that if he's alone, he'll want to fight in the wild and start a war. Su Ji thought about it. These guys would at most think that it was a new creature and that it represented a new civilization in the universe. However, they had no idea that this was not within the scope of Su Ji's plan and that it was a new unknown creature in the universe. At this very moment, Mother Earth was still studying it seriously. What do you think of the realm of this creature? Asked Qi. In fact, Qi had been overjoyed when he had discovered it. Previously, that giant woodcutter had told him that the universe was real and the world was fake. He had asked the young him to explore this vast universe, and in the end, he had spent his entire life. He had walked for 7,000 years. From the prime of his life to the life of almost dying of old age, other than the parasites on his own body, he had spent all his effort to drift outside, and only then did he see a real living creature for the first time. It was actually alive. How could he not be excited? Just like Robinson Crusoe, in the vast vacuum of the universe, even seeing an ant was exciting, let alone an octopus. However, he returned before he could get close. How's his realm? The distance is too far, I can't see clearly, it's hard to distinguish. Mother Earth supported her chin with her hand and said with a serious expression, but such a huge mysterious life form is indeed puzzling. Wait for me to ponder for a moment, I will think about it carefully and retrieve the memory. Meng Mei then closed her eyes slightly and placed her hands behind her back. Watch me communicate with the various saints of the primordial era in the universe and listen to their opinions. On the internet. After logging into the forums of the outside world, Meng Mei realized that the internet was still abuzz with discussions about the current situation of the world and the situation of the war. I heard that Daiki's father has a new plan? I'm shivering. It's said that he wants to upgrade the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Let the alchemy factory crazily provide red blood cells one after another, a total of 10 billion red blood cells. Let the souls and living creatures of the world we killed previously flow through the Joss flame blood vessels, and withstand the sudden attack of the 3 pillar gods again. Then wouldn't the alchemy factory become a red blood cell processing plant in the body? It would be dog-tired to continuously produce blood and red blood cells? Funny face. Woo, this is too tragic. The righteous and brave hero of Mount Akina had finally become Dichi himself, and the dragon slayer had finally become an evil dragon. Doghead. Ha ha ha, I almost pissed myself laughing. The speed of the car on Mount Harana is terrible. It's said that that's not all. Emperor Qi is also speeding up the reproduction of the population. In the ruins of his 9 inner worlds, the ecosystem has been restored and he is encouraging reincarnation. Countless people were so scared that they had goosebumps. As expected of an innate ancient god, Dichi looked down on post-nate living beings like ants. Isn't that so? It's not just the ancient humans, we're the same. All living beings are leaks. The cancer stock market had been cut badly today. Tears. Holy shit, isn't the 9 revolutions mysterious art even more awesome? This was a new version of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, powered by both the living and the undead. The internal cycle of life and death, which was in harmony with the yin and yang of chaos, was the true Pangu body. With 2 cores, it was stronger than 1. In addition to the defensive power of physical cultivation and martial arts, it was simply a strengthened version of a super safe. Emperor Penguin. JPY. We're finished. Dichi secretly learned the big trick of our safe and crazily strengthened the safe. When the 3 pillar gods came and couldn't open it, they cried to death. Many people had a bad feeling. This was too showy. It's said that Dichi has integrated genuine qi and radiation into the 9 revolutions mysterious art. He is now cultivating it seriously. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Why was he still improving? Dichi was truly a super hardcore. Was he determined to integrate all the cultivation systems into the 9 revolutions mysterious art and form the Deluo Heaven Sutra with the 9 revolutions mysterious art as the core of the cultivation technique? Was he going to continuously fight the 3 pillar gods and then slowly cultivate to 100% rank 9? This person was too ruthless. They had already thought of the next time the 3 pillar gods came over, they would look at Dichi unity technique and instantly reveal a dazed expression. Si law. The 3 pillar gods opened the space and descended. They had question marks on their faces as they began to pry open the safe while cursing. Funny face. Dichi, ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? 3 pillar gods, you will be the most miserable level 9 in history. You won't be able to eat energy and will starve to death in the desert. Wait for me to slowly cultivate and reach your level, then I will chop you to death. Mad laughter. Dichi put his hands on his waist and said, compete in learning secretly? You're all too inexperienced. Take my unity technique. Everyone's face darkened. This group of drama queens were fantasizing wildly. However, everyone instantly understood the strategy. They had to continue resisting so that the 3 pillar gods would not be able to eat meat until Dichi broke through to the 9th rank. Someone said seriously. But isn't he going to die of old age? It was like this before. Now that there's quality, I can be like Ermin and live for another 1 or 2,000 years. It's said that he's been inspired and has begun to study Achu's 3-body severing technique. He's cutting off his 3 great clones and increasing his speed by 4 times. Perhaps, I can try to break through to the 9th step as soon as possible. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath, and their faces were filled with fear. Then wouldn't Menmei and the others have no hope of turning the tables? He had led the wolf into the house and wanted to return to the rule of darkness. Wouldn't it be even more difficult for the immovable creation wood, God execution stage, moon laurel and thunder hammer, to rebel this time? But now, the situation is different. Dichi might be able to take on one of the 3 pillar gods, but he can't take on a second one. Carolyn is probably going to take action in secret. The 3 great forces are surging. Everyone nodded, and the situation was turbulent. Just as everyone was discussing, the cute girl stood up. Cough, cough, cough. Let me ask everyone something. Previously, Dichi discovered an unknown and mysterious cosmic life form in the vast universe. What do you all think? Screenshots. Screenshots. Everyone was stunned and didn't know how to react. Balloonfish, I see. Hurry up and show your usefulness in front of Dichi father. I don't want you to be killed alive. But I think your role should be to constantly promote your dragon vein incense system so that Dichi father can learn more things. When others completely squeezed your body dry and you can't learn anything, you'll be of no use and will be thrown away after you're used. Serious face. The cute girl's face darkened. After all, I've been glorious for thousands of years. I've defeated Emperor Qi and advanced civilization for thousands of years. You, on the other hand, have been struggling at death's door under the rule of the 3 pillar gods. This octopus. Immediately, everyone's attention was focused on this blurry picture and they became completely serious. Ah? Another unknown creature? So that's the case. The big octopus is Thulhu? Boss K. I don't know, but it's revolving around the sun as a satellite. Is the habit of this creature sunbathing? Just as everyone was discussing, some netizens with a higher level of knowledge suddenly observed some useful data. According to the size of the surrounding planets and meteorites, this octopus should be about the size of Australia. It orbited the entire sun, and it's very likely a space creature in the form of a Dyson sphere. Everyone was stunned. What was a Dyson ball? The Dyson sphere is a theoretical man-made celestial body. According to Earth's civilization level theory, for a planet civilization to develop into a star civilization, it would definitely require a huge amount of energy to mine. A star. It's a superluminous celestial body similar to the Sun, and it's the biggest source of energy for the solar system it's in. The Dyson sphere, on the other hand, is like a hollow sphere that envelopes the entire Sun and absorbs its energy. Everyone was stunned. The Dyson sphere was equivalent to a solar power plant that completely covered the Sun and completely blocked the Sun's brilliance. Some scientists believe that the establishment of the Dyson sphere is a necessary process for the development of a high-tier space civilization. A civilization's need for energy is bound to be infinite. When a planet's internal energy can't make up for the energy needs, mining the star is an inevitable process. If we Earthlings have a future, the future energy mining form will definitely be the Dyson sphere. No one had any objections, because it was true. However, Dyson sphere was just a perfect theory. It was not practical to build a Dyson sphere that covered the entire star, so there were partial Dyson spheres that only covered a part of the Sun to absorb solar energy. Dyson cloud, Dyson shell, and Dyson bubble. In fact, through the Dyson sphere theory, this is also the possibility of mankind discovering a space civilization. It's to observe the brightness of the stars. Perhaps, we can find a super space civilization that might be able to use the Dyson sphere. It is worth mentioning that in September 2015, the Keplerian Space Telescope detected the first star of Cygnus, planet Tabi, and found that 23% of its strange light was blocked. Even the largest planet, Jupiter, would only block 1% of the light when it passed through the Sun. According to his calculations, it was very likely that an object that was half the size of the Sun was blocking the light from 23% of the sky. We started to suspect it was a Dyson ball. When people wanted to observe planet Tabi for the third time, the Kepler-Pepper Sky telescope suddenly malfunctioned. It couldn't be repaired no matter what. Until today, countless conjectures had emerged, but no one had been able to perfectly explain what was blocking the Sun. Doghead. Everyone was speechless. He wanted to continue observing, but the telescope broke down. It's terrifying if you think about it. Alien, what are you looking at? Alien, the high beam dog over there, please put away your high beam lights. Have you never seen interstellar civil engineering? Don't blame me for blowing up your high beam lights, doghead, if you turn on so much light at night. Even aliens want to punish the Yuan Guang dog. It can be seen that the whole universe hates creatures like the Yuan Guang dog. Funny face. Everyone reacted in an instant and was a little horrified. And this creature, no wonder it was said to be a space creature in the form of a Dyson sphere. It also orbited around a star and absorbed energy, treating itself as a solar panel. The man continued, I'm not talking about anything else by saying these theories. I just want to say, I'm not going to say anything. This life form was very similar to a cosmic life form. I personally think that no matter if it's a super civilization or a super creature, they will all have similar movements to the Dyson sphere. Just like the creatures on Earth, they will instinctively shine in the sun. This is the survival rule of all creatures in the universe. After Meng Mei heard this, she felt that her horizons had been broadened. This was the law of the universe. Just like the three pillar gods, they were now crazily eating energy and looking for energy resources. Sure enough, knowledge was the power of all things. Their current knowledge was perfectly usable no matter where they were placed, even in the entire universe or other worlds. They were not considered backward no matter where they went. However, it was clear that what they had obtained now was the theory of natural laws from rank 1 to rank 8. At rank 9, the laws began to distort, and the laws of the first 8 realms were no longer applicable. Meng Mei held her chin and said, then this big octopus can only be used as a small satellite. It can only circle around a sun and absorb energy. It must be at least a high-level god, right? After all, according to the size of our 9 revolutions mysterious art, the bigger we are, the more terrifying our combat power will be. It could very well be on the level 9 path, and the most terrifying one could be a level 9 world-class universe beast. Meng Mei shook her head and felt that it was not good to provoke it. Moreover, according to the theory of biological evolution, it can't be evolved from a single person. There must be a group of people with uncles, fathers, and grandfathers. We can't afford to offend a bunch of rank 9 worlds, we simply can't afford to offend them. Su Ji was also lost in thought at that moment. The bigger, the more powerful? He felt that something was wrong. Chapter 725. Battle. It could be a 9th rank? Su Ji had a nagging feeling that this guess was wrong. After all, the previous Zerg Queen had said, being small in size was the right way. Now, as Su Ji's horizons had broadened, he completely understood this saying. The smaller a creature is, the less energy it needs. It can quickly pass through the energy accumulation period and reach the bottleneck of the next realm. It can then use a higher realm to fight a lower realm and crush them. Of course, in the same realm, they have less energy and are small in size. Ants are naturally not the opponent of large creatures. Su Ji's face was calm. At the same time, it doesn't mean that being big doesn't necessarily mean that you're weak. After all, the energy of the universe is infinite. If you keep practicing hard around a sun, you can also break through to the level of God. However, they're too slow, too slow. Everything in the world is balanced. The larger the body, the more powerful the combat power. At the same time, it also means a greater price. Su Ji licked his lips. At the same time, the biggest advantage of being small for the bloody Zerg Queen that is launching wars in the universe everywhere is that it can turn the Zergs into real locusts. It danced in the sky and became a natural disaster. An army of exquisite figurines that filled the sky, going to bite large creatures, even if this octopus was only a level 7 heavenly emperor. With its size, I'm afraid it has the energy of a few 9th rank ants. The little ant gnawed on the giant and then accumulated a huge amount of energy to break through to the next level. Using battle to sustain battle. Crazily starting wars and attacking the giants in the universe, what? You have a level 9 world, and our ant world can't beat it. It's fine, we'll send out level 10 ants. He was just that shameless. This was the most terrifying advantage of the top race in the universe, the insect race. Do you want to try to have a friendly exchange? Su Ji frowned. He felt that with such a body size, a god would be at most at the peak. It was almost impossible to break through to level 9 in a level 9 world. With a lifespan of 8,000 years, such a terrifying body size wanted to break through to level 9? Could he finish the 9th rank road? If it were just a god, it wouldn't matter even if they died if they sent someone to explore the way. It was impossible for them to distort the laws like the three-pillar gods and follow the clues to locate the coordinates here. We can try. Su Ji took a deep breath and said seriously, after all, Emperor Qi has been searching for 7,000 years, almost the entire life of a god, before he found such a living creature. I can't let him down. In fact, it would be a lie to say that they were not envious of such a big piece of meat. Although octopuses weren't zergs and couldn't directly give back the energy after the zergs died to instantly improve their cultivation, the external energy had to be transformed and absorbed slowly, but it was still too huge. Even though I can't absorb it directly, I can give the enormous energy to the sandbox civilization's zergs to absorb and then cut it off. Su Ji's mind was filled with wild thoughts. No, how can you cut it off? I just need to leave them be, and they'll be old sooner or later. Death light. In the end, the energy would return to the arms of the Lord. As for the gods who survived and didn't die of old age, although they took away my octopus energy, they were already the elites of the insect race and had been trained to fight. Su Ji had already thought of how to deal with the aftermath before he even started. This wave can be done. Su Ji measured the distance between them and planet Gumu. He stopped at a distant corner, which was still some distance away from the galaxy where the octopus was. It would take about a few decades to fly. Voila! Su Ji was sitting in the living room when the Samsara official sovereign walked out slowly. A black-robed young man in a black Hades robe gently cut the space and entered the ancient wood planet silently, floating into the distance. Su Ji said lightly. Let's get close first. If it's a god, it doesn't matter if the avatar is killed. If we can make a move, we've already prepared the space transmission array and are ready to locate and send it in both directions at any time. Whoosh! As Su Ji was sorting out his thoughts and getting closer, the seven realms were still developing as usual. So that's how it is. After listening to the similar theory of the Dyson ball, Dichi also showed a satisfied look. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry. He had to deal with the invasion of the three-pillar gods first. After all, the octopus was there and wouldn't suddenly run away. Whoosh! Dichi disappeared from where he was and said with satisfaction, Green Vine Mother Earth, thank you for your contribution. Several years had passed, and the seven realms had developed rapidly. The entire human world was filled with a terrifying magical power. The radiance of the terrifying curse made it almost impossible for ordinary people to survive here. However, there were still some cultivators who began to rebuild the land, tribes, and the great Zhou dynasty on the ruins. They led their officials and began to rebuild the ruins. The great Zhou dynasty was rebuilding the line of incense. At the same time, some cultivators began to fuse the remains and bloodlines of the ancient creatures on the earth to create bloodline medicine and cultivate the two major systems of Buddhism and Daoism. Therefore, apart from the sorcerer tribe bloodline and the Sea of Consciousness bloodline, there were two more transcendent bloodlines. The seven paths of witchcraft, martial arts, devil, Buddha, Dao, demon, and evil stood side by side, and the world was completely completed. Year 15 of the Chongming Heavenly Court. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Buddhism and Taoism were established. They preached to the people, helped the common people, and received many disciples. Many ancient deity families and ancient sects knew that a new trend was coming, so they sent their geniuses and descendants into the world one after another to fight for a great era. At this point, the entire seven realms had entered a legendary age of Buddhism. Year 57 of the Chongming Heavenly Court. The commoners reproduced once again. For the new generation of commoners, an era had passed. Many of the babies born during that era were already old people in their 50s or 60s. Year 96 of the Chongming Heavenly Court. The prosperity of Buddhism and Daoism was getting stronger and stronger. There were peerless geniuses who broke through to rank 7 heavenly emperor and took up positions in the celestial heavens. Gradually, the ancient gods did not appear. As usual, Dichi hid behind the scenes and disappeared from the world. He gave power to the ancient gods. The new people of Buddhism and Daoism gradually took over the positions of the heaven and earth. This era was the beginning of everything. It gave birth to many ancient gods and Buddhas, who were known by the world as in the era of the gods and Buddhas. Year 114 of the Chongming Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court gathered all living beings and entered the space. In less than a day, the ancient black three-headed demonic god descended once again from the dark clouds in the sky. The war has begun again. Countless people looked up. Dichi's expression was calm as he looked at the sky. On the other side, Su Ji frowned slightly. Daiki won't be able to make it back from the battle. I have to help him get rid of the giant octopus. Whoosh! In the world of reincarnation. Boom! The reincarnation sovereign appeared in the netherworld again. This ancient emperor sat on the emperor's throne, an existence that had transcended the entire ancient era. He calmly looked at the black and white impermanences and Mengpo, who had returned. There are evil spirits beyond the heavens. My world of reincarnation. The battle against the otherworldly demons. Boom! The entire world of samsara was in an uproar. Chapter 726. The Journey to the Sea of Stars. The Six Paths of Reincarnation. In the netherworld. Black lightning flashed across the gloomy sky, and countless vortexes swirled in the sky. A huge six paths reincarnation wheel, mysterious and exquisite, covered in fine black patterns, floated in the sky. Another few hundred years had passed. As Suji's celestial emperor realm continued to rise, the six paths of land in the internal space continued to expand madly. The number of reincarnated creatures had also expanded to 5 million small Rubik's cubes. Fulhu's reincarnation mech was already worth 5 million. This is the netherworld. Arg! That's the three-life stone. The bridge of helplessness was still filled with people who had died in the six paths. Boom! The sky trembled. On the emperor's throne in the Samsara palace, a slender black-haired figure sat quietly. His eyes were like two vortexes, sucking in everything in the world. Your Majesty! Shang Guanman bent slightly. The reincarnation sovereign's majestic voice reverberated as he said coldly, "There is an abnormality in the world. A terrifyingly huge evil demon has been discovered in the outer realm. It is hovering in the void cracks of the heavens and the myriad world." A memory appeared in the minds of all the powerhouses in the hell of samsara like a flash of light and a shadow. Black and white impermanence, ox head and horse face, Judge Kui, Mengpo, jumping cat. This. What kind of creature was this? When they saw the terrifying behemoth, their hearts trembled. Boom! It instantly set off a storm. Even Mengpo, who had been to the universe to communicate, had seen that every huge planet was alive, but she had never seen such a terrifying super life form. Not to mention the black and white impermanences and the others. They had simply refreshed the entire world's perception. When they saw the terrifying and vast super-universe life forms, it was as if mountains had collapsed and the earth had cracked. Their entire brains were spinning. Your Majesty, how can there be such a terrifying creature in this world? Even if it's as big as the land of the six paths combined, it's still far from being able to compare to this size, right? Mengpo couldn't help but say. I can't win was a modest way of saying it. They felt that the total land of the six paths added together was not even 1% of it. This was simply too terrifying. A behemoth comparable to a world, or even larger than one's imagination, this is the extraterritorial demon. The reincarnation sovereign sat on a high spot and said indifferently, however, there is no need to be surprised. Such a huge life form is only at the heavenly emperor realm. Everyone was shocked. Just a heavenly emperor? The samsara official sovereign was extremely calm. The starry sky evil demons are extremely large in size, but in reality, they don't have a long lifespan. They are only about 1,700 years old. The officials below looked at each other. 1,700 years old? Was this still considered short? This was equivalent to the lifespan of more than 2 heavenly emperors. Perhaps, for a reincarnation sovereign who had a long lifespan, it was only a short time for him to cross the entire ancient era. It's a vast and mysterious world. Even the world's most ancient and prehistorical great existence can't measure one part of its land. The universe is so big that it should have infinite possibilities. Naturally, there are living beings whose lifespans are different from ours, slightly longer or slightly shorter. Su Ji said. He had only noticed this when he secretly observed the giant octopus. Before this, other than the earthlings, there were only the creatures of the insect race sandpit. Without comparison, he did not notice it. It was only then that he realized that the lifespan of the insect race was naturally different from that of other races. The lifespan of a celestial emperor of the insect race was 800 years. According to Su Ji's observation of the octopus's cell decay cycle, the lifespan of this celestial emperor was about 2,000 years. As expected of the insect race, they reproduced quickly and had short lifespans. Of course, there were too few races that could be compared at the moment, and the actual situation was still unknown. But, Your Majesty, are we going to fight such a terrifying alien evil spirit? Meng Po stepped forward and said respectfully. In fact, their hearts were in turmoil. Even though this octopus was only a celestial emperor, it was probably the strongest celestial emperor in history. At the same level, the giant whale was enough to crush ants. And now, His Majesty was actually planning to battle this ancient and mysterious giant beast? They did not doubt His Majesty's terrifying power, but they were still worried about their own abilities. Of course, over the years, although they couldn't advance to the God realm, countless powerhouses were stuck at level 7 Heavenly Emperor. This caused the number of Heavenly Emperors in the entire world to increase to the point where they could be seen everywhere. In the era when there were as many Heavenly Emperors as dogs, there was naturally a stronger combat assessment of the Heavenly Emperor realm Great Sage. One person could fight 10 ordinary Heavenly Emperors and become an initial Great Saint. Those who could fight against 20 ordinary Heavenly Emperors were considered as intermediate Great Saints. Those who could fight 30 ordinary Heavenly Emperors were high-level Great Saints. Those who could fight 50 ordinary Celestial Emperors were upper-class Saints. The previous Emperor Yun had gathered all his talents and his combat power was more than 100 times stronger. It was a new upper limit of a Heavenly Emperor's combat power. It could be seen how deep this world had studied the combat power of a Heavenly Emperor and how powerful they were. Many terrifying Supreme Saints in the world had heaven-defying combat strength. Some terrifying Supreme Saints even made many Heavenly Emperors their slaves, servants who carried carriages when they went out, servants who carried shoes, and servants at home. It was a bustling scene. Especially in the dark Forbidden Zone, the secluded mountain prefecture lord's human head tree was so powerful that it was hard to describe. Under it were the 100th generation Daoist Li Sanzheng, the Buddhist saint Su Yingluo, and Bodhisattva Zuji. The battle between the supreme great saints in the dark Forbidden Zone was already a golden age. You guys are underestimating us. The Samsara official sovereign stood up with a natural expression and a natural sense of dominance. Even though there are no people who have broken through to the God realm, they walk on another extreme path. They are constantly gentle and have a strong foundation. Our world has the most powerful celestial thearch. Our world has the most powerful ancient god bloodline. You've never seen any life forms from other worlds, so you think we're weak. You don't know that our bloodline is extremely powerful. Pa-ta! Su Ji slowly walked down the steps of the Emperor's throne, step by step, steady and powerful. The living beings of our world were born with terrifying talent. Don't look down on my people just because they are only at the level of Level 7 Heavenly Emperor. Their talent is something that even level 8 gods can't imagine. The bloodline that can distort the laws is a power that can only be reached by those at the 9th step. The Heavenly Emperors were all shocked. Although they were only celestial emperors, their bloodlines and talents made it difficult for even level 8 gods to come into contact with them. How could it involve the power of level 9? Only the cat in the crowd knew this. It was indeed so. Talent was a phenomenon that involved the disability of the path of the 9th step. In this transcendent world, it seemed that the highest level of celestial emperors was equivalent to the backward civilization of the most primitive sorcerer era. It was so backward that it was primitive and rough. But in reality, his foundation was unfathomable. Talent was in fact similar to the arcane arts of the 3 pillar gods. It was equivalent to an innate arcane spell. However, it was still inferior to the ancient lava land of the 3 pillar gods. After all, the talents of this world were innate, and they could not cultivate other talents. It could be considered a kind of accompanying arcane art. The arcane spells of the 3 pillar gods could be learned later in life and then continued to mine. A powerful arcanist could be said to be a warlock who had refined several talents. However, a heavenly emperor who was involved in the 9th rank laws was like a cheat. He might not necessarily be able to defeat an ordinary heavenly emperor, even if it was a super huge body. The cat jumped in the dark and curled up, feeling very stunned. This Samsara official sovereign is obviously trying to stir up trouble and take advantage of the war between the 3 worlds to sneak around and touch Emperor Qi but. Someone said. Talent, coupled with the powerhouses in this world, all of them are madly climbing the ceiling of the heavenly emperor realm. God knows how abnormal these heavenly emperors are in this realm. Unless this celestial emperor giant octopus is also a level 9 from the ancient times. Even if they're not at level 9, they must at least be a civilization that has stepped on the path of level 9 to be able to provide the initial means to distort the phenomenon of the law. Otherwise, these perverted heavenly emperors might swarm up and bite you to death. Too shameless. Jumping Cat kept tidying up, her heart pounding. Everyone, don't be moved. The Samsara official sovereign said calmly, prepare for a while and activate it immediately. We will enter the battle. This time, the entrance will still be in one of the realms of the path of the Heavenborn. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire netherworld was in an uproar. As the reapers of the netherworld, their true names were in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if they died outside, they would return to the netherworld, so they did not fear death at all. Unless it was like the ancient times, where even part of the reincarnation was destroyed and their true names were completely destroyed, they would not die. Cat Jump curled up in a dark corner and had goosebumps all over her body. He quietly went online and posted, "Brothers, bad news. At the critical moment of Emperor Ki's second attack on the three pillar gods, the fourth world's force has also entered and is preparing to raid Emperor Ki back garden." The entire internet was in an uproar. All the players in God's realm were stunned. This was too sinister. Now that a few days had passed, how many batches of PvP players had entered the regional server? They had already established a land of online games in the path of animals. Sects, cities, and a perfect small society had spontaneously formed. On the streets, there were people in charge of recruiting new disciples, businessmen selling and trading, auction houses, immortal cave abodes, forging associations, and even immortal mahjong houses. There were all kinds of entertainment facilities. There were even red-named evil organizations that killed people and stole their treasures, and they were constantly being hunted down. As for cultivation, many of them had already reached the maximum level. Currently, his maximum level was level 79, a peak level of a tier 7 heavenly emperor. There were many big shots who were already around level 71. The fastest one was level 79 and had begun to increase his combat power. As an ordinary peak heavenly emperor, he hoped to surpass the exaggerated combat power of the great sage realm. Of course, they were all single profession cultivators. Dual profession cultivators were mostly around level 60. Even the path of the Heavenborn and the path of the human world were surprised by these strange creatures. Other than eating, he was cultivating. It was extremely dull and uninteresting, but he endured it. The flow of time in the beast path was obviously much slower than the other two worlds. The time flow in the beast path was only comparable to that of the Magus community, but it was not much behind them. Even they could not help but sigh at the prosperity of the beast path. Mao Tiao is a spy. Well done. This is obviously a new main story. Brothers, it's time for a new instance dungeon. Uproot Emperor Ki back garden, uproot Emperor Ki rear court. Let's kill the big octopus. The fourth calamity has finally been activated. We want to kill Dichi, ha 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 ha. And NBSP, the top sects quickly formed an alliance, and each sect started to use war resources. This was clearly a world boss, and the entire world was going to attack it. The entire internet was in an uproar. They had thought that they would be quietly watching a few world-class big shots start a terrifying war this time. Who knew that it would be their turn to get involved? Dig out Dicky butt. As expected of the world of Samsara, the online game world of the players. They were in high spirits and their faces were red with excitement. They had already thought that Dichi was confident that his safe was safe, but they had not expected that the other side would be broken into. Following the commotion in the beast path, the experts from the path of the Heavenborn and the path of the mortal world also gradually found out about this and were shocked. The netherworld is going to wage war against the outer realm. It's an opportunity, but it's also a huge crisis. We can't be resurrected like the people in hell. If we really die, then we can only enter hell to be reincarnated and be slaughtered. After all, they were different. They only had one life, and no one wanted to go to hell. However, it's still an opportunity. If we don't go, wealth comes from danger. It could even be an open scheme by the netherworld, causing us to face danger and die in their netherworld. The existences conversed and even the almighties in the dark forbidden zone were awakening. Not long after, in the burning sky of the celestial realm, there was a loud bang, as if a world in the outer realm had opened up. The endless vacuum pressure outside swept across the earth and sucked away the air in the entire land. Kill. Countless heavenly emperor-level experts rushed in. What was this? Many experts were stunned. In the vast sea of stars, there was a brilliant vacuum universe world. If ordinary creatures entered, they would not survive for long. Only universe cultivators who cultivated radiation and true chi techniques could adapt to this world perfectly. Brothers, charge with me. A group of players brandished their long swords and rushed forward. The Samsara official sovereign stood in the distance with a calm expression. Samsara was originally a mechanical armor made of my Rubik's Cube. It was originally my personal guard of the insect race. This can be considered our first battle, and it's time to train our troops. As for the players, they were among the Zerg's personal guards, so it was not a big deal. Hwalala. A sun was suspended in the vast universe, emitting endless light and heat. As they got closer, the terrifying radiation waves almost bathed them in golden sunlight. In the distance, a giant octopus the color of a black meteorite was slowly circling in the sky. It spread its tentacles and seemed to have turned into an arc-shaped dome. It took the form of a Dyson ball and was absorbing the power of the entire sun. Suddenly, the giant octopus's hundreds of eyes slowly rotated. It had already discovered those strange ant-like creatures rushing toward it in the starry sky. At first, it was at a loss, then it was furious. Boom! The octopus's tentacles suddenly spread out, sweeping toward those ridiculous ants. Chapter 727. High-dimensional space-time. The Samsara official sovereign stood in the void leisurely. In the dark and gloomy universe, the outline of the sun bloomed to its maximum brilliance, like an eternal furnace, blooming with endless light and heat. It was as if they were surrounding a huge and magnificent golden furnace. Having deduced the sandbox of extraordinary civilizations over countless eras, perhaps I can also see how deep my foundation is. Su Ji muttered to himself. Boom! Woo! The giant octopus released an angry spiritual fluctuation, and its countless tentacles softly slapped. The endless void seemed to be stirred up like ripples, and everything was like a river. This was a mighty force that even ordinary celestial emperors could not imagine. A celestial emperor in this form could almost sweep away all the overlords in the celestial emperor realm. Perhaps only gods could pose a death threat to it. However, in front of him were a group of ridiculous ants. How could he not be angry? Even Su Ji could clearly feel its anger. In fact, he could even hear its spiritual will roaring. Where did this weak universe race come from? Why aren't you submitting to me? Boom! The group of heavenly emperors circled around him. They were like a bunch of laughable fleas surrounding an elephant. An alien evil spirit. There was an ancient Buddha with a ring of golden light around his body that looked like a small sun. He put his palms together and whispered, "What a terrifying living being! Hee, such a huge object, how amazing! How deep are the mysteries of the world? Samsara official sovereign, what truth are you hiding?" A tall and handsome scholar with fair skin was holding a feather fan. He was obviously the secluded mountain prefecture lord, the incarnation of the human-headed Bodhi tree. Such a huge life form is indeed amazing. It should be sent to my Buddhist kingdom to be converted, but obviously, such a huge body, another indomitable Buddha was speaking, his whole body full of benevolence. However, the players didn't care so much and didn't put on airs like them. These people from the path of the heaven-born and the path of the beast are full of ugly faces, but they're just talking nonsense here. They're chatting and flattering each other, and they don't make a move as if nothing happened. They're waiting for the others to test the waters first. Shameless. However, when we leave this place, we will be moving at the same speed as them. Everyone's thoughts and actions will be the same. The entrance to this instance dungeon is at the path of the heaven-born? So that's how it is? The instance dungeon's time flow is the same as the path of the heaven-born. It's very likely that there's a celestial repulsion here as well. Although we can enjoy the flow of time in the other two paths, there will be a repulsion after a long time. We might not be able to stay here for long. This instance dungeon has a time limit. Those cowardly leaders of the path of the heaven-born are all chatting. They must have sensed something and know that we can't wait any longer. They are waiting for us to attack. The faces of the bosses from the player sects darkened. Can't you guys be honest NPCs? He's so black-bellied and wants to mess with US players all day? They began to discuss the tactics to clear the instance, and Yuan Kinghua was one of them. In this current situation, the path of the heaven-born, the path of the mortal world, and the path of the beast were all scheming against each other, and the players from the Inferno were not included in this. The heavenly Deo in front of him was the most unflustered, waiting for the other two to attack. We're not in a hurry either. We're the weakest, and we're more patient than them. The mortal world is much more powerful than us, and they also have the power of heaven and man. I reckon they won't be able to sit still and will be the first to attack. These players were muttering to themselves. In their eyes, touching Diqi but was also a huge question. Although Diqi was being held back by the three pillar gods, How could he tolerate him touching the giant octopus that he had spent his entire life to find in this world? It had always been him stealing from others, but now someone was stealing from him? After snatching the giant octopus, the two worlds would probably become mortal enemies. This was only the first wave of confrontation, and the player forces would probably have to face Dichi in the future. Roar! A terrifying divine will spread out. These tiny creatures were surrounded but not killed, completely infuriating the terrifying cosmic octopus. It frantically stretched out its tentacles, wanting to slap these ridiculous creatures to death in an instant. Pa-ta! It suddenly increased its speed and waved its tentacles to attack the surroundings. However, the tentacles were unusually slow, and the surrounding celestial emperors dodged them easily. For such a huge creature, the tentacles should be its weapon. How can the tentacles attack so slowly? It's as if its thoughts and physical speed are not on the same level as us. Is it like how the path of the heaven-born feels when it faces the path of the mortal world? Countless heavenly emperors unsteadily opened it. His expression became more and more solemn. He was afraid that there would be some danger and that the other party was deliberately hiding his strength. After all, such a huge life form from the universe was truly frightening. As for the Asura warriors of the animal path in the distance, they were used to being divided into two groups to avoid being infected by them. Roar! In the next second, the giant octopus's spiritual will let out an earth-shaking roar. You're all descendants of ancient gods. How can there be so many descendants of the ancient gods? It was getting angrier. Brothers, run! It's angry. Such a terrifying descendant of the goo god. How did he know that I'm trading stocks? Hiss! Law attack, mind reading. How does he know that I want to be the son of the god of stocks? He has seen through my actions. Brothers, run! In the distance, the Samsara official sovereign's expression was calm. Su Ji asked softly, intelligent sub-brain, descendant of the ancient gods, what do you mean? The mechanical voice said, I don't know. Every civilization and race has a different name. However, according to the context, it is likely to only refer to the descendants of gods who have completed the path of level 8 in the universe. The descendants of the ancient gods are the offspring of the gods? Then why was it so shocked? Su Ji was stunned for a moment, and he could not help but say, the bloodline of an heir of a level 8 god is at most a little thicker and more talented. There is no special ability, right? It's not that they don't have special bloodline inheritance abilities, the intelligent subbrain replied. It's because of the insect race's racial advantage that the gods have one less stage of cultivation. What stage? Su Ji was completely puzzled. Could it be that there's also an 8th tier path other than the 9th tier path? He asked. The path of rank 9 was the path of combining the soul and body with the cells, the fundamental way to improve the level of life. Then, what was the path of the 8th step? Even Su Ji felt that it was unbelievable. He had never encountered this stage before. It was possible that he had not noticed it, but so many ancient god giants who were about to break through to level 9 had not discovered the path to level 8. Suddenly, Su Ji's entire body trembled, and his mind exploded. The path to the 8th rank is also a fundamental way to improve the level of life. It was also climbing a certain path. Is it a high-dimensional space-time path with the flow of time? Yes, I am. The Zerg sub-brain's mechanical voice sounded. Su Ji stood there in a daze and did not say a word. It turned out that level 8 gods also had to climb a path, the path of thinking. To improve the speed of one's thinking, cell speed, and reaction speed was the true god. 10 times. 50 times. 100 times was the limit. The path to the 8th step was to climb this path? It was only at this moment that Su Ji reacted. The intelligent sub-brain had said before that the Zergs had a natural advantage. They were born to live in a high-dimensional thinking space. However, this wasn't the only Zergs in the universe. Some high-tier space civilizations that had become level 7 space civilizations would start to climb down this path when they had a god. The thinking dimension was the threshold symbol of a higher civilization. When a higher dimensional being fought against a lower dimensional being, one would be practically stationary. How could one fight? He had made an analogy before. It was like an insect race creature coming to Earth, and humans were almost like statues because they were standing in a high-dimensional space-time. Killing you at will is none of your business. At this moment, they were completely matched. Is that so? The 8th rank thought path was a type of high-dimensional creature. To fight a low-dimensional creature. The path of the rank 9 cells is also a kind of higher dimensional creature, fighting a lower dimensional creature. That's because level 9 can distort the laws of the universe, which is equivalent to a flat piece of flesh and blood dissection paper. Su Ji's voice was cold. It was not that he had not seen it with his own eyes. A high-dimensional creature like a rank 9 could naturally distort the laws of the universe. It was as easy as tearing a piece of wet toilet paper when it fought against creatures without any laws. Level 8 was a dimensional life form. Level 9 was another dimensional life form. Each path represented a dimensional ascension, turning into a higher dimensional creature. Su Ji took a deep breath. This matches perfectly. No wonder we didn't take the path of a level 8 god. I've always set their speed at the highest. No wonder they say that the Zerg race is the top race in the universe. It's because they naturally completed the path of level 8. It's more difficult to break through to the god realm in the universe than we thought. No wonder I thought that level 8 gods were so simple. Although level 9 gods would be much more difficult, how could the difficulty suddenly leap to such a terrifying level? It turns out that an 8th grade god isn't that simple. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his thoughts were broad and flat. The complete set of rules for a space civilization had been unveiled. It turned out that there was a path to the 8th step at the 8th step, not a path to the 3rd step at the 9th step. At that moment, Su Ji completely understood all the tribal secrets of the entire Zerg race's structure. There were no longer any principles or structures that were difficult to understand. Knowledge was the power of all. Suddenly, Su Ji opened his mouth and asked, the reason why the Zergs are the top civilization in the universe is that they have naturally completed the path to rank 8. The path to rank 8 is 100%. Then in the universe, are there any top races that have naturally completed 100% of the level 9 path? The bug race's path to the type 8 realm was 100%, and every single one of them could enter a terrifying time flow. If there was really a 100% chance of a natural rank 9, then wouldn't that mean that the clansmen of this race had naturally mastered the law phenomenon of distorting the laws of the universe since birth? Every one of them was a terrifying god? The intelligent sub-brain did not give a direct answer. It was silent for a moment. The universe is very big. Is the universe very big? Su Ji laughed and did not ask any further. He said, then, the descendants of the ancient gods that the giant octopus is talking about are the descendants that inherited the bloodline of a rank 8 god. The descendants of rank 8 gods will also have the talent of naturally controlling the flow of their bodies and can enter high-dimensional space-time. Are they naturally high-dimensional creatures? Yes, I am. The intelligent sub-brain replied. So that's how it is. Su Ji looked into the distance at the big, angry octopus. This giant octopus was also a descendant of an ancient god. It could control itself to enter the thought high-dimensional space-time, and the purity of its bloodline seemed to be quite high. Its current body was 59 times faster than normal, so it was no wonder it was so proud. With such a huge celestial emperor body and the fact that it was the descendant of an ancient god, even ordinary celestial emperors were low-dimensional creatures. It was the true indescribable terrifying overlord of the universe, an indescribable taboo existence. No one at the celestial emperor realm was its match, and it could crush everything. However, at this moment, and NBSP, pure blood? How could there be such pure-blood ancient god descendants, and in such a large group? The cosmic octopus waved its tentacles in anger. It was both shocked and scared. Even the direct descendants with terrifying talents can't inherit it perfectly. Usually, they will only be around 80. Only the offspring of 2 ancient gods who gave birth at the same time can reach the true pure blood. Su Ji's expression was extremely calm as he looked at the cosmic octopus indifferently. They can enter the dimension of their thoughts at their own will. Su Ji suddenly said, it's like a low-dimensional space-time. In the blink of an eye, you've stepped into a high-dimensional space-time, and in the blink of an eye, you've become a high-dimensional creature and are engaged in battle. The sub-brain replied, of course it can be controlled. They will only enter the high-dimensional space-time when they are fighting and become high-dimensional creatures. Otherwise, their life will decline rapidly. On the other hand, we, the Zerg, are constantly accelerating. Under such circumstances, a god can only live for 2.5 months in the high-dimensional space-time, and a god can only live for 80 days. Su Ji touched his nose. It turns out that the gods in the universe can really live for 8,000 years, unlike the gods in my orchard who can only live for 2 months. I thought that everyone could live like this. Boom! The big octopus's expression completely changed, and it was completely enraged. Is this why you are so confident in challenging us, the Gorway Alliance? Even though the purity of your bloodline is higher than mine, this speed that is twice as fast is still unable to make up for the gap between us. Pitiful creatures like ants, just wait to be crushed to death by me. Boom! Countless tentacles bloomed with golden energy, sweeping across the entire land. Whoosh! The heavenly emperors still didn't dare to fight, and they all used their talents to move away. Like a group of fireflies, they floated away weakly. In the next second, the giant octopus's spiritual will let out an earth-shaking roar as if it had encountered the most terrifying and unimaginable thing in its life. You are not the descendants of the ancient gods, but all of you. They were all descendants of the world. How could there be so many descendants of worlds? In the distance, the players were also dumbfounded. They turned on the live broadcast recording screen and whispered to each other, expressing that they were a little confused. Senior sister's descendant. How did he know that I like my department's senior sister and want to have descendants with her? Bullshit. My senior sister's Howye is so good. 6 rounds are endless, and she can be a king. Stonehammer mind reading technique. Chapter 728. This was too showy. Su Ji looked at the group of drama queen players who were talking nonsense while recording the battlefield. Could the Celestial Thearch's confusing behavior be to make the other Celestial Thearch giants let down their guard? Did they really think that they were fools? Or was he trying to pull their intelligence to the same level? Forcefully assimilate them? Hwalala. The reincarnation sovereign was still standing at the highest point in the distance, overlooking the entire behemoth. It was a cosmic octopus of an unimaginable size, and countless celestial emperors were surrounding it like a curtain of rain. This time, the expedition to the world of Samsara allowed the experts in the world to see the outside world for the first time and completely refreshed their world view. Su Ji's view of the world was also being refreshed, or rather, completed. He said softly, "Didn't you just say that you were the descendant of the ancient gods? Why are you a descendant of the world now?" "Probably," the intelligent sub-brain said. "They probably think that he's not a descendant of a rank 8 god, but a higher rank, a descendant of a rank 9 world." "A descendant of a type 9 world?" Su Ji asked. A cold mechanical voice came. "A rank 8 descendant's bloodline has climbed the entire path of space-time thought. It can produce different levels of thought speed according to the purity of the bloodline. As for the bloodline of a rank 9 descendant, they've climbed the entire path of cell fusion. They can achieve different levels of body and soul fusion according to the purity of the bloodline. Did they also inherit a small part of their father's life level?" Su Ji was stunned. So that was how it was. A bloodline of the 9th rank was naturally of a higher grade. In other words, since they were born with a part of the type 9 cell fusion, some of their offspring might naturally reach 27% of the hard work of Ermin. It's really a unique and terrifying advantage. They are born with a height that ordinary gods may not be able to reach in their lifetime. Su Ji sighed in admiration and said, "It's indeed enviable." It was very enviable. This was equivalent to the second generation of a rich family, born with wealth comparable to a country. However, the truly terrifying ones were the first generation that broke through to the Type 9 world on their own without the support of their father. Su Ji could not help but lower his head and think. The descendants of a 9th order world naturally carry some kind of incomplete nomological phenomenon and inherit part of the 9th order organs, descension, and bones, he thought. In other words, what was the true origin of the natural 8 meridians, the luck of a saint dragon, the first-rate saint body, and the natural supreme bone? Although the descendants of rank 9 gods are extremely powerful, it's very likely that their organs will be dug out, their bones will be stolen, and their bloodline will be stolen. After all, they're all precious treasures. The intelligent subbrain was speechless. Su Ji looked into the distance and took a step forward. His eyes narrowed slightly. This giant octopus saw that they used a similar natural phenomenon talent and thought that they were bloodline descendants of the 9th rank? What an incomparably cruel and real universe! It truly fully reflects the law of the food chain and forest. Bloodlines will bring about severe inequality and strict social classes, although I've already seen such a situation in my deduction on the sandbox before. The city-state society of the 3 pillar gods is the most cold-blooded and straightforward. Su Ji was suddenly a little curious. Then, according to the theory that heaven and earth are a circle, and the outside is an even larger circle, if level 8 gods live in the world, and level 9 is the world, then could level 10 be the universe? After all, the universe contains many worlds. What kind of talent does a 10th level descendant inherit? Level 10 isn't the universe. The sub-brain answered indifferently, but the specific path should not be answered by me based on the path of the Zerg empresses of the previous generation. It should be explored by you. Su Ji just smiled. Through the giant octopus, he could see that the average level of the outside world was weaker than he had imagined. Gods seemed to be a very rare existence. As for the grade 9 world, it was a true and vast existence. Perhaps he had never even seen it before, and only had this concept from his scattered inherited memories. This could be seen from the fear of the giant octopus. But it was only natural. Not everyone was like Su Ji's high-density world sandbox. The real universe was too huge and unimaginably empty. In the distance, the powerful existences of the path of the heaven-born and the path of the mortal world looked at each other. They did not attack each other directly, but were still extremely cautious. Descendants of ancient gods? A descendant of the world. What's the meaning of this? We are the descendants of some ancient and powerful existence. The existences conversed and were all shocked. Could it be that this otherworldly demon has seen through the secret of our bloodline? Was it related to the ancient and mysterious truth of the netherworld? They recalled the existences from the old era who were suppressed in the hell of Avicenarica, such as Qi Tiandi, Su Huanzhen, and Emperor Yun from the new era. It seemed to involve the terrifying truth of the 6 paths of reincarnation in this world. A term appeared in his mind. Reincarnation, true name. Qi Tiandi and the other prehistorical existences had once roared. I must get back the true name of the reincarnation cycle and find my true self. Boom. Everyone was shocked. In front of him was a huge opportunity. This ancient secret had been monopolized and sealed up, and no one knew about the prehistoric history. However, this outworld fiend in front of them might have seen through the clues of their bloodline. Otherworldly demon, what do you think the bloodline of an ancient god means? What do you mean by the bloodline of this world? The secluded mountain prefecture lord could not help but ask. You guys don't know. The cosmic octopus grinned. You're really a treasure mountain, but you don't know that when I dig out all your blood and organs, that will be my greatest encounter. Boom. The giant octopus immediately attacked. The terrifying black tendrils covered the sky and the sun as they lashed out like huge whips. You're looking for death. The surrounding heavenly emperors immediately roared in anger and couldn't help but attack. They're up. We'll follow suit. A group of players in the distance saw this, and their faces were filled with passion. They waved their weapons and charged forward madly. Charge! Brothers, let's go. Clear the dungeon and fight the boss. The NPC are attacking. How can we not? If you're a brother, then come and cut me. Charge! Death is a matter of a moment, but being struck by lightning is a matter of a lifetime. In fact, although his voice was high-spirited, his movements were very weak. He was clearly the essence of leeching in traditional online games. He shouted the fiercest and did the most cowardly. This was because the Beast Path's forces were more than 10 levels weaker than the other 2 realms. No matter how hard they tried, they only had a group of ordinary heavenly emperors. In their words, in this online game, the players were still in the climbing phase, and their combat power was still relatively weak, so they could only develop in secret. Boom! In the distance, light bloomed. The octopus's terrifying size brought with it an incomparably powerful aura. Even if these heavenly emperors had innate talents and were twice as fast as their opponents, a large number of ordinary heavenly emperors were still beaten to the point of vomiting blood. They simply couldn't withstand a single move. Only the great sage realm experts could continue to attack. Terrifying divine rhythms bloomed, piercing the other party's flesh. Blood bloomed, causing an unimaginable attack. Peng peng peng. The entire world around the octopus seemed to have turned into chaos, and countless energies were surging and tearing apart. A large number of ordinary celestial emperors began to die, and the big octopus was also covered in blood. Black divine blood and shattered divine bones filled the sky. However, even though it was injured, this terrifying space monster was not afraid at all. It continued to wave its tentacles steadily. We can't continue like this. One of the players' expression was obviously not right. After all, although his combat power was not obvious, he was the vision of a keyboard saint. This body is too huge. We're like a flea, scratching on the skin, breaking through a little bit of skin tissue, and then quickly healing again. There's no harm at all. Brothers, let's split into 2 groups. One group will attack the brain. After all, the brain is where the soul is. No matter how large the body is, the soul will be gone after death. This is a vital point. That's right. Before reaching the 9th rank, the soul is still in the brain. Without a true soul brand in every cell of the body, it's impossible to reincarnate every cell with a drop of blood. One team, attack the brain and poke its flower. The other team, poke its anus. Charge! The head and the tail are blooming. In an instant, an elite commander of the Instance Dungeon's opening team gave the order to split into 2 groups and plan to attack from the inside. However, when the group of people quickly flew to the other side of the battlefield, the octopus clearly knew where its weakness was. It guarded its head extremely seriously. Even if it managed to break through the defense of the octopus, its skull was still extremely hard and was not damaged at all. Boom! This won't do. The front isn't something weaklings like us can go up to. Let's go to the rear, call for unlimited firepower, and try to break through the defense over there. The players' expressions changed. It was not that there were no powerful talents who were reincarnated into the path of beast, there were naturally some. They were nurtured by the various major player factions. As the faction NPCs, they were extremely precious. Players could die, but these top-grade NPCs definitely could not die. This was because once they died, they would enter the cycle of reincarnation and might be reincarnated into another world. Unlimited guns were an NPC's extremely powerful attack talent. Back then, Emperor Yun had integrated this talent and wielded a long spear to fight the reincarnation sovereign. Whoosh! The group of people walked to the end. What do we do? Go? Get the caesar ready! The crowd roared. Even if we can't eat meat with the big shots above us, we still have to drink soup at the back. Is the spatial ring ready? It's all ready. We've been mass-producing spatial rings just for this moment. Heavenly Construct Hall, your energy extractor. Although their cultivation speed was not fast and their combat power was far weaker than the other 2 paths, they had all kinds of immortal weapons and cultivation tools. The energy extractor was a necessary product for rapidly extracting energy from flesh and blood, to kill and rob, to drain every inch of the other party's value. 1 million sand coins for one. Let's cut the crap. A tourist trap, 10 times the price? I'll have one. We also want it. At the critical moment, many player factions gritted their teeth and went all out. This cosmic octopus was countless times larger than the land of the beast path. If all its energy was extracted and turned into spirit chi energy liquid, it could fill the entire land of the beast path. How could he not be excited? His sect would become rich today. Bang! A bloody hole was pried open. Let's go, we'll use the 3-all policy. We'll pull out its skin, dig out its flesh, and scrape it layer by layer. This is an unimaginably huge amount of energy. On the other side. On the main battlefield. How is that possible? I've been careful enough. The giant octopus was shocked. I killed these creatures, but I didn't destroy their nomological flesh and organs. How can I not find them? The descendants of the world must have natural organs of laws, fused with the soul and flesh, and possessed some kind of terrifying and powerful talent. However, it couldn't find it no matter how hard it tried. They were clearly descendants of a level 9 world. Suddenly, it quivered and an unbearable pain swept through its body from behind. It couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, you damn existences! As noble pure-blooded, you are actually so shameless and lowly. Boom! They were still exchanging blows. Those players are shameless. Are you hyenas? In the distance, Su Ji was watching the battlefield. Its body was so huge that even if there were tens of thousands of heavenly emperors, it would take a long time to arrive at the other battlefield. However, if we delay any longer, there might not be enough time there. Su Ji's expression was extremely calm. I have to be much faster than did she. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, the Samsara official sovereign stepped forward. At this moment, all the creatures on the battlefield, including the giant cosmic octopus, looked up. Within the black light stood a black-robed emperor. He seemed to be the most ancient existence, and his skin was as smooth as jade. A terrifying, vast, and ocean-like pressure gushed out, shaking the entire starry sky. The cosmic octopus, Gorvalian, was horrified. Looking at the inexplicable existence of the celestial emperor, he felt an extreme horror, as if he was a piece of paper that could be pierced through at any time. This world, how could it be? How could there be such an unbelievable existence? For the first time, the cosmic octopus was afraid. It felt even more frightened than facing a god. It wasn't in terms of combat power, but rather, it felt an incomparably deep foundation. This kind of spirit was as vast as a world, and a boundless concept hit it in the face. It made it feel as if it was in a trance, as if it was looking at the foundation of a terrifying universe. It was hard to imagine how shocking it would be if a building built on such a terrifying foundation were to break through. The Samsara official sovereign lowered his head and looked down at the entire battlefield. His eyes were emotionless, and his voice was as cold as ice. "I'll give you an hour." Every word he said seemed to shake the entire void. The entire sky seemed to be covered by a black aura that penetrated the land near the sun. It was like a place where night and the sun intersected. At this moment, almost everyone stopped what they were doing, including the path of the heaven-born, the path of humanity, the ancient powers, the Buddhist sects, and even the giant octopus of the universe. 1 hour, right? Right. I will kill them all within an hour, not leaving a single one. The giant octopus suddenly shuddered and couldn't help but roar angrily. It finally went crazy. At this time, the group of most terrifying great saints in the distance finally made their move. They used their talents and Tao techniques. They knew that they could no longer delay and observe in the dark. That indescribable ancient existence was already enraged. Then, let's split it. Let's first trap his soul and capture it alive. We'll discuss the matter of splitting it after that. The Supreme Saints walked forward. Are you guys joking? The giant octopus was completely furious and could not help but roar. Blue veins bloomed all over its body. Do you think that was my full strength just now? I'm going to kill you all. Boom. In the next second, these terrifying great saints who made people tremble finally broke out their true strength and talents. Physical immunity. Tenfold strength. Paper cutting. Absolute sword. Water splash. Like golden meteors, the existences were shining with Buddha light. Some were surrounded by terrifying chaotic true chi, tearing the void apart, penetrating and destroying everything. A force twisted into a ball and turned into a beam of light. Its skull was instantly pierced through, and all its defenses were like paper. Its vital points were exposed in front of the other party. How is that possible? The power of law. Are you all idiots? You can obviously break through to become a god, but you're crazily polishing the upper limit of a heavenly emperor. The cosmic octopus's face was ashen as it looked at this scene in disbelief. Not only did it see that taboo existence that made people tremble, but every existence in front of it had a terrifying foundation that was beyond imagination. They had all polished the entire heavenly emperor realm to an unimaginably thick foundation. What a terrifying scene! What's wrong with this world? The cosmic octopus couldn't believe what it was seeing. Chapter 729. Large-scale loot distribution scene. This cosmic octopus would rather believe that this was a nightmare. It was already known as the most powerful heavenly emperor, and it simply couldn't think of anyone stronger than it in this realm. Not to mention a group of them? Not everyone had such a huge bloodline body. Its huge body gave it endless power, not to mention that it had an extremely high concentration of God's bloodline. It could enter a high-dimensional space-time, and any ordinary low-dimensional creature would be motionless. In its eyes, it was the noblest and most powerful creature. In this realm, there was no need to team up with other creatures. They only needed to silently guard a star and cultivate to break through to God. But what was in front of him? The world. It's as if it has been subverted. Its consciousness was hazy as it looked at these terrifying and tiny creatures in front of it. Suddenly, it felt a sharp pain in its lower body and completely lost its consciousness. A world made of flesh and blood. Dig. I'm a hard-working little bee. Tut tut tut. I'm the handsome guy who takes out kidneys. The strength of the group of celestial emperors was extremely terrifying. They became the strongest miners, and each of them dug a few hundred meters in an instant. Holding a shovel-shaped immortal artifact, they crazily sucked in the air like demonic beasts as they advanced to mine the flesh and blood. Like a wild boar digging the ground, the movement of his hands was almost like a gust of wind, with an unimaginably strong passion. Ha 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 ha. It felt so good. It's so cool. Is this the good thing about touching Dig Key butt? We're rich. Digging a few hundred meters would be equivalent to the energy of a celestial emperor. Everyone was going crazy. It was like a wave of refugees. It was as if they had encountered a universal energy mine. The big shots were fighting in the front while they were slacking in the back. Could it be better? No more. Boom. The sky suddenly shook. The entire dark red flesh cavern world inside the giant octopus suddenly went limp. The tight muscles around it instantly became extremely soft, which greatly increased their mining speed. What the heck? It's gone cold so quickly? His muscles were soft, so he should be dead. According to our guess, they shouldn't have died so quickly. Those wretched big bosses must have been hiding for a while. Did they join forces so quickly? It's possible that the reincarnation emperor can't bear to see those people hiding anymore. If they continue to hide, Dichi might return. Someone made a very reasonable deduction. Ha ha ha. Those Dao of the heaven-born and Dao of the mortal world are all cunning and scheming. We can't be as wretched as them and hide our strength in the dark. We should learn from us and fight fair and square, always fighting at the front lines against the giant octopus. Brothers, charge! Woo, big octopus, you died so miserably. I'll collect your corpse. Their actions became even crazier, and they couldn't help but laugh wildly. Time waits for no one. In the outside world, the giant octopus's vast body floated silently in the void. Its soul had already been taken away and forcibly imprisoned. After all, everyone present was a cunning old fox. How could they possibly kill it? The information needed was too much. Voila! Let's split this endless, terrifying shell first. We only have 1 hour. This terrifying alien evil spirit might have unimaginable information about our reincarnation, our bloodline, and the true spirits of the netherworld. An unimaginable ancient truth. All of the saints' expressions turned grave. The 1 hour given by the reincarnation emperor was not the time to win the battle, but the time to collect the remains. It was too easy to win. With countless talents working together, they could beat the other party to death in an instant. So what if it was big? Piercing through the skull and taking away the soul was a simple matter. Voila! One after another, the terrifying existences made their moves and used their divine abilities to extract the energy contained in the flesh and blood, turning it into endless spirit chi liquid and keeping it in their bags. Even the tens of thousands of ordinary heavenly emperors began to attack. At the same time, 1 or 2 heavenly monarchs were ordered to return to the Six Paths world and bring a large number of overlords and millions of direct descendants to mine. There were no disputes or snatching. Because there were too many of them, all of them were silently collecting and plundering at an extremely fast speed. Large pieces of flesh and blood turned into dried up bones as all their energy was extracted. In fact, due to the fact that they moved too quickly, some of the flesh and blood were abandoned before all their energy was extracted. They turned around to collect other flesh and blood, causing a great waste. In the sky, it's like a group of ants gnawing on an elephant at an extremely fast speed. Su Ji just smiled quietly and looked down at their madness. He had no intention of getting involved. After all, he was going to take them all back into his stomach and into the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Boom! All the experts in the world were doing their best, and it was like a huge Dowdy's golden age. Finally, an hour passed perfectly. There was only 1 corpse left with some residual energy in the universe, and they quickly retreated. Su Ji stretched out his hand and beckoned. The space tunnel was completely closed. Very quickly, after settling down, a group of great saints grabbed the trembling soul of the octopus, which was as huge as a vast mountain and was extremely rich in energy. Tell us, what's with our bloodline? Do you know anything about the ancient hidden history? The secluded mountain prefecture lord spoke with a serious expression. He had to have a strong instinct that he could learn some of the truth about the ancient Six Paths reincarnation from this terrifying demon. It was about the supreme truth of the entire world, the reincarnation sovereign. In the Chongming heavenly court of the 7 realms, the land was shattered and razed to the ground. With a calm expression, Dichi looked in the direction where the 3 pillar gods had left and said with his hands behind his back. It knew that it would still be unable to defeat me this time, so it left. But next time, it will probably learn my various body forms again. Fighting a weaker stage 9 with a lower cultivation level and not losing was still an unimaginable top-class achievement. After all, the gap between realms was too great. It was more difficult to fight above one's realm than one had imagined. Every major realm was equivalent to a high-dimensional creature facing a low-dimensional creature. It was only when a 100% weaker Tier 9 went up against a 56% weaker Tier 9 that the difference in quality could not be considered a qualitative change and could be resisted. All of a sudden, Dichi's eyebrows twitched. After calming down and sensing the situation, he revealed a look of extreme shock and then became furious. Who is it? Who was it? You've touched the fruits of our labor that we've only discovered after thousands of years. He was instantly enraged. That was a living thing that he had discovered after spending the entire life of a god wandering the vast universe. How could he not be angry when his life's work was taken away? Whoosh! He returned to the ancient Mu planet and quickly went to the star. He saw a broken, battered corpse floating in space. The octopus was no longer alive. On its broken body, there was a row of ancient literary words. The strokes were elegant, as if they were from a scholar. Don't blame us, it's just because we saw it in the crowd. When I see it, all I can think of is various positions. The weather is so good. Please let us shed our sweat on it. Love is selfish, love is possession. The wind is blowing. Standing in the sea of stars, the hot wind of the sun is burning my broad and powerful chest. It's a mistake, a mistake. We didn't do anything wrong by taking everything away. If love is a sin, then we are unforgivable. Dichi fell silent. Chapter 730. The Big Octopus with a Confused Face. In the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation, spiritual energy poured into this barren land like a tsunami. It was as vast as the sea and as thick as a white fog. It covered the path of the heaven-born, the path of the mortal world, and the path of the beast. What is this? In the mortal world, countless scholars from private schools and cultivators from various major Buddhist sects walked out of the streets and looked up at the sky. How can there be such a huge amount of energy? Just the spiritual energy that is overflowing is enough to extend the lifespan of us mortals. He refining deist wearing a grey robe. It's more than that. In the long run, the living beings on our land, if they casually cultivate, as long as they become adults, they will probably reach the 3rd or 4th level of cultivation. A young, bald monk put his palms together. His head was round and smooth without any hair. Even his eyebrows were bald. This was clearly the first sign of the radiation in his body. Even a wild boar would be strong enough to grow up in such a high concentration of the world's ocean. It's hard to imagine. All the living beings of the 6 paths of reincarnation were shocked. Looking up, this terrifying spirit chi was like a huge, vast, true dragon sweeping across the world. Its might was too terrifying, and it was as if the entire world had entered the terrifying era of the awakening of ancient gods and devils. This would be a historical moment. The entire 6 Daos worlds' concentration had instantly surpassed that of countless older and more mature transcendent worlds. In fact, the concentration of spirit chi had even exceeded by 100 times. What did it mean to be 100 times stronger? This piece of land would be the smallest and the highest level of transcendent small world. There would be countless experts cultivating, heavenly treasures nourished by spiritual energy, and demons that had gained intelligence. This was only 10% of the total energy. This was a negotiation between the major sects and giants. Each of them would contribute a part of it. It also had the intention of thickening the world's spiritual energy. The world was the foundation of the strong. For them, the increase in the average aptitude of the common people was also a long-term development that would last for 1,000 years. And what would it be like to kill an incomparably huge cosmic life form whose body and flesh were hundreds of times larger than the land of the entire world and have the spiritual energy in its flesh and blood concentrated on this land? It could be said that he became rich overnight. Even before this, even the saints of this land could not imagine such a terrifying situation. This kind of incomparably prosperous age seemed to have been hit by a great surprise, as if they were still living in a dream. At this moment, the giant octopus also felt like it was living in a dream. What world is this? It was at a loss, even thinking about who it was and where it was. Everything it had encountered was too unbelievable, and it thought that it was so powerful that it couldn't be killed, so it hadn't chosen to accept the reality yet. Voila! In a valley of the path of the heaven-born, powerful saint incarnations surrounded by divine light descended. They didn't even have time to deal with the huge gains and rushed here to find out some secrets of ancient history. Representatives from the path of the heaven-born, the path of the mortal world, and the path of the beast had come. After all, the heavenly human sect was powerful. The path of the mortal world and the path of beast seemed to have the tendency to join forces to fight against them. Furthermore, the Buddhist path and the Taoist path were Asura warriors from the path of beast. They were preaching, so it was reasonable for them to give them some face. What are the descendants of ancient gods? What are descendants of the world? The eyes of the existences were shrouded in divine light. The giant octopus heard this and looked over. It saw those terrifying monsters. Each of them was unimaginably small, the size of a grain of sand in the universe. How could there be such a low-class world? How could there be such a barbaric and primitive civilization? The giant octopus couldn't help but sneer. A group of creatures are crazily polishing the celestial emperor realm. They don't even know the realm of gods. Even the descendants of the ancient gods didn't know. Even the descendants of the world don't know. You're just a bunch of country bumpkins, how ridiculous are you? They were just a bunch of boorish men with only combat power. What's even more shameful is that you all have 8th rank bloodline descendants. A descendant with a 9th rank bloodline. Yet, you're so wasteful. You guys are a bunch of barbaric and primitive guys. How can you defeat me? The giant octopus was hysterical. It was as if it wanted to pour out all the gloominess and anger it felt from being killed. If it had been killed by a god or an existence one realm higher than it, it wouldn't have been so depressed. The laws of the universe were so cruel, and the strong preyed on the weak. However, it had been killed by a group of celestial emperors. It was simply a great humiliation. It thought that it was the most powerful heavenly emperor, but who knew that this group of barbaric and primitive natives had been polishing themselves in the low-level heavenly emperor realm despite having such a huge bloodline? There was actually a monster that could defeat it in the heavenly emperor realm? Wasn't it just one or two? But a group? There was actually a group of them. Who would believe that this was such a strange world? Who would believe him? This world had gone crazy. It had died too aggrievedly. These ridiculous natives probably didn't even know how to break through to level 8 god. Sitting on the endless treasure mountain and arrogantly cultivating to the heavenly emperor stage, did he really think that the heavenly emperor stage was the end of the entire cultivation? For a moment, it gave birth to a sense of ridicule similar to summer insects cannot speak ice. At the same time, it was even more jealous. If the Gorway Alliance had such a great bloodline, even if they had the pure blood of the ancient gods, they would have long become the strongest in the universe and ruled over many low-level civilizations. It's done. I've seen the roars of many defeated people, but there's no surprise. The great saints whispered to each other indifferently as if they were facing a beggar on the street. Is that so? We have the bloodline of rank 8 and rank 9 gods in our bodies. In the eyes of the living beings from other worlds, we are the highest level of living beings. Could this be related to the 6 paths of reincarnation and the netherworld? How intelligent were they? In an instant, combined with his previous actions, he already understood the meaning of descendants of ancient gods and world descendants. The descendants of level 8 gods controlled the time and space of thought. It was just like the huge difference in the flow of time between the path of the heaven-born and the path of the beast. It was no wonder that when they saw this creature, its thinking speed and actions were so slow. It did not fit in with them at all. As for the bloodline descendants of the 9th rank, that should be their talent. After all, his talent was indeed terrifying. A heaven-defying talent involved the laws of the universe. It was as easy as a piece of paper for him to attack non-talented creatures. The 100 Reincarnations sage Li Sanzheng walked out and said, "Then, do you know what the 6 paths of reincarnation is?" "What 6 paths reincarnation?" The giant octopus mocked. Li Sanzheng said, "When a living being dies, they will enter hell and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. They will be reincarnated. According to the merits they have earned before their death, their identity in their next life will be calculated." The giant octopus was shocked. Its brain was impacted by the terrifying world view. It held its breath and said, "Reincarnation? How could a dead person be resurrected? How could living beings reincarnate?" It felt that its common sense had been subverted. Life was a straight line from birth to death. It was not a circle or a cycle. Life was not a cycle. Could it be an ancient law of the rank 9 world? Some kind of law distortion? At the same time, it also remembered a terrifying and strange place. They were clearly descendants of the world, but after killing these living beings, there were no laws of blood, flesh, or organs in their bodies. Then what did they use to use the laws? The giant octopus looked at this strange and mysterious world and suddenly felt a little scared and creeped out. Could it be that some kind of world-shaking ultimate existence in the universe was making a chessboard? It was so shocked that its entire body trembled, and it was completely terrified. Li Sanzheng said, "In reincarnation, there are the Bridge of Helplessness, Menpo Soup, 3 Life Stone, Homeward Viewing Platform. There's also the Hell of Arcade Games, which suppresses many evil existences from ancient times." This? The giant octopus was completely dumbfounded. Its face instantly froze, and the mockery was frozen on its face. The true name of reincarnation. Do you know what that is? Li Sanzheng muttered, constantly observing its expression and reaction. He said lightly, those ancient existences who were sealed in the netherworld said that they wanted to retrieve the true name of reincarnation. Only then would they be able to control their own fate. The netherworld? Reincarnation's true name? Gorwei Alliance trembled completely, as if it had felt the great horror of this world, which was something only a legendary advanced civilization possessed. It felt that there was some kind of unbelievable abyss-like truth in it, so deep that it had the urge to escape. You're lying to me, right? It suddenly roared. How can a dead person be reincarnated? Could it be that the existence of an ancient world had distorted the laws of its own world? However, the law of distortion. It was not about changing the laws. This was simply. It's impossible. Even its voice was trembling in shock, intermittent, and confused. Suddenly, a terrifying thought rose in his mind. It panicked as if cold water had been poured on its body and chilled its heart. You don't have any law organs. Could it be that your law organs are in the reincarnation of hell? The true name of reincarnation is your true body, your law organ. All the supreme saints trembled as if they had realized something. They looked at each other. According to the rules and common sense of the extraterrestrial demons about realms, they were able to use their innate talent because their ancestors were terrifying ninth-grade supreme existences. They were blessed by the heavens, but their flesh and organs of laws did not grow on their bodies. No wonder the otherworldly demon was so surprised earlier. Could it be that the true name of samsara is our true form? Our nomological flesh and organs? They were all guessing. It was indeed a reasonable explanation. Yes and no. At this moment, Yuan King Hua stood up. Everyone turned to look at him. Do you have any wise ideas? Some supreme saints smiled. After all, the Azura Deo warriors had some knowledge and memories from the ancient times. They knew many secrets, and even the ancient Buddhist and Daoist lineages had reappeared in the present world. The Deo of Azura had once admitted that in the scorching hell of Avicenarica, in the ancient temple of lava Kesidagarba, there was their most distant ancestor, an ancient god from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yes and no. Yuan King Hua repeated this sentence. What do you mean? Li Sanzhen's voice was solemn. I'll combine these theories and think about your reincarnation true names. In an instant, the truth will be revealed. Yuan King Hua took a deep breath. At this moment, she also felt that the mysterious historical background of this online game world was slowly opening the curtain. She said, I said. That's right, it's because your true bodies and your reincarnation true names can basically be confirmed to be the flesh and organs of the laws described by this otherworldly demon, and you're currently in the process of reincarnation. I'm saying it's wrong because you're not the real flesh and organs of the laws of nature, but... Yuan King Hua was stunned for a few seconds and felt her scalp go numb. It was only now that it thought of a terrifying truth. Back then, the ancient god had taken the remains of a rank 9 creature to the people of Isodar to make a mechanical armor. Then, he had changed its shape and turned it into the reincarnation of Samsara, handing it over to Samsara Palace Monarch. It was because of reincarnation that the living creatures in this world were born. Then, it was clear that these life forms were part of the body of reincarnation. They were creatures born from the flesh and blood of the remains of the rank 9. Your true forms are indeed organs of laws of flesh and blood. However, you are not the descendants of the world. Instead, it is the remains of the world, the flesh, the organs of the laws, and the living beings of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The moment his words fell, it was like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. All the supreme saints who had heaven-defying combat strength were shocked and lost their voices. And give it to real living creatures. We're just the remains of an ancient being, living beings born from the flesh and blood? And reincarnation was the remains of that existence? This piece of information, the ultimate truth of the entire reincarnation cycle, had simply subverted all of their world views. They all thought that they were normal life forms, but they did not expect that they were a group of life forms born from the corpse of an ancient existence. They were completely terrified. On the side, the giant octopus was completely shocked. Type 9, this world is actually the remains of a Type 9? How is this possible? You are lying to me. What a good plan. This was simply unimaginable. It did not believe it. You're a giant octopus. You're a native. I said that others were country bumpkins, but you are. Yuan King Hua shook her head and said arrogantly with her hands behind her back, you don't know what the truth of the world is. They didn't even know that there was a terrifying war going on in the nearby universe. The new level 9s and the old level 9s were all mixed in. The shockwaves from the battle have already affected your location. Even if our world doesn't come, you might be facing a terrifying existence of the 9th step. The giant octopus's eyes widened in disbelief. His face was filled with question marks and confusion. I'm in such a remote place and I'm cultivating in peace. How did I suddenly encounter so many of them? Yuan King Hua continued, you're making a big fuss. You super country bumpkin. You low-level creature from the countryside. I don't know, and I've never seen, the god of creation. Genesis. The world. God. The giant octopus was shocked. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck its mind, and its whole body trembled in disbelief. Why haven't I heard of it before? Could it be that my inherited memories have already fallen behind the entire universe era? Could it be that I'm really a country bumpkin? In the beginning, it would have thought that the other party was spouting nonsense, but now, in such a terrifying and mysterious world, the remains of a fallen Type 9 god had been reincarnated by another Type 9 god. This was an incomparably terrifying move that it couldn't even imagine. They suddenly trembled with excitement. The Gorway Alliance had actually come into contact with the upper echelons of the core of the universe, a terrifying secret. Even if he had to die, it would be worth it. And we were fortunate enough to witness it. Otherworldly being, you're too young and too low level. You won't be able to come into contact with the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Yuan King Hua looked at the Devas and other supreme saints around her and said proudly. It is the ultimate concept of the universe. It is infinite, eternal, and indestructible. It is an abstract entity of the chaos of the entire multiverse. It does not belong to any space in the universe. It lives in the interlayer between dimensions. The entire universe, time, space, and dimensions were all created by him. Beyond matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, the law of causality, the past cognition of the entire universe, the present cognition, and the future cognition, its existence cannot be understood. Hiss! The giant octopus gasped, its face full of shame. So it was like this. I really am a country bumpkin. Chapter 731. Sol Deo? The big octopus was obviously dumbfounded. His worldview was starting to collapse. As an extraordinary life form in the universe, it naturally had inherited memories. But now, it was already suspecting that its incomparably noble inherited knowledge was too low level. He was the real country bumpkin. To think that he was still mocking him earlier. He was extremely ashamed. Could it be that I've entered a higher dimensional transcendent world? In a certain world's super dimension, countless top-tier worlds are fighting here. There are even legendary level 9 world overlords. Even a grade 9 expert fell here. Looking at the stunned giant octopus, Yuan King Hua was very satisfied. It seems that the introduction of the god of creation by the racer of Mount Harana is quite exciting and intimidating. He wasn't coy at all when he said it, and he was full of pride. A heavenly emperor from some rural place was showing off here? Its only advantage was that it was huge. This kind of low-level creature had never even seen a big scene before. Screenshots. Screenshots. The picture was of a confused giant octopus in the universe. There were some alien octopus creatures of various shapes and sizes. He could not help but secretly post. Soul shock, teach the country bumpkin a lesson. Enter its body and conquer its soul. The netizens quickly replied to the post. 23333. Ha 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 ha. The referee exploded. Knowledge is the power of all. He made the big octopus so obedient. Posture is indeed all the power. It has dumbfounded the other party. After Yuan King Hua posted the thread, she did not pay much attention to it. She did not even look at it. Instead, she went around the giant octopus and looked at the powerhouses of the path of the heaven-born and path of humanity. He clearly knew that this wave was an opportunity. Establishing the prestige of the players, increasing favorability, and just telling the truth of his own guess, the true secret of samsara, was the same. At the same time, tell them the consequences of touching Dig Key butt. After all, they couldn't help but worry and be afraid after having fun. It would be better to get the others to go into the water and let them be afraid together. Everyone, to be honest, the outside world is extremely huge. Yuan King Hua pointed at the giant octopus and said, "You've seen it. There are more infinite possibilities than you think." All the great sages nodded solemnly. The giant octopus couldn't help but nod. They had never thought that there would be such a terrifying high-dimensional transcendent world. It was only now that the Gorway Alliance had come into contact with the truth of the universe. Truth be told, there are already 3 worlds that are engaged in terrifying war, and each of them has existences that are close to or have already broken through the Type 9 realm. Yuan Qinghua revealed a terrifying truth. The giant octopus was completely terrified. 3 close to grade 9 were fighting? And I didn't even notice. This strange tree said that if it wasn't for them, a level 9 existence might have come. The galaxy they were in would definitely be affected by this vast and huge war in the universe. But that was a grade 9. According to the inheritance of ancient memories, that kind of terrifying cosmic war involved more than half of Manion's galaxy and countless gods of civilizations under their command. Unexpectedly, the more the giant octopus thought about it, the more terrifying it felt. It felt like the end of the world was coming. Yuan Qinghua glanced at the dazed giant octopus and coughed twice before continuing, "At this time, the spirit chi in our world is so rich. Although our combat power is only at the level of the Celestial Emperor, we still need to raise the ceiling of our combat power. Therefore, after the Buddhist and Daoist branches, I will announce one more thing: martial arts. The martial path is to hammer and refine the body. It's a method to make the body whole." Yuan Qinghua continued to narrate. The surrounding people were enlightened. It was indeed the right time. Because of such a huge amount of energy, the spiritual energy in the world was completely rich, which was indeed the most suitable place to cultivate martial arts. Beside him, the big octopus was stunned and muttered in his heart. Wasn't this the most normal path of cultivation? This group of country bumpkins, the celestial emperors. It was as if they had seen a whole new world. It was simply ridiculous. In an instant, it was born with the feeling of summer insects cannot speak ice. However, it suddenly thought of something. Listening to Yuan Qinghua's sermon, he couldn't help but ask, "You guys didn't cultivate this before. Could it be that you are cultivating a higher grade bloodline cultivation technique?" Yuan Qinghua was stunned. What did that mean? He stopped talking and turned his head frantically to avoid being slapped in the face. "I told him on purpose just now to get him to join us and find a way to get the coordinates of the other party's world. Even if there's no civilization or any brothers or sisters, let us take out the money again. The fox is using the tiger's might. I can't be exposed when I'm acting tough." Yuan Qinghua didn't know that this was a real cosmic creature, so it was only natural that she treated it as an outsider similar to the sorcerer world and the ancient Mu planet world. At this moment, Yuan Qinghua was thinking rapidly. In this world of the giant octopus, how difficult was it for everyone to cultivate martial arts? Was it the most common cultivation method? But it was also possible. It didn't need any extraordinary bloodline or threshold. No wonder the giant octopus's cultivation speed was so slow. Martial arts was a system that needed resources and time the most. This giant octopus's world is different from ours. On our side, extraordinary bloodlines can be seen everywhere. Everyone has a bloodline. On the other hand, additional cultivation techniques that don't require bloodlines are treated as treasures. After all, there are no bloodline requirements, and one can cultivate 1 or 2 more systems. I almost couldn't react in time. Yuan Qinghua instantly figured it out. But as a professional, how could he show surprise? "Really, country bumpkins?" Yuan Qinghua said indifferently and arrogantly, "In the past, we naturally cultivated higher grade bloodline cultivation techniques. Now that we can't cultivate after cultivating the 2 major systems, we have to cultivate this lowest grade cultivation technique." The giant octopus was completely impressed and felt the same way. "However, you can tell me if you have any ordinary cultivation techniques without a bloodline." Yuan Qinghua said indifferently, "Perhaps there are some shortcomings. Let us correct them. Those are the most primitive cultivation techniques that have been tempered and passed down for hundreds of millions of years. They are widely used and should not be lacking." The giant octopus couldn't help but say. "Humph," he snorted. Yuan Qinghua narrowed his eyes slightly. "I, Yuan Qinghua, have never explained anything to a country bumpkin like you. A backward world is always so proud of itself. Tell me." The giant octopus did not dare to make a sound, but it did not doubt him. "According to my inherited memories, the 2 most common primitive cultivation techniques are the martial arts that you mentioned that focuses on the body. There's also the soul dao. It's like the martial dao, forging the soul. There's still the soul path outside of martial arts?" Yuan Qinghua's eyes lit up and she coughed twice. So, as I know, it's these two techniques that don't require bloodline the most? Write down these two paths. Martial path and soul path. I'll tell you how many ways to write them down and how many paths there are. There are more branches? The big octopus was frightened and quickly carried it out. Naturally, it would not think about why these transcendent cultivation methods of its own race, which had a higher bloodline, would be interested in these two simple and common cultivation methods. Only a fool would cultivate countless cultivation techniques at the same time. In its opinion, the other party really wanted to see how backward its cultivation technique was. Watching a certain player in an online game messing around, Su Ji quietly observed and learned in secret. The sole Dao in the universe? There was no common bloodline cultivation technique either. It seemed to be a spiritual cultivation technique as well? Similar to witchcraft? No, that's not right. Wizard spells are used to increase mental strength, but this is a pure forging process to completely improve the soul. It's the same as martial arts, where one refines the body and the other refines the soul. Chapter 732. The Center of the Universe. Martial arts, forging the body. The soul Dao was to forge the soul. Under the giant octopus's explanation, the two new basic techniques of the universe gradually spread out in front of everyone, and all the great saints were mesmerized. Previously, they had all fumbled about on their own. Now, it was as if they had completed the foundation of their cultivation and received systematic knowledge. These were the two basic laws, and their characteristics were naturally that they were extremely simple and refined. They had been polished by countless experts and improved over hundreds of millions of years. They could be considered the most core foundation-laying cultivation techniques. So that's how it is. Yuan Qinghua felt like her horizons had been broadened. The other party's world looked even more ancient. It was very likely that this was an extraordinary world that was not inferior to the civilization of the three pillar gods. When he heard these two cultivation techniques, he also felt that there was a kind of heavy feeling of a heavy sword without a sharp edge, great skill without any craftsmanship. There was no fanciful feeling in them at all. Just this? Gorwei Alliance, you've disappointed me. Do you have any higher level secret techniques? Yuan Qinghua, the big green tree, put her hands behind her back and scolded coldly, "You ignorant creatures." He always liked to treasure his own belongings and hide some low-level cultivation techniques, feeling self-satisfied. Do you think we'll secretly learn your low-level cultivation technique? What a joke! The giant octopus hurriedly said, "It's true that this is the only cultivation technique. It has been refined for hundreds of millions of years and has been recognized by time. The strongest and the lowest level experts are cultivating it. In my inherited memories, all creatures without bloodline talent would only train in these two basic techniques. There are no exceptions. Only civilizations with special bloodlines would have their own cultivation methods. Their cultivation methods are also advanced techniques developed based on the concepts of martial Dao and soul Dao. They are more powerful and are tailored to their bloodlines." Was this the origin of the transcendent bloodline technique? Su Ji was in the netherworld, sitting quietly in the Samsara palace and listening. He was slightly taken aback. Now that he thought about it, they were indeed the two basic cultivation techniques, the origin of all extraordinary bloodline cultivation techniques. In fact, the sorcerer tribe's Danshan Qi and blood technique, the Danshan furnace that runs through the meridians of the whole body, and even the more advanced 9 revolutions mysterious art, which is based on these, are all in the concept of martial arts. Su Ji stood up and paced back and forth. As for the various meditation techniques for the sea of consciousness of celestials and Magi's spiritual force, they can also be classified as soul Dao. After all, they are all methods of cultivating the soul. Su Ji felt as if he had been enlightened. He looked around and saw that the bloodline cultivation techniques of each of his transcendent worlds seemed to be destined to evolve from the two basic cultivation techniques without bloodlines. The reason why I didn't discover the martial Dao and the soul Dao quickly was because I had too many bloodlines. I used the player's hairline to evolve various races with extraordinary potential, and gave all the living creatures on the entire sandbox various extraordinary bloodlines. This is the advantage of the insect race. Evolution, evolution, so they directly use their bloodline to find a way to cultivate bloodline, bypassing the concept of basic techniques without bloodline. Now that he thought about it, all of them were geniuses with powerful extraordinary bloodlines. Very interesting, the soul Dao is probably the same as the martial Dao. It's of little value to us. Although it points directly to the essence and there's no threshold for extraordinary bloodlines, ordinary people can cultivate it. However, the cultivation speed is slow and it consumes a lot of resources. Su Ji looked into the distance from the Samsara Palace and could already guess the future of this cultivation method. It should not be widely spread like martial arts, but it is an option just like martial arts for powerhouses who have an abundance of cultivation resources and are very rich, and who want to practice one or two more cultivation methods. Su Ji, on the other hand, was very satisfied. From the giant octopus, he instantly obtained many basic situations of civilizations in the entire universe, and the laws of the world were completely completed and clear. The path of a level 8 god was the path of time and space. The path of a grade 9 god was the path of the soul and flesh. Both of them had bloodline descendants. Their descendants would inherit part of their father's life level and were naturally incomplete high-dimensional creatures. As for the ordinary races in the universe that didn't have bloodlines, they cultivated the soul path and martial path. Any special bloodline cultivation technique of any high-level extraordinary civilization would be improved according to these two basic laws. Level 9 was already a true universe overlord, a high-level figure. The path of level 9 was to fuse the soul and body, which was the grand fusion of the martial path and the soul path of the two basic universe cultivation techniques. It would distort the laws and form an extraordinary world. It was fate. If one thought about it carefully, the extraordinary civilizations that Su Ji had deduced previously had formed a circle that was completely filled. I've been working behind closed doors, but the extraordinary achievements of my civilization are indeed not bad. The various transcendent bloodline systems are extremely heaven-defying. Su Ji was overjoyed to his heart's content. He had been in a daze before, but now that he had received confirmation, he was naturally happy. He felt that this giant octopus was simply his own koi fish, which had brought him great fortune. In front of me, the science of this universe's creatures has completely filled in my entire understanding of the world and the universe. These idiotic players were also quite wretched and had many tricks up their sleeves. They had managed to trick the cosmic octopus into a daze. At this moment, after hearing this, Yuan Qinghua's expression became solemn. Like a charlatan, he tried to fool the honest NPC and said to the big octopus, "What about your race and your civilization? This is a great opportunity. Perhaps we can rely on the ancient level 9 existences. A war that involves the entire galaxy is about to break out, and we can contact them to come." He was extremely shameless and had even started to think about digging up the others' brothers and sisters' butts. Contact my own race. The giant octopus was touched. This creature had a kind face and was very considerate of him. Although it had been very fierce just now and called him a country bumpkin, it was indeed a country bumpkin. Our race laid eggs on the planet in space. We have never seen our parents since we were born. However, with the strengthening of my bloodline, if I break through to God, I will have a faint blood connection with my parents. Yuan Qinghua was stunned and a little regretful. It was difficult for such an unruly race to find parents. Could it be that this race knows that their meat is too fat and is afraid that the others will kill them all? Uprooting it. Yuan Qinghua fell into deep thought and felt that it was very possible. After all, no one would reveal their coordinates according to the Dark Forest's rules. For example, the Lava World and the Seven Realms were fighting because their coordinates were exposed. The small universe was not involved because its coordinates were not exposed. Then, Yuan Qinghua cupped her fists and said to the Supreme Saints, "At present, the path of the soul, the path of martial arts, and the two basic cultivation methods consume a lot of resources, but at present, our world's resources are not poor and can be used for cultivation." Yuan Qinghua said, "At this time, if I cultivate all of them, I will be cultivating martial arts, soul, Buddhism, Daoism, and my own natural talent essence at the same time. A total of 5 major systems. This isn't as simple as 1 plus 1. It's an exponential increase. Great sages, you can become earth-shaking and terrifying combat forces." When the great sages heard this, they couldn't stay calm. If one cultivated all 5 systems at the same time and reached perfection, one would indeed be able to defy the heavens and have exaggerated battle prowess. Of course, the requirements for one's aptitude and talent were extremely high. Most people might not even be able to fully understand a system. He had reached the great circle of the heavenly emperor realm. However, they were also lost in thought. Was the reincarnation sovereign really that confident in his own combat strength to increase their strength? At the same time, killing this terrifying giant monster was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. They had snatched away a terrifying existence. Could this world be invaded by it? At present, there are the 3 divine arcane world, the full divine clay world, and the 7 realms of the ancient desolate heavenly court. Yuan King Hua couldn't help but start explaining. Then, I'll briefly explain their experts and their civilization system. We're in a world without even a god, so we're naturally the weakest. First, the world of the pillar gods. Their world is different from ours. They don't have reincarnation and the dead can't be reborn. However, they have the heavenly Dao. The 3 pillar gods can see the future of the entire world hundreds or even thousands of years later. The lives of the people in that land, the moment they are born, the future of their own death has already been written. As he continued to explain, the surrounding supreme saints were shocked. How is this possible? The heavenly Dao? The theory of fate? Magic nucleus virus? Crazy evolution? Even the giant octopus couldn't help but roar and scream. The 3 pillar gods predict the past and the future as the heavenly Dao of civilization. Then, they use all living beings as cells to gather a level 9? It continued to listen, and its head was about to explode. This kind of existences at the 9th step were extremely heaven-defying and terrifying existences even among the 9th step. They were unimaginably majestic life forms. Dichi, how could there be such a terrifying figure? An existence of this level was too terrifying. He could defeat a weak level 9 cultivator by himself? This is hard to imagine. The entire god race has actually lowered the threshold of the 9th step. One after another, rank 9 existences were born in the world, as dense as the stars. In its shallow knowledge, the entire god clan was the most terrifying. Although they each had their own terrifying advantages, the strong were respected after all, and the Type 9 Divine Warrior had the greatest advantage. The bloodline of this race was unheard of in the entire universe. It could actually mass-produce level 9 creatures, and a large number of them had crossed the threshold. The center of the universe. The giant octopus's face was scarlet red as it roared excitedly. This place is really the center of the universe. What a terrifying world! They are waging war against each other. What did I come into contact with? I can't believe we, the Gorway Alliance, actually had the chance to come into contact with such a terrifying thing. No wonder it was said that it would affect the star I'm cultivating on. Such a terrifying description of the combat power might even affect the vast galaxy within 1,000,000 light years. I'm afraid that such a war will be earth-shattering and unimaginably terrifying. It will be a high-dimensional galaxy war. It was overjoyed. I actually entered a high-level civilization in the center of the universe, a world where the remains of a Type 9 powerhouse died. It's an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. Whoosh! A cold wind whistled. Su Ji sat on the roof and looked at the orchards in the countryside of the Tongcheng district of Huaxia. It was also the center of the universe that the giant octopus, Galloway, had dreamed of. The 3 pillar gods and Emperor Qi are still crazy. This time, another layer of the world's substance has been evaporated. Looking at the bright red orchard soil, Su Ji sat on the roof and took a sip of tea. How many medium and low-level civilizations will be destroyed if it affects the vast galaxy in the universe that spans tens of thousands of light years? I don't know, but this war. My orchard has been destroyed several times. He stood up and paused for a moment, then turned around and went downstairs. This time, I'll let Dichi clean up the mess himself. In the end, the top great saints of the world left one after another, their minds not calm. And the cosmic octopus was completely convinced. It was too terrifying. It was unimaginably terrifying. It was at a loss and trembling after hearing the story. Then, after the supreme saints left, the entire valley was sealed. The soul of this terrifying and vast cosmic octopus was locked up, filling the entire valley. Seeing that there was only one tree left, the giant octopus said excitedly, "Didn't you say that you would point out my cultivation method?" "Naturally." Yuan Qinghua said lightly, "I never go back on my word. Now that you're talking to me about Soul Dao, I'll tell you about the several cultivation forms of Soul Dao. There are several ways to write Soul Dao. Wait for me to leave for half a day." The giant octopus was excited and full of anticipation. This place was truly a terrifying and mysterious higher dimension world. One could tell just by looking at the flow of time here. The living beings here even slept in the high-dimensional space-time. How would ordinary people dare to waste their lives like this? Half a day later, Yuan Qinghua returned. He took out a black tablet-shaped square and said, "Nuclear." Pft! An ancient Buddhist artifact driven by Buddhist light can also be driven by true Qi. The giant octopus was excited. Is this a machine similar to a technological civilization? No, it was not a pure machine, but a hybridgenic machine. Yuan Qinghua handed it over and said seriously, study it well. It contains several kinds of knowledge about cultivating and forging the soul, which will make you stronger. After Yuan Qinghua left, the big octopus looked at him with joy. They were all terrifying mathematical problems and the various operational parameters of the universe. The strange words physics and chemistry were written on them. Learning knowledge can train the soul? Is there any other way? It was silent for a moment and looked at the spiritual sports in the corner. There was an icon of a relaxing class. It clicked on it and saw two octopuses entangled together and communicating. It blushed instinctively when it saw this creature that looked similar to itself, but it began to observe it carefully. This is very likely to be the secret of cultivating the soul. On the other side, the entire forum was in a frenzy. Previously, the instance dungeon had been opened in a hurry, and this group of online players had no time to communicate at all. They could only take screenshots and post the title to tell everyone what had happened. Now that things had calmed down, the players inside could finally come out and describe the process of the war, as well as the gains and situation in front of them. The entire online game section of the wizard community was in an uproar. This was a historical moment. The new information sheet was completely opened. This was because the online game that the players were in had finally completely connected with the transcendent world of the other solo players who were a class higher than the others. What did this mean? It meant that in the future, the status of these players would rise. Chapter 733. The Players' New Plan. At first, the online forums were still discussing the battle between Dichi and the three pillar gods. The discussion was extremely intense, and they felt that the battle was very terrifying. Screenshots. 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 Screenshots of the battle were released. The three pillar gods are definitely the most miserable level 9 in history. To encounter a cheat like Dichi, die of laughter. The most miserable rank 9 in history. He clearly endured the most difficult rank 9 road, but he can't replenish his energy even if he's beaten to death. It's mainly because the 9 revolutions mysterious art is too terrifying. It's the world's strongest safe. Back then, the concept of this technique was to resist the dark chaos and Emperor Qi. It was a technique that slaughtered all living beings to consume energy. Now, it's being used on the three pillar gods. There were hundreds and thousands of posts on the internet, all of them discussing the 9 revolutions mysterious art. After all, this cultivation technique was too eye-catching and shameless. The more he thought about it, the more shameless he became. The racer of Mount Harana, I'm starting to suspect that the three pillar gods have completely changed their target after this wave of attacks. Think of a way to locate the small universe world and deal with Carolyn. Everyone agreed with the racer of Mount Harana's words. This safe could not be opened even if he was beaten to death. However, it's very obvious that the side of the small universe is also starting to become a father. If the three pillar gods go over, they might even be beaten up. A group of super scions, where did this demon Bew come from? Vitality bomb. Everyone gasped. The heck? Could it really be the development of history? In fact, they might not be able to withstand the three pillar gods because the world's structure is different. There's no living being system with the 9 revolutions mysterious art on that side. The three pillar gods can go to various planets and annihilate all living beings to absorb energy. Indeed, the 9th rank over there is too weak. After transforming into a disabled 9th rank and having enough energy to eat and drink, his combat power is only about the same as the three pillar gods who have not absorbed any energy. But he's not fighting with you. Is he playing guerrilla warfare? Many people felt that it was reasonable. Right now, the three pillar gods might be evenly matched with you, but the three pillar gods were normal tier 9 beings. They could choose not to fight with you, go around you, eat and drink to their fill, slaughter all living beings, and then become complete tier 9 beings. Disabled people like them would be beaten to death. Thinking about it this way, it's still the 9 revolutions mysterious art that counters the three pillar gods with blood. Everyone was talking about it. After all, they were all keyboard saints, and their discussions were not lagging behind at all. Right. Although the small universe world can give birth to many existences with combat power similar to the three pillar gods, the possibility of them being destroyed is extremely high. Unless they have all kinds of super scion people. When their numbers reach a certain level, they can surround the three pillar gods and kill them, not giving them a chance to fight. Just as everyone was discussing the outcome of the battle between Dichi and the three pillar gods, the players who had raided Dichi back garden and killed the giant octopus appeared. "Hello everyone, we're out." Yuan King Hua made a comment. "Done." Everyone could not help but ask. "Yuan King Hua, I'm sorry, it's done. It took longer than I expected. After all, Dichi butt is still very plump." Everyone was speechless. "You guys are so exciting, aren't you?" Many people were extremely envious. They felt that this wave of excitement had exploded. This dungeon and fighting bosses were simply awesome. It was a pity that they were outside and could not get a place to enter. They were extremely sad. "But when that time comes, you guys might have to cry for your parents." Someone couldn't help but say. Yuan King Hua asked, "Are we afraid? I killed the giant octopus because of love. After all, the essence of love is to crave its body." Screenshots. The picture was of the remains of the giant octopus, and a lot of coquettish poems were written on the body, all of which were full of love for the octopus, as if they had been here on a trip. Everyone was dumbfounded. These guys were really unrestrained. Dichi has already deeply remembered you all. Cough, 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 Yuan King Hua said. "Let me introduce the specific process of this wave and the harvest. As we know, the ancient gods once took the remains to the Isodaeans to make mechanical armors, and then sent them back to the 6 paths of reincarnation as a reincarnation, proving that the two worlds were not far away. The land of lava and the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's obvious that the reincarnation sovereign is also observing the battle in the 3 worlds. He's obviously going to take action this time to steal Emperor Qi, so we're following the big boss. All the netizens present are all experienced online game players. You should have guessed that our situation should be that we have passed the novice village and opened a new game information chapter, the big octopus of the universe." Many of the netizens were listening attentively. What was the reason? This was an online game. This also meant that they had a chance to enter. As long as their 1000 player server won the PvP tournament in the wizard community, they could enter the food industry. Now, there were thousands of players entering every season. The entire Beast Path had become an online game, and it was the world of many players. Although these players were all real younger brothers. The Beast Path's time flow was the same as the Magus communities. It was extremely slow and would suffer the attacks of the Heaven Deo and the Mortal Deo. However, being a low-dimensional being was better than nothing. Not everyone could write a paper and enter the supernatural world. Someone asked, "So the future will be the era of the great online game heavens?" Yuan King Hua, "The hell? Due to the characteristics of Azura Deo warriors' evolution, their lifespans are only 1/10 of that of ordinary living creatures. The earliest batch will soon die, and 2/3 of their lifespans have already passed. If we can't break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, we can't extend our lifespans." Everyone reacted quickly. That was indeed the case. They were too bad in all aspects. Although this was the era of big online games, they would be eliminated very quickly. Yuan King Hua, "So, according to our guess, to continue playing, the only way is to extend my life, break through the God realm, that is, break through level 80, and successfully change my profession. However, to break through to God, we have to overthrow the reincarnation emperor, which is back to the main line." The racer of Mount Harana nodded in agreement. Being a god was a dividing line. If they didn't break through to become a god, they would still be players at the Heavenly Emperor level. They could die at will and treat it as an online game. However, once they broke through to become a god, they would completely become their true selves. For example, he, Menmei, Thunderlord, and the others. However, the gods could no longer keep up with the times. They were equivalent to the Celestial Emperor back then, at the middle level. It was different from the past when there were only 1 or 2 gods. Now, there were as many gods as dogs. The high-level gods were the stronger weaklings. The gods who had stepped on the road of grade 9 were the top of the world's combat power, such as the daughter of Shenglin and others. And the true oppressor class power would be at the 9th step in the future. The racer of Mount Harana, overthrowing the Samsara Palace monarch's main mission and breaking through the ancient path of immortality isn't something you can achieve in a short time. What other goals do you have? Yuan King Hua said, "Yes. We plan to help the giant octopus cultivate. This country bumpkin has never seen the world. His soul will break through to God. Then, we will let him sense his parents, brothers and sisters, fish for their energy." Excited face. Chapter 734. The structure of the beast path. Everyone was stunned and secretly scolded this group of animals for being shameless. Not only was he hungry for the big octopus's body, but he was also hungry for its family. He wanted to get energy everywhere. I'm an honest big octopus, but I'm being toyed with by a shameless brat in every way possible. Scary. You guys actually gave it questions? Learn physics and chemistry and make it a bald stamp? However, the relaxation course given to it was quite interesting. This might be the legendary classic food, octopus slices. Bright red grilled octopus seal.jpg. Octopus slices. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as a chill ran down their spines. These guys were too showy. However, there was still something even more amazing to come. Someone actually followed up with a routine. There's no choice. If watch Animal World all day, I'll be serious. Perhaps one day I'll be led astray by you and become a classic food. Octopus show. Red takoyaki.jpg. Everyone was confused. There's no other way. If you're led astray by these idiots, there's no way to save you. I think that cutting off your land for eternal rule might be a classic delicacy in the legends. Octopus slice, brother octopus playing the flute. JGG. Everyone was speechless. No, you're underestimating these guys. I think the big octopus will be killed by them very soon. It's classic food for short. The octopus was finished. Bright red grilled octopus meatball. JGG. Many people were very high and in high spirits. The giant octopus one dragon restaurant had been formed, and the future of the entire universe was arranged clearly in an instant. Some of the netizens who had just arrived were greatly shocked. Although they had heard that this forum had a strong passion for learning, they didn't expect it to be so. This group of people not only discussed the cultivation systems of the various universes and transcendent worlds, evolutionary biology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and blockchains. They could be said to know everything from the heavens to the earth. Now, they were even discussing food. You're also interested in Master Bay's path. Someone held his chin and sat in front of his computer with an excited look. I was right to come here. This is the dream I wanted. However, at this moment, on the forum, someone suddenly started a trend. People in the sorcerer world called him the great star of righteousness, the chicken that delivered charcoal in the snow. Your good friend, Brother Octopus, is being played with, and you're not going to do anything. Everyone's gazes turned. This was starting a battle. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana said. Cough, cough, cough. Then, let me say a few fair words. Here's the question. How are you going to help the giant octopus break through to the immortal god realm? Attracting brothers and sisters based on blood relations? In this era where the path to immortality was cut off and the world was ruled by the mastermind behind the scenes, Yuan King Hua was speechless. He was suddenly unable to react. Indeed, it was a great saint at most. Even if the big octopus came from the outside, it would have to lie down here and couldn't make a breakthrough. The racer of Mount Harana, idiot. Isn't this the main storyline? I still have to overthrow the Samsara official sovereign, continue my path to immortality, and break through the bottleneck of level 79 before I can break through level 80 and change my profession. Yuan King Hua was dumbfounded and didn't make a sound. Everyone laughed out loud. Everything had its counter. On the road, only the Mount Racer god who was good at overtaking cars could beat the driver. The racer of Mount Harana coughed. Let's get back to business. I'll explain the current situation. The main storyline war before us will definitely be between the Seven Worlds and the ancient land of lava. It'll be a battle between the mythical heavenly court and the arcane world. Meanwhile, the small universe and the world of six paths of reincarnation were hiding in the dark and watching. No one knew when they would attack. However, both sides are in a stalemate. Just as I suspected before, the three pillar gods might have shifted their love for someone else in the near future and gone to look for Carolyn's world. It's very likely that a new cosmic war will really start there. Someone else interrupted. It's just like how a burly man like the three pillar gods can't pry open the belt of Dichi, this little wife. It's still some idiots who are more powerful. While the three pillar gods in front were taking off their pants, they touched Dichi butt from behind. Clapping. Everyone's head was hurting. Can't you stop? He had been led astray by the racer of Mount Harana all day long, and he could not bear to look at it. They were clearly discussing an extremely serious topic. In fact, many of the more serious players were thinking that if the racer of Mount Harana had not led the forum astray in the early days, it might have been a super serious academic forum by now. In fact, they also knew how terrifying the three-pillar gods' invasion of the small universe world was. The layout of the small universe world was not as portable as the seven realms. Out of the seven realms, only the mortal realm and the demon realm were the main material planes. Most of the land was in the inner space, but if they really fought there, it would be too terrifying. The three-pillar gods were fighting guerrilla warfare everywhere, so how could they resist? He couldn't take it. Cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art at the last minute? That was impossible. This was the signature foundation cultivation technique of the 7 realms, just like the magic core that marked the land of lava. Even if you were to learn it, it would be impossible to learn it so quickly. That vast piece of land in the universe had a population of more than 100 billion people. The number of people was 7 or 8 times that of the 7 worlds. Zhu Ou, the demon is really coming. Someone couldn't help but mumble in fear, demon dweller, isn't that referring to the demon core lineage? Wasn't the world line of the pillar god the European king world? Everything developed in a miraculous way, and the best luck and combat power were chosen. When put together, it would form 4 words, demon, human, pillar, and Europe. Indeed, each word had a terrifying and profound meaning. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Everything was fate. The chicken was drawn to the horse, the magic pillar was thrown up. As expected, it was all in a dialect and harmony, hinting at the extraordinary universe. The 7 Dragon Ball comic was so terrifying. Everyone's hearts were not calm. However, there were also people who asked, didn't the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor run fast, and the 3 pillar gods couldn't find the coordinates? The racer of Mount Harana replied, according to Emperor Key speculation, it's not that we can't find it. It's just that it's extremely difficult to find it. However, it's a frequent occurrence, and it's still able to leave behind traces on the lava land. It can greatly distort the world's laws, reconnect the broken lines, and then climb over. Everyone's scalps went numb. A 9th-rank creature was truly too terrifying. The racer of Mount Harana replied, the 3 pillar gods might have gone back to study the new war. That's an extremely difficult move. On the other hand, according to Key information, he might be secretly monitoring the 3 pillar gods and observing the situation of the land of lava. He might be secretly following behind the 3 pillar gods. Everyone was speechless. Key was still the best. He had already anticipated so many things and even planned to follow the 3 pillar gods to the small universe world and fish in troubled waters. Something big is going to happen. Some of the netizens felt goosebumps. It's fine to enter one of the 3 pillar gods, but to enter Key as well, is this a game or not? At this time, the leader of the digital beasts, space-splitting throne, was a green digital Tyrannosaurus. Bai Ziajun walked out and said, roughly when? The racer of Mount Harana replied, I don't know. It's been around 200 years. In any case, it's going to take longer than looking for Key to prepare for battle. Otherwise, I would have directly gone to look for Carolyn. It was indeed so. The clues left behind were too vague and sparse, as if they were blurred out in a fog. If the clues could be connected so easily, the 3 pillar gods would not have thought of finding Key. Bai Ziajun, on the other hand, was terrified. 200 years was a short period of time, so short that it was shocking. In the current situation, the planet of the Supreme Seames has just been destroyed, and the civilization has just entered a period of rapid development under the pressure. Don't look at the current population of more than 100 billion, it's not a lot. According to speculation, it may increase several times in 200 years, reaching 300 billion. This is the normal population of this land. Everyone's scalps exploded. 300 billion in 200 years? The more people there were, the harder it was to guard against such a terrifying, vast, and super large world. No one could withstand the 3 pillar gods simply eating the life force of a few planets. Then what do we do? It's cold. All of them were sighing. The big shots also began to discuss some matters and prepare to deal with it. Su Ji watched the situation for a while. Through the netizens' strange comments, it was simply unbearable to look at. It was also at this time that he found out about the 3 pillar gods' plans. They had really been forced to find another way by Key. From the looks of it, the 9 revolutions mysterious art is the most powerful in the entire universe. It's specialized in eating people and destroying the world. Su Ji could not help but laugh, but he did not think too much about it. In fact, the war would be beneficial to him. Originally, he had set his goal of becoming a god as the energy of the small universe. After all, this was the largest sandbox he had ever created. The land was large and the population was large, so the energy was naturally the most abundant. It seems that with the development, it is really so. The war of the small universes might be an extremely rare super-universe war. In the Samsara palace of the netherworld, Su Ji was calm as he carefully sorted out the information about the giant octopus and its future development. However, it was clear that the spiritual qi in this area was too dense. This was only 10% of the total amount that had been spread out. Some of the top sects could bathe in the rich sea of spiritual qi and build palaces and buildings on it. And this spiritual energy is in my inner world. Su Ji sat on the chair on the emperor's throne and thought about it. Even if I don't absorb other energies, it'll be enough for me to break through to become a god after I gradually digest them. I even have a good chance of becoming a mid-level god or a high-level god. Of course, the so-called gradual digestion referred to the absorption and cultivation of the energy by the living creature in the body. After the energy was raised, the living creature would naturally die of old age or die in various ways and return to the body. Such a huge amount of energy, and it was under the condition that he could only absorb 30% of the death of all living beings, the remaining 70% would be plundered by the powerhouses who killed them, or naturally dissipate into the air. However, is the path of beast really an online game world? Su Ji lowered his head and thought about it. I don't know what those guys have come up with over the years, but I've never gone to see it. I'll just take the opportunity to take a look at that poor big octopus. After a moment, Meng Po walked in. She was a hunched and gloomy old lady. Your Majesty, are you going to the animal path for a private visit? Shang Guanman was extremely surprised. After all, it had just obtained such a huge benefit, and it was still processing it. The netherworld would get the largest share. Although their combat strength was not too strong, and Shang Guanman and the others had already entered the Great Sage realm, their combat strength was not particularly exaggerated. However, when they went out to do business, they were in charge of the world's reincarnation order. How could others dare to be strong against them? The world is changing, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is changing. I have to go and see. Su Ji said. In the green forest. It was a land full of natural vitality. In fact, this spiritual land, which was extremely rich in spiritual energy, had already given birth to many demons. They had gained intelligence and become spirits, looking like a real high-level world. Whoosh! In front of a mahogany table. A bald gorilla that looked like a flat top wearing a golden kazaya, a golden Buddhist bracelet around his neck, and 2 golden Buddhist bracelets on his hands was talking to a flea-shaped Taoist beside him. The two of them were clearly receiving guests from a certain sect. Another new batch of people has arrived. I wonder how the quality of this batch is? The gorilla said. I don't know. Anyway, most of them have joined our High Zenith section. One of the fleas said, we are the top orthodox Daoist sect. Once players entered, they would transform into various animals and be reborn everywhere. So every time a new player came in, there would be a branch of the sect that would take them away. The 2 people in front of him were in charge of the network points of this mountain range. We're acting as a novice village. It's not enough even if those guys come. At the very least, they have to cultivate to level 10 before they can enter the major sects and change their jobs. The gorilla said softly and slowly, after all, level 10 is already a kind of test. It can be seen by one's aptitude. I wonder who will be the first to reach our point and reach level 10? Anyway, the first genius to arrive will definitely be from our branch of the Physics Buddha, the Electromagnetic Physics Buddha. When the gorilla said this, his face was filled with anger and bitterness. Compared to the other Buddhist schools, we are the orthodox Buddhist sects. The mechanical energy Buddha next door claimed to be a sect of refining weapons among Buddhist cultivators. Their so-called Dechengzun indestructible Buddha Bodhinamo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 clean depleted uranium shells, 3,600 revolutions per second, and his boundless merit saved the world. It's ridiculous. The more it spoke, the angrier it got. Boom! There was a faint holy light of Buddha behind it, as if it was a majestic and supreme Vajra Buddha. Endless blue thunder exploded all over its body, sacred and majestic. In the previous batch of newcomers, the most number of people who joined was actually this kind of mechanical and physical Buddha? Everyone learning to craft? Using the saras in one's body and nuclear energy to power machinery, it's called a Buddhist artifact? Physics and mechanics. They were simply unorthodox, crooked ways. Being defeated by such a guy, it was embarrassing for the experts in electromagnetics, magnetic induction coil, and Tesla coil. One had to know that many of their disciples were assistant researchers in the university. A Ph.D. and masters in physics in this area actually lost to the mechanical physics department next door? What a disgrace! The humiliation of the sect. Although they had a lot of newcomers and ranked second among the Buddhist sects in terms of prosperity, the blue lightning of the Tesla coil was indeed extremely cool. Their magnetic induction coil had formed a special Buddhist ring, which could be used as a weapon. It was an authentic Buddhist diamond ring. It could even subdue demonic beasts and put them on their heads. When they chanted spells, they would be electrocuted to the point of being worse than dead. Recently, he had been thinking of taming a monkey with good aptitude and putting it on, but unfortunately, he couldn't touch it. Hee. What does the internal ideological dispute and the molecular dispute of the school of physical radiation have to do with my Taoist sect? The other flea sneered, you want to snatch the first person, but have you asked me? In the distance, a calm-looking young man dressed in green looked like an elegant young master from a noble family. Behind him was an old lady. Shangguan Man, who was watching in the dark, was stunned. Electric, electromagnetic, and the mechanical Buddha? I don't know what system it is, but it looks amazing. She was shocked. After all, the beast paths techniques have been flowing out of the sect and are very popular in the other two paths. Although they are crude techniques, when they enter the other two paths, the high rate of time will allow the Heaven Dao and Mortal Dao to rapidly perfect and complete these crude techniques. Su Ji was also a little surprised. He had to admit that these guys were very creative. They had revived all kinds of Chinese sects and systems. After all, they were the ones who had founded the Buddha of physics and the Dao of chemistry. It seems that there are various branches of the precise cultivation school. He walked around the people in charge and headed to the center of the city, which was very lively. On the streets, all kinds of creatures were constantly shouting, as if it was a busy city. It really had the atmosphere of a virtual online game street city. Buying equipment, forming teams, discussing cultivation insights, and even having an alchemy room. There were even red name players who robbed in the dark, camped in the wilderness of the city, killed, and robbed. The current beast path has been unified by the players. It no longer has any natural enemies, but it's still severely weakened. There are faction fights and evil sects of red-named players. Su Ji's face was calm. Chapter 735. Faction Conflict. Su Ji was walking down the street. The surrounding players weren't surprised at all by the appearance of this humanoid creature in the animal path. They were used to it. Faced with such rich young masters from the path of humanity and path of the heaven-born, the saints' sons, saintesses, and the talented disciples of the sects were not surprised. There were even a few tour guides who walked up to him enthusiastically. Young master, you're from the mortal world? Do you want me to take you around? A serious-looking Daoist walked out and said, we are the ancient Qi practitioners with a long heritage. Our true Qi magical equipment and all kinds of secret techniques are unique. Come to our shop and you will definitely benefit greatly. 20% off for divine source transactions. The common currency was the source of God. The general radiation was negative radiation, which would decay and decay the cells, which was the killing Buddha and Kasadagarbha of hell. On the other hand, normal Buddhas radiated from the front, assimilating the other party and evolving them into a special kind of radioactive creature. Their entire bodies would emit golden divine light, and the energy stones condensed from Buddhist power would be the source of God. That's not the case. This benefactor has fate with Buddha. I should be in charge of leading him around the city. At this moment, another bald, multicolored tiger wearing a kazaya slowly stepped forward to pull her away. He had a benevolent expression on his face and a brilliant Buddhist ring on his back. He looked very majestic. What a joke! How can the spiritual artifacts and tools sold by those cultivators be comparable to our specialized Buddhist mechanical sect? A monk with a modern sci-fi feel walked out slowly. He was carrying a black sci-fi streamlined Gatling gun on his back and looked very domineering. Shangguan Man was stunned. When had she ever seen such a passionate scene? He thought that it was warm-blooded hospitality. In reality, they were all treated as foreign tourists and were cheated. It was obvious that these players had also learned the culture of China's special tourist attractions very seriously. No, he should be coming to my side. I should be the one leading. You mechanical Buddhas are affecting the image of the city and destroying our ancient Chinese culture. You're not mainstream. You're simply killing the gods. You're abnormal. Just as they were quarreling, Su Ji cast his gaze aside and walked into a restaurant next door with Shang Guan Man. Waiter, order the dishes. Su Ji said. This is the menu. What do you want to order? A pretty tree girl walked over slowly. She was obviously a lifestyle player and was in charge of serving people. Su Ji did not say anything. He sat quietly in his chair and looked at the menu, ready to order. The 6 realms of reincarnation had been a world of gourmet food, so it was only natural that there were gourmet creatures everywhere. And these players had indeed developed all kinds of delicious cuisines, which made Su Ji a little curious. After ordering some dishes, the young tree girl left to serve the dishes. It's really similar to the transcendent world of classical Xiangxia. An ancient restaurant with an elegant and unique environment. Su Ji looked around silently. Although these players were all brainless, they still had a lot of Chinese feelings. These construction and farming players were extremely keen on building the streets, buildings, trees, and decorations. The wizarding community was already very detailed before, and it was even more perfect now. It could be said that he was deliberately disguising himself to deceive foreign NPCs or that he really had feelings for her. In any case, it was just like that. Very quickly, the dishes were served. Let's sit down and eat, Su Ji said. Hiss. Young master, the old lady hesitated. Sit down. Su Ji looked down the window of the attic and found that the players who were the shopping guides were still arguing, and the noise was getting louder and louder. You mechanical Buddhas are known as the Buddhist weapon refining sect. You use machines all day long and shamelessly call them a Buddhist weapon that was powered by Asara. Wasn't it powered by nuclear energy? He's simply embarrassing the ancient Chinese. Deceiving your master and destroying your ancestor. A tiger player, wearing a golden Buddhist bracelet around his neck, was cursing. He wore exquisite golden Buddhist bracelets on his arms, and his body was crackling. His face was majestic, and even if he was not standing on the clouds, he had the appearance of an ancient holy monk or god. What kind of monk would hold a Gatling gun and shoot? Scum! Bah! We're keeping up with the times. The mechanical Buddha player was not convinced. He carried a black metal mechanical Gatling gun on his back and sneered, who said that we are really like this? We actually have weapon skins to choose from, and we also have retro Chinese style traditional skins. It put away the mechanical Gatling gun and the thick ring of black bullets, then took out a golden Buddhist staff from the space ring. He then took out a large string of exquisite Buddha beads and hung them around his neck. You see, we are also from the ancient Orthodox lineage. He was carrying a Buddhist staff on his back and a string of hazy golden Buddhist beads around his neck. He put his hands together and looked very attractive. Suddenly, he picked up the golden Buddhist staff and aimed it at the sky. He straightened his waist and made a handsome gesture of holding a Gatling gun with both hands. This is the posture to slay demons and expiate souls. Tat 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 tat. A series of rapid mechanical bullet sounds were heard. The golden prayer beads around the player's neck kept loading and rolling forward. The long Buddhist staff was like a huge Gatling. Da-da-da-da-da. A crisp sound reverberated through the sky. The tiger in front of him was stunned. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. This works too. Buddha staff Gatling, Buddha bead nuclear bomb? At the side, the onlooking players were also stunned. They were completely boiling, feeling as if they were going to split apart in an instant. It was as if he had seen a ghost. It was too terrifying. The mechanical artificing Buddhist sect is indeed worthy of being the #1 Buddhist sect. They actually developed such a move for the sake of this recruitment of new disciples and to prevent the counterattack of the second most prosperous electromagnetic Buddhist sect. How terrifying! They shook their heads one after another, feeling that this move was too well hidden. It seemed that Tez, who had made use of his appearance as a traditional Buddha, was going to be done for again. He was no match for the other party at all. You! The tiger player was wearing a golden Buddhist bracelet, and his face was ashen. The player across from him carried the golden staff on his back again. A string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck. He was dressed in a golden monk's robe, and he looked as good as a monk. He looked like a golden cicada master. He said, "We are the most popular ones. Why do we have more disciples than you? It's obvious now. In my opinion, you bunch of nouveau riche are so primitive. The golden rings around his body clanked and crackled with electric arcs. He was simply too uncouth. It's just like those legendary web-based games with dragon-slaying sabers, with golden and country bumpkins special effects, uncle-level aesthetics, and even claiming to be the traditional style of the orthodox Buddhist sect. The middle-aged players present felt like they had received a critical hit. Also, what's with the binding, taming and converting demonic beasts, and what's the truth? It's wearing a taser on your head and electrocuting them madly. Thunder Dharma King Buddha, the Animal Protection Organization will condemn you. Bah! Gatlin Ford, you're disgusting, and you're ruining the orthodoxy. Someone at the side couldn't help but say, don't think that you can be smug just because you've changed your skin. You Teslav bumpkins can't keep up with the times. Someone else cursed. There was still a lot of noise below. Su Ji was a little dumbfounded. How long has it been since I last saw these idiotic players? What did I miss? He vaguely felt that he had missed a lot of wonderful scenes. It turned out that the ancient Buddhist prayer beads and Buddhist ring monks were actually corresponding to the battle of mechanical physics and electromagnetic physics. Even at this moment, with the crazy development of deductions in the Buddhist era, he was constantly suspecting that the ancient Huaxia physical Buddha might really have existed. They were too similar. According to the ancient legend, the Sararas of the Buddha could drive Buddhist weapons. So it was actually nuclear-powered? The war between Buddhism and Daoism that broke out in ancient times was actually a nuclear war in ancient times? According to the ancient legend, the Buddha's prayer beads and the Buddha's staff were two essential items to save all living beings. So it was actually a Gatling gun and bullets? So this was how the Buddha beads suppressed the demons? According to the ancient legend, the Buddha's bracelet crackled with sparks and electric arcs. So it's actually a Teslan coil? The blue sparks are a high-frequency series resonant transformer with distributed parameters that can easily obtain a high-frequency voltage of 1 million volts? It's really modern physics. I reject feudal superstitions. Su Ji took a deep breath. The development of civilization to this day could be said to have been accidental at the beginning, but at this time, it has completely matured. All the strange phenomena are completely in line with the actions of ancient times. There's nothing else to wash. He already felt like he couldn't wash it anymore. Physical radiation Buddha, perhaps that was the case. Chapter 736. The Azura Dao's Bloodline Technique. Now that things have come to this, even if I stand out and say that it's all just my imagination, no one will believe me, right? Su Ji's expression changed strangely as he looked at the lively atmosphere down the street. It was as if they were celebrating the new year. He picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. It melted in his mouth, and it was very fresh and sweet. After all, it was completely logical. The Buddha land was the land that radiated radiation, so it was easy to explain why it was converted. Behind it was the symbol of a sun, and the sun was originally a source of radiation. This was a metaphor. In addition to what was in front of him? If one coincidence was a coincidence, two coincidences were a coincidence, then what about the present? When all the phenomena pointed in the same direction, there was really nothing to be done. Perhaps it's fate. The Buddhas of physics and the Daists of chemistry are constantly deducing the sandbox of the ancient Huaxia civilization. What an interesting story. Su Ji continued to eat his food calmly. The taste was indeed amazing. China was a big food country, and food was really amazing now. Su Ji looked at the street outside the mahogany window. It was bustling with people below, and they were still arguing. However, there are internal wars in the animal path. In the online game world, where there are people, there will be martial arts. The war between Buddhism and Daoism. However, you said it was internal consumption. But it was also a golden age where hundreds of schools of thought were flourishing and competing for fame. Wasn't it the same for the 100 schools of thought back then? All kinds of ideas clashing and faction fighting would promote the development of the big picture of the era. Halfway through his meal, Su Ji saw that there were no customers in the restaurant, so he called over the tree maid who had been idle. "You beast Dao, has there been anything interesting happening recently?" The young treeman girl hesitated. "Young master, we have some interesting things here, but the boss of the restaurant told me not to be idle when I'm working." Su Ji threw 2 pieces of divine source on the table. The young treeman girl smiled and kept her divine source. She said, "There are some interesting things about our beast path. Young master, you have seen the battle below. You should know the history of our Azura path. We obtained an ancient inheritance from the Kesadagarba ancient temple in the scorched hell of Avicenarika, reviving our civilization and the ancient mythological system from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Buddhism. However, we are still trying to figure it out. Everyone felt that they were the true descendants of the ancient times. Wasn't this? Recently, the mechanical Buddhist sect and the electromagnetic Buddhist sect have been working hard to recruit new disciples. The former electromagnetic Buddhist sect used beast taming as their approach. A familiar? Su Ji asked. Yes, the spiritual energy in the world has been extremely dense recently, and the beasts and plants in the wild have become extremely strange and fierce. It had also become very dangerous, and many of them had even gained intelligence and were breathing in and out the essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That was why the electromagnetic Buddhist sect had introduced the Buddhist bracelet to the spirit beasts in the wild and followed the beast trainer sect's line. Familiars are the selling point of their recent recruitment of disciples. But now, with the trump card of the mechanical Buddhist sect revealed on the streets just now, they might be surpassed by the mechanical Buddhist sect again. Su Ji could not help but laugh, finding it very interesting. This was the weapon refining sect, and this was the beast trainer sect? The Buddhist pearl sect versus the Buddhist ring sect? This is an internal struggle in Buddhism, and there are also internal struggles in Dao sects. I heard that a group of radical evil sects are studying artificial organs. The tree servant replied, it's a very evil organization. They call themselves the ancient artifact refiners. Su Ji was speechless. His face darkened slightly, and he was confused. What the hell was that? Refine. Tool. She? It was fine if it was a fight in Buddhism. The internal struggle of Dao sect was the orthodox Dao sect, and there were evil ways hidden in the dark. An ancient Qi practitioner versus an ancient weapon refiner? No wonder he didn't see the people of Haoshan Taoism quarreling. It turned out that the one who was fighting against the Taoist sect was already a cult, hiding in the dark. For an artificer to research man-made organs, could it be similar to the innate talent of the path of the heaven-born and the path of the mortal world? Su Ji was a little curious. It's similar. The tree servant pursed her lips. In fact, artificial organs was originally the alchemy factory of the racer of Mount Harana and the source of the alchemy emperor. Both parties had worked together on a research project. It was the vessel plug-in organ of Dichi. It was like a cheat. He installed a plug-in and implanted a artificial organ. However, the alchemy monarch and the racer of Mount Harana had managed to come up with something, and they were envious of it. They wanted to learn how to do it, and insert some extraordinary organs into their bodies. This was more like an online game where you could change your equipment, organs, arms, and legs, but you would encounter many difficulties. What's the specific situation? Su Ji asked. Were they determined to create a real online gaming world? Aren't we from the Azura Dao? Our race has unlimited potential for evolution. Every time I advance, I'll have to change the form of the creature, the young tree girl said. However, in the radical view of the weapon refiners, we are far from being able to bring out the potential of our evolved form. Su Ji listened very seriously and placed 2 more divine sources. The tree girl looked around and secretly kept the 2 pieces of divine source in her arms. She lowered her head and said softly, in our Azura Dao, every grade and form will generally not evolve perfectly. There are different forms. However, many of them had a special type of powerful organ, which was the crystallization of their own core's hard work to evolve, such as tentacles, or the hardest bones. However, when it evolves to the next form, there's no more. For example, I'm now at the 3rd rank. I've been working hard to study and gain knowledge, and now I've evolved a decent root. It pointed at its feet, which were soft and dense green tentacles like those of an octopus, indicating that they were very sensitive, could run very fast, and could absorb nutrients from the ground. But I suspect that there's no more chance after it evolves to rank 4. I'm studying the knowledge evolution and transformation of tree bark, and I plan to create an even stronger improved species. The tree girl continued, of course, it's not that there aren't any powerful Azura Dao warriors who have terrifying knowledge. They keep retaining the innate organs of each stage of evolution and finally form a whole body. According to our guess, after 7 evolutions, if each of the evolved body's organs fit perfectly, it will eventually form a creature with a super bloodline. However, that's only in theory. It's because our level of evolution is too low. We might be able to take care of the evolution of this organ, but the next evolution will be gone. If our level of evolution is not low, we would have. He would have written an evolution thesis long ago and entered the spore evolution. She wanted to say that. The players in the sorcerer community basically learned about biological evolution, but their level was generally not high. The body that evolved through their own evolution was very disabled. After all, the evolved form of an Asura Deo warrior was not perfect and natural to begin with. This was because they did not evolve from spores to start from the beginning. Instead, they evolved halfway. So, you want to? Su Ji was stunned. Yes, I'll extract these special and powerful organs and evolve them to the next stage. He could just insert it again when the time came. After all, it was his own organ and there was no rejection. Some of the more extreme ones can even purchase other people's organs, even though the compatibility may be very poor and may even cause organ rejection. It's scary, isn't it? The tree girl said in a low voice. Su Ji was a little shocked. In the process of evolution, he would specialize in developing an organ, turning it into various parts and organs, and then continuously reassemble himself in the later stages? As expected of a bald player. It was too showy. There was also such an amazing operation of breaking up into parts. Su Ji was stunned by this idea on the spot. It's a very interesting idea. No, it's an extremely terrifying potential. This way, there's a high chance that I can form countless powerful organs and converge into a true transcendent bloodline creature, turning into a qualitative change. Although this kind of assembly and plastic surgery won't have as strong a potential as the original, it's indeed very powerful, and the way to popularize it is very high. Powerful transcendent bloodlines were all produced by chance from transcendent genes. They were one with the body. They would continuously refine their organs and finally assemble them into transcendent life forms. Their bloodline and genetic talent would probably be very powerful. Perhaps, the outstanding ones among them would not be inferior to the magic core bloodline? Not inferior to the witch race bloodline? I can even use this creature's bloodline as a foundation to develop my own powerful bloodline technique. It's just like the witch race's bloodline developing their own 9 revolutions mysterious art. No, this might seem feasible, but it's not realistic. No matter how strong a transcendent bloodline is, there must be an entire world of people who possess this bloodline in order to develop a bloodline technique together. When a bloodline clan has a large number of people, it usually determines whether their cultivation technique is powerful or not. It's impossible for an individual to create or perfect a clan's cultivation technique. For example, the evil eye gene from back then. Now, it seems like a very low-level spiritual power bloodline, and it even has a powerful dark negative emotion effect. However, such a low-level genetic bloodline has climbed to such a high level after countless generations of hard work. What if you only have 10 people with this extraordinary bloodline? More than 100 people? How to develop a cultivation technique? It would be very difficult. It wasn't impossible. If a strong person reached the level of a top god, or even a level 9 god, they might be able to perfect the technique by themselves. However, Su Ji felt that the future was very scary. They're copying Daiki's plug-in organs. These people are shameless. Su Ji's mind was in turmoil as he continued to listen to the young treeman girl's introduction for a while. Then, he had his fill and left the restaurant. On the road, Su Ji muttered to himself. They're studying the cultivation technique of organ fusion. They're using the radiation of Buddha's light and the regenerative energy from the circulation of true qi to perfectly refuse the limbs as much as possible so that they can perfectly insert the organs and carry the body mod. This is the difficult part. At the side, Shang Guanman, an old lady with a face full of wrinkles, was very surprised and could not help but say, "It's a brilliant idea. The Asura Deo has also opened up its own race's bloodline technique. This wasn't like the 2 cultivation techniques of Buddhism and Daoism, which required the integration of their ancient ancestral bloodline and racial talents before they could cultivate. This is an innate technique that belongs to their race, allowing them to perfectly display their bloodline." Su Ji laughed and said, "That's true. They're now known as the unorthodox. It's also a battle of ideals. Although it's a little radical, it has ultimately expanded the evolutionary talent of Asura Deo warriors." What was a bloodline technique? He would use the advantages and characteristics of his bloodline to create a unique cultivation technique. Shang Guanman smiled. The concept of this technique is amazing. It's a bloodline cultivation technique that's suitable for their own race, but it's a crime to be in possession of a jade. I know the reason why the conservative faction is against it. It's because the Deo of Asura's organ plugins have low compatibility and can only be used by themselves. If they use other people's organs, there will be rejection, let alone other races. The path of the heaven-born and the path of the mortal world might not care about their organs, but they will hunt them down and assemble them into a transcendent bloodline creature. Su Ji's expression was calm. That was indeed the case. When the path of the heaven-born and path of the mortal evil cultivators saw the pile of organ parts, they would probably be interested in assembling the parts. They would fuse with the parts and kill them with great interest to assemble them. Ahura said. Now that he had the power to resist, he simultaneously preached that the Buddha and Dao lineages had been kind to the other two lineages. At the same time, there were not many benefits for the other two lineages to start a war against the animal path. It was only because of various reasons that they could live in harmony. However, if he did that, the balance would be broken. As long as they had benefits to gain, they would be invaded. The assembled Ahura warriors had all kinds of shapes, ferocious spiral horns, and they looked more and more like the Ahuras in the myths. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked all the way and arrived at an extremely hidden and dense forest. They passed through a dark and narrow cave and arrived at a green valley. It was bustling. There were countless evil and crooked people setting up stalls here, selling extraordinary bloodlines and all kinds of strange organs. Sharingan, Sharingan. Corpse Bone Meridian, you deserve it. Chapter 737. Meeting an old friend again. What's the meaning of this? Shang Guanman was stunned. He looked at the bustling scene in the city. He had never seen an online game market before. He could not help but exclaim, what Sharon I, corpse bone vein. Bloodline limit? It seems to be a very powerful transcendent organ. Perhaps it's a tradition of their civilization. Su Ji expressed that he was not clear about it and also showed a blank look, embarrassed to be associated with them. Shang Guanman did not doubt him. It was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden and looking at the largest area in the distance. The sign of the stall on that piece of land said, they also sell some traditional Daoist and traditional Qi practitioners' superior lightning spiritual roots, fire spiritual roots, wind spiritual roots. She looked at the tree roots that were placed on the ground like root carvings. She really couldn't understand why they were clearly tree roots, so why did they have such names? There were even people shouting slogans. Spiritual roots are essential for ancient Qi practitioners. Qi practitioners without spiritual roots would never be able to go far in their cultivation journey. Sooner or later, you will die halfway. That's why no one accepted disciples with inferior or mixed spiritual roots in the ancient legendary sects hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's because they're destined not to go far. Mother Earth's green vine, it's precisely because she possesses the world's most powerful innate ancient wood spiritual root that she was able to escape from the terrifying pillar gods and survive until today. Spiritual roots, this is the Qi practitioner's greatest advantage. A tree without a spiritual root with super speed is not a good Qi practitioner. Shang Guanman suddenly understood. Did Qi practitioners really need to cultivate their spiritual roots? Previously, she had heard these Ahura Dao talk about this content, but it had not been realized at that time. Now, it seemed that it had really been achieved. The cultivation civilization they had used to revive the ancient people was still very complete. Shang Guanman became more and more curious. He felt as if he had opened up a whole new world and seen a new world view. He was very excited. After all, he had read a lot of books from Jumping Cat and had a good impression of the Dao of Ahura. Also, this shop has such ambiguous red curtains and red lights hanging on both sides. It says only female players are not allowed to enter. What does it mean by selling all kinds of high-class wisdom roots? Shang Guanman stood in front of the shop, full of curiosity. Why was it that the organ trading stall was not displayed like other stalls, but was hidden in the shop? I'm not sure. Su Ji slowly changed the topic and looked at the trading market that had been born. He said indifferently. Although they're all from the Ahura Dao, they're not their own organs, so there's still a huge rejection reaction. Even if they get through it, they can't really use it freely. However, there are still people selling it. After all, powerful organ equipment, even if the fusion rate is less than 60%, is still a very good improvement in combat power. If someone offers a high price, it'll be the market. Naturally, there will be poor Ahura Dao to sell. In fact, as a trading market for players, a system of commoners carrying bricks had also appeared here. They worked hard to develop their organs and buy them from local tycoons. Many tycoons were addicted to buying equipment, forming super strong creatures. Just like in those online games, some rich people would crazily buy high-quality skill books, throw skills, or buy materials to strengthen top-tier weapons to +13 in order to synthesize high-quality babies. There were even many local tycoons and large online game servers who would use the entire district's brick-moving party to serve them in order to smash an exquisite item, causing the price imbalance in the entire area. The two of them walked through the valley. There were exquisite wooden houses on both sides, and there were stalls in front of the doors. They watched the group of Evil Way players communicate. It's really like an online game. This animal path has already developed into a mature online game and has formed its own social system. Su Ji stopped in his tracks and realized that most of these guys were just writing titles. The so-called corpse vein was a special kind of hard bone that looked quite strong. The so-called shark wheel eyes were just eyeballs with a certain level of spiritual charm. It was indeed stronger than the average evolved organ, but not by much. Su Ji had even learned that there were different types of evil ways here by listening to the conversations in the downtown area around him. One was the orthodox evil path. Although the cultivation philosophy was radical, it was only an unacknowledged cultivation faction and was no different from the orthodox players. However, the other evil path was the true evil faction players, who secretly killed people and robbed them of their organs. They didn't sell the organs that they had evolved. However, there were also rare treasures in this market. White eyes, don't lie to me. Someone in front of a stall said. How did I lie to you? I've specialized in acting it out, all right. A player sat on a chair and pointed at his eyes. Look at the color of these cataracts, they're pure. With a little more force, the blue veins on the eye popped out. It was some kind of special spiritual energy array that could see through spiritual energy. It was a natural gift of flesh and blood. When I was rank 4, I madly developed this vein pattern in my eyes. It was like tiger-striped skin. That's why he did it. It's in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth, and the laws of the great Dao. Let me tell you, there's a chance of success. It's just like refining equipment. There are more than 70 of us, and some of us are experts who designed the evolutionary route of the eyeball. The other 70 or so of us failed, and I'm the only one who succeeded. I'm already very lucky. The success rate is less than 3%, so it's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Instantly, countless players gathered around. Observing his eyeball carefully, it was indeed so. It was an extremely powerful and top-grade mutated organ among the players. It could be said to be very rare and had special abilities. This professional equipment studio that can create equipment based on blueprints has appeared? That's too ruthless. Brothers, are you selling the eyeball development plan? Why don't you introduce us to the expert who designed the eyeball evolution blueprint? Our union is very interested in such a talent. Everyone knew that this was equivalent to a special top-grade weapon blueprint and was worth a fortune. Don't ask, I'm here to sell this equipment today, the player said. The starting bid for one eye is 1 million, and the starting bid for 2 is 2 million. Everyone was shocked and quickly converted. It was equivalent to 1 million yuan for an eyeball. Even an eyeball made of pure gold was expensive. Brother, I want to buy 2. Can you give me a discount? That rich player said, you should know that this kind of incompatible external organ is not something I created myself. There is a lot of rejection. I am in great danger. Even if I succeed, I will not be able to display the full effect. We can't go cheap. All 70 of us need to eat. The player sat on the ground, surrounded by a group of people, and said loudly. That's fine, the rich player agreed without hesitation. If there's more next time, contact me. At this moment, a rich player suddenly stood up and said, I'll add 1 million. Hiss. Everyone turned their heads to look. Brother, I don't think this is a good idea. The rich player was a little angry. At this moment, another rich player also received the news and rushed over. He shouted from afar, I bid 4 million sand sculpture coins, the highest bidder gets it. However, you may not be able to receive that much. You can privately exchange cash with the bank. The person in question is absolutely reliable and will not reveal his real identity. The surrounding players were shocked. It was too terrifying. This was a fight between immortals. They could just watch silently. There was a lot of discussion below. I heard that there are 1,000 players in each server, and there are tycoons supporting them from behind. These tycoons mix in and do nothing but fight for the top 10 in the server competition and enter the game. That's too ruthless. This is unfair. These tyrants are too ruthless. There are so many low-level players who will take the initiative to move bricks and pave the way for them. They will provide resources and form guilds. This is already relatively fair. Someone in the crowd said, if you can rely on your knowledge and hard work to learn, you can carve out a path. Money is an advantage, but if you work hard, it's definitely possible to produce a heaven-defying player at the level of a big boss. And even surpass them. You must know that none of the top players are rich. So that's how it is. Baldness and liver, are they the power of everything? Su Ji silently hid behind them and smiled, thinking that these people were still very smart. It looks very good. This is a land of spores evolution, and it produces top-notch extraordinary species. Although they can't be top-notch here and are all pieced together, it's possible that they will evolve into various powerful bloodline creatures. It can be considered complementary. He and Shang Guanman turned around and left the gathering place. Ask Diting to check where the person involved in the blueprint is. Su Ji said. Your Majesty, are you planning to recruit this Azura Deo? Shang Guanman was also a little surprised and curious. Who was so powerful that they could actually develop a transcendent blood vessel organ? This was similar to the eyeball structure of the evil eye. I'm a little interested. Su Ji said. Very quickly, Shang Guanman silently communicated with the netherworld and brought Su Ji the exact location. The two of them headed there calmly. In a dark green valley. In front of a thatched house, a tree girl was sitting on a chair with her head lowered. She was trimming her feet with a nail cutter-like thing. She's tidying up her spiritual roots. Shang Guanman was shocked. He felt that this tree girl was not simple. Her spiritual roots were very diverse and colorful, like the tail of a peacock. It might be the legendary full spiritual root that had a very terrifying effect. When Su Ji saw this foot-scratching tree man, he immediately reacted and his face darkened a little. Pan Yuxian. So it's you. No wonder you're so good at it but didn't write a thesis. Pan Shuxian was the same person who had created Pandora's box and stood on Charlotte's side. She, the racer of Mount Harana, and the others had lived in the dark for hundreds of years during the era of the evil gods. They had experienced a brilliant era, and had retreated after the end of the wizard era. After that, unlike the racer of Mount Harana and the others, she did not use the results of her second evolution directly. Instead, she gave it to her muscular sister, Pan Shuxian, and that was how the system Terminator came about. That's how the group of muscled girls in Wushan Palace came to be. I should have known that this guy would definitely take the opportunity to enter. Su Ji was dumbfounded. In fact, I should have guessed in an instant that she was the only one who could involve a mature evolution blueprint like this, who was experienced and not in the sandbox. Su Ji was just about to come up with an excuse. Suddenly, another person walked out from the side. Su Ji was shocked again. This person was a tall and handsome scholar. He was dressed in white and had an elegant demeanor. He held a feather fan and smiled at the two of them. Your Majesty, it's been a long time since we last met. Su Ji felt helpless. He knew that he had been caught red-handed again. He thought to himself, secluded mountain prefecture lord, this person is indeed a terrifying talent. How is it that every time I come down to the mortal world, I am caught by him? He has predicted my actions in advance. Is this an ambush again? Chapter 738. In this life, the hidden dragon rises to the heavens. Su Ji was only a little surprised for a moment. He quickly calmed down. After all, he didn't care about these things. The so-called incognito visit had always been a spur of the moment. However, he was still a little curious. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was a very calculative person and his methods were amazing. He definitely did not come here for nothing. Back then, he was able to control the entire path of the Heavenborn with just an extremely low level of cultivation. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he stirred up the winds and clouds, creating one unbelievable miracle after another, almost posing a fatal threat to Su Ji. He wanted all the heavenly emperors in the path of the Heavenborn to attack him. Have you finally found it? A man's deep voice was heard as he strode forward. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's expression was surprisingly calm. His tone was so calm that it was as if he was stating a fact. It's easy to find the ancient venerable sovereign who is deep in hell and does not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. I have a clone in every era and every popular place. I only need to wait at every place where I might appear in plain clothes and secretly visit. I've calculated all the possible places and I'll wait for a miracle to come. The so-called miracle is to gamble on all possible paths and turn a low probability event into a high probability event. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, Su Ji looked up. It had been many years since they last met, but he was still a scholar of miracles and a philosopher of probability. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord believed in miracles, but he did not want to bet his fate on luck. To be honest, Su Ji had never seen such a talkative villain before. This went against the well-known law of villains: the more you talk, the more you die. He loved to talk, and his mouth chattered endlessly. In fact, language was his weapon. Back then, he had relied on his mouth to make the entire path of the heaven-born fight to the death. A mouth was best at bewitching people. It was unknown how many die-hard fans he had gathered with his dreams and how many were willing to risk their lives for him. However, back then, his cultivation could not keep up with the times, so he used language as a weapon. Now, his cultivation should be at the top of the world. Samsara official sovereign, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He waved his feather fan and stood quietly in front of the forest. In the path of animals, there are only two so-called nodes of the era. One is that exotic octopus, and the other is the place where these Azura path bloodline cultivation techniques are cultivated. Thus, we waited at these two places. It seemed like an incredible miracle. It was hard to imagine that he had once again intercepted the Samsara official sovereign, who had descended to the mortal world from God knows when, in the vast sea of people. However, it was also reasonable. Oh, what do you plan to do this time? Su Ji's expression was calm, as if he were casually chatting with an ordinary friend. It's not that we plan to do anything. Back then, the path of the heaven-born was ruthlessly uprooted. Although the times are developing extremely fast now, even if we gather all the outstanding talents of the entire era, we might not be their match. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord was extremely calm. He shook his head slowly and smiled. According to the information that Emperor Yun obtained for our era at the cost of his life, a venerable sovereign had cultivated at least 7 to 8 different techniques. At the side, Pan Yuxian's face was full of admiration. She liked villains who talked nonsense with a serious face. How could Emperor Yun be so generous and sacrifice himself heroically for the sake of all living beings? You were the one who messed with him back then and woke up from your dormant source of God. It was obvious that Pan Yuxian was helping the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord. After all, her personality was different from ordinary people back then. She liked to help the villains with ideals, start a resistance, and then rule the world. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord continued to lower his head and said nonchalantly, however, it's still very difficult to reach your level with 7 or 8 cultivation techniques. After all, with each cultivation technique, although your combat ability will increase exponentially, the difficulty of cultivation will also increase exponentially. The more difficult it was, the more difficult it became. This was because it was not easy to stack cultivation techniques on one's body. By the time an ordinary person cultivated 2 or 3 cultivation techniques, their hair would have already turned white. Even a peerless genius could only learn 5 or 6 cultivation techniques in his entire life. I, on the other hand, have countless clones in the Bodhi wisdom fruit. This is my talent. I reckon that I'll have to spend more than half of my life before I can cultivate 7 or 8 cultivation techniques to perfection. Only then will I have the possibility of advancing at the same pace as you. Su Ji smiled without saying a word. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord paused for a moment. Without the bloodline of immortality, a normal heavenly emperor would not be able to reach such a height and would be old. Therefore, the possibility of an ordinary heavenly emperor surpassing you in his lifetime is less than 1 in 10,000. This is also why you are one of the masterminds behind monopolizing the entire immortal path. Living a long life will allow you to reach a terrifying height and give you boundless ambition. You want to train yourself to have heaven-defying battle prowess, so you're not in a hurry to become a god. He was very talkative, as if he was going to speak out all the emotions he had felt after waiting for hundreds of years and finally catching the venerable sovereign. What happened after that? Su Ji's expression gradually turned cold. After that, Samsara official sovereign, you are a domineering, powerful, and cold hero. You are very proud. The Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord walked forward and said coldly. You, cut through one era after another. You don't care about the golden age of the prodigies of each era. You, in order to continue cultivating the heavenly emperor realm, you could have broken through to God. But in the end, he didn't break through and stopped others from breaking through. You've let other people die of old age. Those are the geniuses of each generation, the great men of each generation, who fall on the road and cry to death halfway. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. The secluded mountain prefecture lord enunciated every word. His voice was like a huge bell that hammered on everyone's heart. On the side, Shang Guanman was trembling. They looked at the emperor with respect and fear, as if they were looking at a powerful and overbearing existence that overlooked the past and the present. Even though he looked gentle on the surface, he was actually a terrifying ancient giant. Even though they had guessed it before, the secluded mountain prefecture lord had said it clearly, and it brought them great shock. In her days, she saw chaotic and tragic dark ages. The whole world was wailing and all living beings were wailing. The mighty reincarnation emperor blocked the path of immortality of all living beings. The earth was stained with blood and the war was earth-shaking. Countless great sages fell and blood kept flowing. And in the long years, only my talent can fight you. I have the potential to be on par with you. In the ancient times, I did indeed fight with you for reincarnation. In fact, I might even have won. The secluded mountain prefecture lord continued, otherwise, I would not have called it official sovereign. Continue. Su Ji said indifferently. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's analysis was perfect. Under normal circumstances, the truth had already been analyzed based on all the available information. The reincarnation sovereign had a long lifespan, which led to the exaggerated combat strength he had accumulated over the long years. At the same time, it was also because of his long life that he had an extremely terrifying ambition. He kept cultivating new techniques and polishing his foundation, not in a hurry to break through to God. But that was a normal way to put it, and it did not fit Su Ji's description. This was because the reincarnation sovereign was not the real reincarnation sovereign, but a clone of Su Ji. They were just small people in the bottle of time, small people in his 9 revolutions mysterious art. Because his body had not broken through to God, he had cut off his immortal path. However, this kind of analysis simply filled in all the loopholes for Su Ji. Not bad, secluded mountain prefecture lord. You are still amazing in this life. You know a lot of the truth. Su Ji said lightly. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if he was imitating the blue sky hanging high above. It's not that there's no hope for us. At the very least, my talent has the only possibility of surpassing yours. The secluded mountain prefecture lord analyzed the situation and his expression turned cold. However, it's obvious that our chances are getting smaller and smaller as time passes. You're getting stronger and stronger. Today, we're still cultivating from scratch. Can we defeat you again? I don't know. I can't help but feel lost. The secluded mountain prefecture lord lowered his head. He looked hesitant and confused. It seemed to be a person of true nature. As it continued to analyze, it did not hide its uneasiness at all. Or rather, this was a real person. If someone were to tell you that a hero who revolted against the era was never afraid and was born with pride, that he would press forward with indomitable will and create miracles in the end, that would just be a joke. The only ones who would not be afraid were boorish and rash. In reality, the real hero was first and foremost a human. Humans would be afraid and at a loss. When Emperor Yun faced the unbelievable venerable sovereigns and their exaggerated combat power, he was also at a loss, afraid and trembling. However, he still chose to stand up and let out a hot-blooded roar of anger. You are at a loss and in fear. You are truly facing the great horror of life, but you still want to defeat me. Su Ji said indifferently, if you were really at a loss and running away, you would not have come to see me, come to me, come face to face with me, and face the fear in your heart. Yes. The way to overcome fear is not to run away, but to face it directly. The worry on the secluded mountain prefecture lord's face gradually disappeared. He looked at the ancient, forbidden being and said calmly, I only have one question. When will the venerable sovereign become an immortal? What do you mean by asking this? Su Ji suddenly smiled gently, not hiding his curiosity at all. The secluded mountain prefecture lord paused and said leisurely, in the long history of time, the path to immortality was cut off one by one and one was not allowed to become a god. Ultimately, it was because you had not broken through and did not allow for the existence of gods. Then, after so many years, I wonder when you would have broken through? Have you accumulated enough? It should be. It's not far, right? The secluded mountain prefecture lord said softly, from the massacre of the otherworldly demon, I had already deduced that the Samsara prefecture lord had the guts to lead the entire world to capture a terrifying existence as his prey. To become an enemy of such a terrifying expert's world, he must be on the verge of a breakthrough and have the confidence to fight against it. Although our world is weak, we have accumulated our foundation for a long time. Your foundation has been accumulated even longer. If you break through in one day, your battle power will be exaggerated to an unimaginable degree. How terrifying would you be among the gods? The secluded mountain prefecture lord's voice was calm. His tone was so calm that it made people think that he was stating a fact and not his own deduction and guess. What's more, in your eyes, if the other few weak level 9 powerhouses were not complete level 9 but only extremely strong level 8, you, as a god, would have the ability to fight them. On the side, Pan Yuxian's eyes were filled with shock. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is too terrifying. The things in the venerable sovereign's mind, the place of descent, the historical background, the present thoughts, and the future plans, were all seen through by you? You're no longer hiding any secrets. What a good secluded mountain prefecture lord! As expected of a monstrous person with heavenly wisdom. A terrifying psychologist who can see through people's hearts. Previously, he had besieged the reincarnation sovereign with a shocking miracle. Today, he had made another shocking guess and seen through all the secrets. As expected of a philosopher, a conjurer, and a probability expert. She was filled with admiration. This was a terrifying demon of the transcendent world. It was very difficult for that group of foolish earthlings to reach. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. As a player, Pan Yuxian naturally chose to live stream. This was the animal path. The flow of time was the same as the wizard community, so he could turn on the game live stream room and stream his own game. How many players were there in the wizard community? It was already a huge social media community. The name of the live broadcast room was directly changed to Out of the Mountains Again. The anomalous secluded mountain prefecture lord has captured the true body of a venerable sovereign again. He wants to fight a venerable sovereign again. Boom! The entire internet was in chaos. This piece of news was simply too explosive, causing everyone's attention to be focused on it. In the wizard community, countless people walked out of the chess rooms on the street and looked at the big screen in the central square. Damn it, venerable sovereign! You skipped the path of the heaven-born and the path of the mortal world and came directly to the low-speed online game world here? Incognito? I'm so happy. Wait, Saint Monk Ben Gatlin, I've seen this young man and the old lady behind him in the city. I was promoting products to him at that time. So it's the Samsara Emperor who took Mengpo to travel around the world? Shocked. You've entered Mount Bao for nothing. If it were me, I would definitely go up and hug your thigh and ask if you have any beautiful daughters and if you can introduce them to me. I want to be the son-in-law of the dragon. To be honest, my ID is cute little Meng Tian, and I'm the maid of this restaurant, personally entertained the venerable sovereign, who came to visit the mortal world in plain clothes, and the legendary Mengpo. Now, licked plates, chopsticks, and stools were being sold online. Tears of joy. The live stream room was instantly bustling with activity. This was different from before. It was a live broadcast, and it happened in their online game world. It was exciting to see the famous philosopher, the ancient existence of the dark forbidden zone, the secluded mountain prefecture lord, catch the venerable sovereign again. It was like an online game. What's the address? We would like to ask this person, what is our world's next move against Emperor Qi? Is it possible that we can go out and take action again, taking the opportunity to steal another wave of the three pillar gods and fish in the war between the three worlds? Countless people sent rockets and gifts, and even some guild leaders and sect elites kept asking for the host's address, planning to go and join in the fun. Witness history, I want to witness history. Go and take pictures. Flash. Guys, send your gifts. Otherwise, I'm going to turn off the live broadcast. The broadcast costs electricity. Pan Yuxian looked at the live broadcast and was very satisfied. The most important thing was the gifts, all of which were money. At this moment, she turned to look at the scene in front of her. The secluded mountain prefecture lord asked, when will I become an immortal? She paid close attention to it, and could even be said to be the main plot of the game. The entire broadcast room was watching intently. Su Ji thought about it seriously, stopped, and said with a smile, just as you said, in this era, I will make a breakthrough and rise to the sky like a hidden dragon. I will be on par with the giants of other worlds. Boom! As soon as he said this, Pan Yuxian trembled, Shang Guanman beside her trembled, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was stunned, and the live broadcast room on the internet was also shocked. Chapter 739. Continuing the immortal path and killing the reincarnation sovereign. As soon as he said this, everyone felt their hearts rise up violently, as if they had wings and were flying up against the strong wind, rushing into the clouds. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was the most shocked. This sentence represented the end of the ancient chaos era, which was dominated by darkness. The path to immortality that had been paved by countless ancient living beings would finally come to an end. The path of immortality was being continued once again, and it would lead to a new and rare golden age. Everyone in the world would be like dragons, and they could cultivate as gods. Could they prove immortality? The netizens knew more than the secluded mountain prefecture lord. After all, they were all keyboard saints. At this moment, they felt like they were being torn apart. All sorts of bullet comments appeared in the live broadcast room. The Samsara official sovereign is finally going to make a breakthrough? The other inheritor of the ancient god, and he even gave a peerless treasure like the remains of a rank 9. This is something that even Carolyn doesn't have. Is he finally going to catch up? In everyone's eyes, the Six Paths reincarnation and the small universe should be treasures of the same level. They should be given to 2 people to compete for the inheritance of the ancient fallen level 9. I knew it. The Samsara official sovereign can't be like this forever. After eating so many resources, he'll take off in an instant and rush to the top of the team. The times have changed. At the rank 9 node, all the worlds are madly exerting their strength. What will the future become? We don't know. In the beginning, we thought that the situation on the other side had exploded. Now, there are also drastic changes on this side. It's a terrifying era. The winds are strong and the clouds are turbulent. Everything changes in an instant. If we want to survive this era, we can only work hard. Knowledge is the power of everything. Hardworking headscarf.jpg. In the live broadcast room, countless bullet comments flooded the screen, almost blocking the entire screen. This level of ancient taboo is very scary. Perhaps only the secluded mountain prefecture lord can understand it. It is not something we can figure out. Pan Yuxian was also very surprised, but she still stood far away, watching all this from the cottage. In this era, the secluded mountain prefecture lord did not look happy at all. His voice gradually became louder, as if it had turned into endless thunder that resounded through the entire beast path. Even the Deo of the Heaven-born and the Deo of the mortal world could hear his voice and they were shocked. It's the secluded mountain prefecture lord. He stopped the venerable sovereign again? What is he doing? Such audacity, aren't you afraid of death? Those who die will have to suffer in hell. Could it be that he's plotting against us again? Or is it like those who deceived all the experts of the path of the heaven-born and lured us to besiege and kill the venerable sovereigns? The 6 paths of reincarnation was in an uproar. All the supreme saints' faces changed, and they felt extremely uneasy. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was an ancient taboo existence in the dark forbidden zone. He had failed in the old era. However, it was still unimaginably terrifying. They still remembered that he had planned a terrifying operation to besiege venerable sovereigns with his miraculous hands and textbook-level wisdom. And today? What was he after? In an instant, all the top powerhouses' divine senses collided, and none of them dared to move. Su Ji had also noticed everything. However, he was still very calm. He wanted to see what tricks the secluded mountain prefecture lord was up to this time. In this era, everything in the distant history is coming to an end. Whether you overthrow me or I end you. No matter who wins or loses, everything will change in the next era. Boom. At this moment, the consciousness of countless existences flickered. This sentence was not only meant for the secluded mountain prefecture lord, but also for the entire generation. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's expression changed slightly again as he mumbled, "You mean that our era is the end, but we can't wait for the era where the path to immortality runs through. We can only wait for a new era after us?" Su Ji could not deny it. This was only natural. Because of the energy of the giant octopus in the universe, this huge fortuitous encounter gave Su Ji the confidence to quickly break through to become a god. However, Su Ji could not absorb the massive amount of energy from the outside world directly. It would be very slow for him to slowly use it for his regular cultivation. The fastest way was to use the help of the common people in his inner world to absorb and cultivate and turn it into their own energy. Then, they would die of old age or all kinds of deaths as energy feedback to the Zergs. Only then would Su Ji be able to break through to the god realm. Then, it was easy to understand. The people of their era would slowly die of old age and their energy would slowly return. It would be the next new era and the path to immortality would be re-established. Or, they could choose to overthrow him and fight on the immortal path again, absorbing energy to raise their cultivation base and start a terrifying war, causing a large number of them to die and be reincarnated in the 6 paths of reincarnation. This would still allow them to break through quickly. Is that so? I got the answer I wanted. The secluded mountain prefecture lord took a deep breath. The path to immortality is within sight, but it is not in our era. Regardless of the outcome of our era, the next era will eventually come to an end. In front of us is our final fate. No matter if we win or lose, we will have no regrets. Whoosh! He raised his head, and beams of white light descended like pillars of light, penetrating everything. Countless figures descended. Those were the divine thoughts of the experts. At this moment, their hearts were already in turmoil, and they hated themselves for being born at the wrong time. Su Ji just looked at him. He was very interested in what the secluded mountain prefecture lord was up to. The secluded mountain prefecture lord only laughed and sighed. Then, we have the answer to the question of the immortal path. There is no turning back. We have to act according to our previous plan. It's just the last era, and no matter if we win or lose, it's already over. It's much better than I thought. He chuckled softly and gently. What was the previous plan? Shang Guanman couldn't help but speak up from the side. He was very vigilant, after all, he already had a past record. Target? Of course it's. As always. I'm a persistent person. He said in a low voice as he slowly looked up at the sky. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the clear sky. It was another beautiful day. Of course, it's to create an incredible miracle. Today is the day when the world will continue on the path of immortality and the emperor who controls the 6 paths of reincarnation will fall. He enunciated each and every word as he threw down his feather fan, his imposing manner intimidating. Whoosh! A head of spiraling hair slowly fell down, an endless divine light enveloped him. It was as if he had transformed into an immortal from the ancient myths, shrouded in boundless light. Boom! The entire 6 paths reincarnation trembled violently as if the heavens and earth were being overturned. Countless celestial emperors and reclusive great sages were shocked. Their eyes trembled with disbelief. Even though they were extremely calm, they couldn't help but be frightened by this treasonous statement. Pan Yuxian's eyes were calm as she looked into the distance. The entire livestream room was in chaos. Oh. What the heck? Again. I feel that it's impossible. This was too much. This is less than a 1 in 100 million miracle, but if it's a miracle guiding a probability expert or a great speaker, then it might be possible. Back then, I didn't believe him when he said that at first. Until later, I was dumbfounded. Leader, you've appeared again? Don't tell me this big brother is secretly scamming people again. This time, it's happening in our online game world. Online Games World War. A super big event. The Samsara official sovereign was dumbfounded. Why do you always mess with me every time I visit you in plain clothes? I don't care anymore, pick up the equipment, guild team up, brothers charge. If the secluded mountain prefecture lord does something big and is successful, we will follow him and drink the soup. This time, we will abandon Dichi in exchange for the ass of the Samsara prefecture lord. It will be big and fat. Everyone, don't be afraid. Immediately mobilize 800 executioners and set up an ambush 100 miles away. Prepare the nuclear weapons and prepare 3,000 Gatling purification staffs, rotating 3,600 times at any time to save all living beings. Winning.jpg. Right. Don't be afraid, this is obviously a level 80 main mission dungeon. Once you break through, you'll have to change your class at level 80. We can try. Try it and you'll die. Everyone will die. Looking at the frontline battle report in the livestream room, the group of people immediately discussed a strategy. They were going to fight the boss, and their blood was boiling. Chapter 740. Self-severing with one saber to reveal the secrets of heaven. In the livestream room, countless players were fired up. This was the moment to defy the heavens and attack the Dao. The dream they had been dreaming of, the passion of men. Charge! When the cycle of reincarnation is in chaos, I will dye the sky with my demon blood. Many players began to take action. This was going to be a huge event in the game that would affect the future of the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was about to make his move again. No one knew what he was going to do. However, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was a terrifying person. He would not take action unless he was confident. He would definitely create a miracle in the world. Everyone who knew him and had seen his amazing skills could not help but believe in this. This was a special charm of his personality. He could always give people a sense of reliance in despair. Compared to believing in the cruelty of reality, he believed that the secluded mountain prefecture lord's abilities could be unexpected. Screenshots. Screenshots. High-definition pictures that could be used as posters were quickly released. It was the figure of a Samsara official sovereign. It was a gentle young man in black robes. He was blurry and seemed to be hidden in chaos. His eyes were extremely deep, and behind him was a white-haired, hunchbacked old lady. Opposite him was a tall and handsome scholar in a white robe. His feather fan was thrown on the ground. His body was burly, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked like an unparalleled hero who had awakened from ancient times. Behind him was a treeman with 5-colored spiritual roots. Boom! The wind howled. The two of them stood opposite each other, each with an attendant. This scene gave people the feeling that a storm was brewing. How did that gorilla tree person live stream player suddenly mix in and become one of them? A hidden strange encounter mission? If you have a connection with the secluded mountain prefecture lord, why didn't I meet him? I'm so angry. No one knew Pan Shuxian's true identity. She had hidden herself so well that even the racer of Mount Harana and the others in the sorcerer world did not know that she was a player. They thought that the sword was a native. She had just officially revealed her identity as a player, but no one knew her original background. They only thought that she was an unexpected newcomer. At that moment, Su Ji was also curious. He looked at the secluded mountain prefecture lord with interest. Are you going to create another miracle? The secluded mountain prefecture lord did not reply. Instead, he was reminiscing about the past. Samsara prefecture lord, did you know that I have been thinking about how to defeat you and break this sealed path to immortality for a long time? I've finally discovered the era of talents after years of traveling the world, visiting the mountains and rivers, observing the growth of the experts, and constantly analyzing. Why can't a talented powerhouse defeat you? Because those with talent are still weak. Those without talent are extremely powerful and possess unlimited possibilities. Success is due to talent, and failure is due to talent. The moment the secluded mountain prefecture lord finished speaking, the entire live stream was confused and in disbelief. Success was due to talent, and failure was due to talent? In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the hidden supreme saints were all trembling and their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? Everyone knew how great the advantages of those with innate talent were when they stepped onto the path of cultivation. It was something that ordinary people couldn't reach and catch up to. This was even in this era of cultivation between Buddhism and Daoism, where the disparity was not that great. If it was in the previous era of pure talent, those without talent would not be able to cultivate at all and could only be ordinary people. As for ordinary people, they were stronger than talents? It was simply a fallacy. Why? Su Ji asked calmly, as if he was asking an ordinary friend. He said gently, is there anything lacking in the reincarnation era I created? No, it's not that you're lacking. It's a perfect rule and a terrifying tactic. It's our shortcomings. The talents are lacking. We can't overthrow your rule. It's very simple. People with talent can see their character through their talent. For example, in order to make himself smaller and smaller, this obsession will give birth to this talent. The secluded mountain prefecture lord placed his hands behind his back and stood on the peak of the mountain in front of the thatched house. The clouds were misty, and he spoke in a tone as if he was discussing Dao. For example, Li San's hung. In order to be with someone in his next life, he gave birth to that kind of resentful fire. He remembers the memories of his previous life in the reincarnation. Everyone's talent is formed by the obsessions of their countless reincarnations. In other words, every talent has an extreme personality and is lacking in character. It's not a bad thing to put it this way. Because extreme and persistent courage can inspire one to move forward, it will also give birth to many strong people. However, there were many talented people with personality flaws who were unable to make use of their powerful talents, such as the King of Shape. Isn't it a pity that such a terrifying talent is in the hands of that timid person? Such a person has no ambition at all. He didn't have the heart to advance bravely. It actually accounted for 50% of the talents. How huge was that? Most of the talents are destined to guard the treasure mountain and do nothing because of their talent. His voice gradually became impassioned, with a bold and decisive aura. Therefore, the era of talents is an era of failure. For hundreds of years, I have been thinking about how to change. When Su Ji heard this, he laughed leisurely. How bold! You're actually going to bring about a revolution to this world? The world is in urgent need of a way to change. Without change, how can we overthrow the cycle of reincarnation? Reverse the universe? Overthrowing the world of the dead? Overthrowing the master of reincarnation? He stood straight and paced back and forth, his face full of worry. Venerable Sovereign, do you think that if we don't reform, how can we, the living, overthrow your rule? This tone made people feel like they were looking at a great emperor who ruled over the world, with the aura of supremacy. All these years, I've been wandering around the beast path, secretly observing their culture, their rule, and their cultivation system. They actually use the body as a so-called plug-in. Thus, I was enlightened and thought of a new method, a talent plug-in. Yes, innate organs. His eyes were frighteningly cold. I want to seal all these talents and suppress them inside. They won't enter the cycle of reincarnation and will be used by ordinary people. He flipped open his hand, and a golden Bodhi-deo fruit appeared within it. It was the fruit that his original body, the Bodhi tree, had borne. I am the Bodhi tree of ancient reincarnation. This is the fruit. It seals the talent within the core and transforms them into the fruit of divine powers. Everyone was shocked. King of fashion? Within the fruit, the figure was actually a form monarch after reincarnation. After the battle that year, Sing De had reincarnated and disappeared. It turned out that the Samsara official sovereign had found him first, detained him, and refined him into an evil fruit. By refining talents into divine power fruits, ordinary people can also use their talents and divine powers, and there won't be as many restrictions as their personalities. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was calm. We can advance courageously. You're crazy. Suddenly, a clap of thunder came from the sky. This was an ancient great saint who had also awakened in the dark forbidden zone. It was a long-back ape. It had the most violent temper. You are subverting our rule. You are defying our status and pushing us into the fire pit. What the secluded mountain prefecture lord was doing was like building his own grave. Now, even if ordinary people could cultivate, in a situation where both sides were cultivating, the talent still had an absolute advantage and occupied the dominant position. It could be seen from the fact that many of the top great saints were still talented people that the advantage of talent was huge. The combat strength of those below the same level as the celestial thearch was unimaginable, but now, once he created this method, the era of talents would be completely overturned. This was a terrifying change. Ordinary people would hunt and kill powerful talents, refine them, and imprison them, turning them into a kind of talent organ fruit, loaded on the body, and use their talent divine ability. The future era. The cultivation tribulation was coming, and even great saints might not be able to escape. Countless supreme saints had goosebumps all over their bodies. They could already see a bloody era. Talents were being hunted everywhere. Even they themselves would find it difficult to escape this great calamity. Furthermore, the secluded mountain prefecture lord himself was a talent, and the most powerful one at that. Countless avatars consciousness, split reincarnation, and the Bodhi mother tree. No, since he's already the king, the others should also. Many of the ancient existence's expressions changed. It was only at this moment that they realized that over the past decades, many powerful talents had died tragically in all kinds of accidents. It was the work of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Yu Shan, you are so ruthless. How can you be so cruel? Another great saint roared. At that moment, an imposing supreme being of the path of the heaven-born slowly descended from the sky and bowed to Su Ji. Venerable Sovereign, please allow us to deal with such a treasonous person ourselves. The living in the mortal world are free. I only care about the reincarnation in the netherworld. Everything that happened before death will be settled after death. Please do as you wish. Su Ji just stood indifferently in the distance, his face still warm. In the distance, the players also began to arrive. His heart exploded, and he felt that the current situation was not good. Previously, they had thought highly of this probability expert, who was a great speaker full of miracles. After all, the secluded mountain prefecture lord's personality and routine had already garnered him countless fans on the internet. Secluded mountain prefecture lord, are you looking for death? The players were confused and started discussing. He actually stole our skills. Daiki does bloodline plugins, we do limb organ plugins, and he actually does innate organ plugins. A plugin mod for everyone. God art fruit. Is it the devil fruit? He's too ruthless, he's an unparalleled ruthless man. He actually opened up his own Deo path and pushed the innate talent race to the path of death. He researched how to imprison the innate talent beings and refine them into living organs to attach to the body. He's simply cruel, evil, and goes against the natural order. All the players thought that the secluded mountain prefecture lord would be killed by the surrounding great sages before he could even take action against the venerable sovereign. This was forcing all the talents into a dead end. How could he endure it? This was making the whole world his enemy. However, some people's expressions changed. Brothers, that might not be the case. We think about it. Back then, when the secluded mountain prefecture lord was in the heavenly human restaurant, he had a similar situation. He had been besieged and killed by the Devis before he could even make a move. What happened after that? What about the Devis after that? He has forced us to stand against the Samsara Palace monarch. Everyone had goosebumps. Could it be that this was also a scheme? Boom. 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 One by one, the great saints descended. It was as if countless gods were standing on a cliff. Celestial light surged and they were as vast as the ocean. They all shouted at him and questioned him. There were even supreme saints who glared at him and wanted to kill him. So what if it's overturned? So what if I overthrew it? The secluded mountain prefecture lord's face was cold. I do not only want to imprison talents. Ordinary people can treat them as peerless treasures, hunt them down, and refine them into evil magical treasures. They also want the talents to be locked up from birth until they die of old age and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, so they don't know anything about the outside world. Ditting, by searching the memories of the dead, you will never know what happened in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's precisely because we talents occupy the top positions of each sect that our memories after death are searched by Truth Listener, which is why we can listen to the 6 realms. He has learned all the secrets of the 6 realms. If that's the case, the secret will be known by the other party. How can we defy the heavens and attack the Deo? If I do this, the reincarnation sovereign will lose his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The 6 paths of reincarnation could no longer see the world of the living. He'll be a complete blind man. Cutting off his arms and eyes and ears is the first step. The secluded mountain prefecture lord said, "Everyone, listen to me. If you want to destroy the heavenly Deo, destroy your own Deo first." Boom. Desire. Fa. Heavens. Deo. First. Fa. He. Deo. These words were like a bolt from the blue, ruthlessly exploding in everyone's hearts. It was too cruel, too radical, but it instinctively made people agree with it. You. The monkey was furious. What a sin. Sinful. You're pushing us into the fire pit. You're cutting off our lives and our race. Meng Po's expression changed slightly. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was too terrifying. He was an unimaginable revolutionist. He was too ruthless and wanted to kill all the talented elites of his era. However, it had to be said that putting one's life on the line was an extremely feasible method. This man's intelligence was close to a demon's. The secluded mountain prefecture lord scanned his surroundings and said softly, "Do you know why we have been unable to defeat the reincarnation prefecture lord in the ancient era? That's because we're standing on the stage he's built for us. We're using our own talents to test him. If we don't overturn the stage and push ourselves into the fire pit, we'll use our bones, our will, and our blood to burn a new era. Then, we'll win forever." As soon as these words came out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. What's this? The minds of the countless celestial emperors of this era went blank. Su Ji was also holding his breath as he felt the determination of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. After the death of Emperor Yun, the style and integrity of an era were carried by the secluded mountain prefecture lord. The spirit of an era was a terrifying person with an extremely firm will to overthrow the high and mighty venerable sovereign and fight for freedom for the future generations. Su Ji suddenly laughed and said, "Yu Shan, do you know Dichi?" Dichi? The secluded mountain prefecture lord asked. "In our world, the sky devils we hunted were originally the prey of Emperor Qi. He was the world master of the Chongming mythological heaven in the seven worlds. Su Ji said softly, but Emperor Qi had also experienced a similar era back then. The supreme saints and immortal emperors around them all perked up their ears. Su Ji said softly, it's an ancient myth. In the past, the world was created, and the Daoist Lord taught the Dao. The innate ancient gods welcomed a golden age and controlled the divine powers of the sun, moon, wind, rain, thunder, and the heavens and earth. Emperor Qi was the leader of the innate ancient gods. However, the number of post-nate living beings was increasing day by day. The tyranny of the innate ancient gods caused the complaints of the post-nate living beings to rise, but they could not overthrow the rule. After all, the post-nate living beings could not control the order of the world in place of the innate ancient gods. Another 100 years passed, and with the help of the human ancestors, Su Yunyan's Danshan technique allowed him to kill the innate ancient gods and turn them into the Yuan Shen of the Danshan, replacing them. The post-nate living beings would then be able to control the order of the heavens and earth. From then on, the ancient gods were no longer irreplaceable, and the tribulation of the innate ancient gods was coming. When the story came to this point, countless great sages were shocked. They were shocked. Kill an innate ancient god and cultivate it into a Danshan Yuan Shen? How similar was it to slaughtering talents, imprisoning them, and turning them into talent organs? The players' expressions changed. This reincarnation emperor was extremely mysterious. He knew so much about the development of other worlds that even Dichi knew about it. He must have been observing in secret. He was truly unfathomable. Su Ji continued, after learning of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, the head of the innate ancient gods, Dichi, descended to the mortal world and became a woodcutter of the post-nate living beings. He led the post-nate living beings' ancestors of sorcery to overthrow his own rule and established a new post-nate living beings' heavenly court. He continued to stand high above the masses and became the lord of the post-nate living beings while still secretly protecting the innate ancient gods. Everyone's expression changed completely. This Dichi was truly a terrifying figure. He had overthrew his own rule. Su Ji looked at the secluded mountain prefecture lord and said, Emperor Qi is trying his best to protect the rule of the innate ancient gods. And you are overthrowing the rule of the talents and pushing yourself into the fire pit? After hearing the legendary story of the venerable sovereign, many great sages felt that the whole world was shaking. Unlike Dichi, who pretended to overthrow the ancient gods, the secluded mountain prefecture lord wanted to overthrow the era of the innate ancient gods with his own hands and bury them all in the fire pit. When the great tribulation descended, no one could escape. There is no such thing as a bloodless revolution. If the future era belongs to mortals, then what's wrong with giving it to mortals? The secluded mountain prefecture lord was extremely calm. If I have to bear the curse of destruction with my blood, what's the harm in it? You know what? I've always thought that the so-called miracles of the world are laughable. He looked at the great sages around him, who were not calm at all, and said indifferently, they always curl up in the soil after they fall. They are poor, but they stay in broken thatched cottages, lying on the ground and looking at the sky. They look outside numbly, secretly hoping for a miracle to come, hoping that their fate will change. However, there are no miracles in this world. It's all covered in blood. The secluded mountain prefecture lord stood up and looked around. He shook his head and took a step forward, looking at the Samsara prefecture lord with a burning desire to fight. Hwalala! He stretched out his hand and took out countless magical fruits. Dozens of them floated in the air, looking beautiful. This is my last life. Regardless of the outcome, it will end in this era. Everyone, the magical fruits are here. Are you willing to fight with me? Chapter 741. Battle. The warrior cut his wrist. All the players were shocked and touched. Looking at the back of the secluded mountain prefecture lord, it was as if he was a martyr burning in flames. Only with great perseverance and great means could he make such a treacherous, cruel, and bloody path of self-harm to open up a new era for the future of the world. Just as I said, there are no sudden miracles in this world. In the valley in the distance, Yuan Qinghua was whispering to the people around her behind a grey boulder. He was filled with emotions as he witnessed the beginning of a long civilization. He thought of the words recorded in the famous history on Stone Planet. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, it was still moving. He was the one who created miracles. There was a price behind every unbelievable miracle. In countless parallel universes, on the path of Zox corpse and blood, the parallel universes themselves, who had failed countless times, had piled up that door of miracles. Everyone, it's too laughable to do nothing and wait for the illusory miracle to come. Yuan Qinghua looked into the distance. As expected of a miracle specialist. The only way to create a miracle is to keep working hard. He looked into the distance and said softly, brothers, in this world, there is only one kind of thing that touches people's hearts the most, and that is the hymn of the mythological epics that can be sung to the point of tears. The heroes in the myths who roar in anger, the unyielding heroes who make their own voices known. Brothers, I'm touched. What about you? The people around them didn't speak. I don't dare to move now, someone said. I'll see what happens later. However, maybe we can really do it. Let's see what the other big shots are doing. After all, some players were still emotional creatures. Although they were usually noisy, it would be a lie to say that they were not touched by the words of the secluded mountain prefecture lord, who was an extremely emotional and charismatic ancient hero. Humans were not plants. Which player wasn't hot-blooded? Who didn't have a hero complex that was hidden deep in their hearts? At this moment, their blood was boiling. The more practical point was that some of the oldest players were about to die. Instead of dying of old age, it was better to take a gamble and participate in this rare war, pulling the gate of God. He was afraid that if he missed this opportunity, he would not have another one before he died of old age. To clear the level 80 class advancement dungeon. A legendary battle to his heart's content. Continuing the past and present, the immortal path. A wave of excitement, the final glory, what a hot-blooded phrase. Under the management of the secluded mountain prefecture lord, he had once again captured the traces of the venerable sovereigns who had descended to the mortal world. Furthermore, he had shown them a new possibility of victory. A stage for history had been created, and the turning point had appeared. This was the first time that players like them had officially participated in the history of the great mythological era, changing the course of history and leaving their names in history. They didn't have the ability to do so before, but today, they finally had the confidence and combat power to do so. The players also started their live stream. Brothers, deduct 666. Let's farm for more rockets. Tycoons are welcome to raise funds for our bravery. If we farm enough money and give enough compensation, we'll live stream online and kill the Samsara official. To be honest, we Azura warriors have also used our talents to create a super secret weapon. Do you want to see it? Instantly, the live broadcast room was filled with comments. There were many tycoons, and they didn't lack money. What they lacked was excitement and passion. They couldn't wait to enter and lead a team to start an earth-shattering battle. I am so touched. I will donate 50,000 yuan to help the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Self-immolating, self-severing, it's so cool and domineering. I won't eat breakfast this month. I'll donate 80,000 yuan. Go. If they go to war, it will be a terrifying and bloody battle. Countless heroes will be buried in blood and become the waves of this era. They will sacrifice themselves heroically and become ruins of blood and bones. We will also participate in it so that we won't let down the hopes of these heroes. There were even some companies in the live broadcast room who quickly contacted him for donations and asked for a title sponsor. It seemed that a brand new advertising company model had begun to take shape. On the other side, in the distance, some of the Supreme Saints were also moved by his words. I can store these magical fruits on my body. The secluded mountain prefecture lord looked at the floating fruits and said, everyone, it depends on how much your body can handle. To be able to hold 1 or 2 fruits. Everyone here is extremely powerful, so I can imagine what kind of effect this innate ability will have on you. The surrounding Supreme Saints looked at the fruits with burning eyes. No one knew how many talents the secluded mountain prefecture lord had secretly collected and suppressed over the years. These fruits were like prisons filled with blood, and countless powerful individuals were wailing in pain. They were all still alive and were imprisoned and suffering inside. However, even though they were covered in endless blood, cruelty, and wails, it was undeniable that the power within was great. You guys don't have time. The Samsara Palace Lord just said that this is our last life. We still can't transcend. We're going to die of old age. The secluded mountain prefecture Lord stopped and continued to guide him. In the end, some of the great saints with talent made up their minds. They looked determined because they had no way out. Their way out had been cut off by the secluded mountain prefecture Lord, just like how he cut off Emperor Yun's way out in the past. They could only give it their all. After this, the great calamity of the era of talent was coming and they might not be able to escape. As for some ordinary great sages who had no talent, they naturally had nothing to worry about. Although some of them stayed, most of them had already lived for more than half of their lives. Some young experts chose to leave silently. Su Ji's expression remained calm as he watched. He allowed the secluded mountain prefecture lord to communicate with him. He turned around and looked at Mengpo. With his hands behind his back, he said, "You return to the netherworld first. I hold the power of the dead and only account for their achievements when they were alive, but I have never taken the initiative to control the life and death of the living. There's only one reason why I can control the lives of the living, and that's because they took the initiative to offend me and attack me." Su Ji's expression was unhurried. "And now, I'm looking forward to this moment. I'll wait for them to take the initiative to attack me, so that I can see what this era is like. Yes, I will take my leave." Mengpo took a deep breath. She had not expected that the emperor and she would encounter another terrifying ambush while traveling incognito. However, she could not help at all. She could only nod and turn to leave. At that moment, Su Ji turned around again. His expression was extremely calm as he looked at them. "Are you guys really ready? Are you already planning to line up on the road to the netherworld?" It was undeniable that there were not many great sages in that era except for Emperor Yun. Now, they had become stronger and their numbers had increased. However, times had passed, and the current Su Ji had once again become so strong that he could not even imagine it. The secluded mountain prefecture lord looked indifferent. "Back then, I watched Emperor Yun's great fusion. His core formation was the Fusion Emperor. Over the past few hundred years, he has been taking on various identities including parents, daughters, neighbors, lovers, and appeared beside the reincarnated Fusion Emperor. They guided his obsession and improved his talent, until today. Until today." The secluded mountain prefecture lord's voice gradually grew louder. He stretched out his hand and took out a magical fruit. It was a fusion magical fruit. He fused it into his body and said, "Everyone, fuse with me. Defeat him. Defeat him. Today, I will continue the ancient path of celestial immortality." Chapter 742. Reincarnation. Fight. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's blood was boiling. He walked forward step by step, and with every step, a portion of his body's water was suddenly sucked dry, and his flesh and blood withered a bit. Whoosh! He slowly fell to the ground and finally turned into a black withered corpse. A bloody body rolled in the corpse and stood up again, turning into a blood energy body of himself. "Oh! The new Fusion Emperor's talent that you improved." Su Ji looked at the translucent energy figure with great interest. His bright red hair was dancing wildly, and he looked like a blood-red energy form god of war that had walked out of an ancient myth. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was not the first to use the guiding talent. In the past, Mengpo had also continuously descended to the mortal world. In reincarnation, she guided talented people and formed the black and white impermanence and the others. There are impurities in this energy body. It's not over yet. The secluded mountain prefecture lord bellowed in anger and the blood on his body faded completely. He turned into a translucent figure that was covered in a layer of glass. Su Ji raised his hand gently and laughed. "So, are you planning to do the same fusion as before? Let the great saints each use the magical fruit, and then fuse countless people together? Do you think I'll let you do as you please?" Boom! The show is about to end. Su Ji raised his arm, and a terrifying energy ball was formed in his hand. It emitted endless light beams that covered the sky and earth. Future of life. In the distance, a hidden heavenly emperor roared. The world sank. The wind, rain, thunder, and sound all stopped. He had activated the innate ability to force time to stop his body form back then, and it had enveloped Su Ji's body. Whoosh! The secluded mountain prefecture lord's body seemed to have turned into a statue. He did not move and held the energy ball high in one hand as he stood still. "Everyone, enter my body." The secluded mountain prefecture lord opened his arms. Many talented great saints entered one after another. Voila! One by one, the great saints quickly flew into the energy body of Prefecture Lord Underdark. However, their bodies fell outside at the feet of Prefecture Lord Underdark, turning into mummies. But their souls were reforged. These great saints had no way out. One of them was that their lifespans were approaching and the next era's path to immortality wouldn't be opened up to them. In this era, they could only die of old age, so they might as well take a gamble and continue the ancient era's fate of conquering the path to immortality. If they could overthrow the Lord of Samsara and become immortals, their dream would come true. Their group would replace him. After becoming the new reincarnation sovereign, they would be the new masters of reincarnation and could be divided into several rulers similar to the 10 kings of hell to rule the world together. Secondly, the disaster of talent was coming. Countless talents would be attacked. Their strong combat power might not be affected, but in their later years, when their combat power declined, they would definitely meet with misfortune. It was foreseeable that they would be hunted by many powerful people. Ordinary great saints without talent could be sealed in the source of God until their next life, waiting for the possibility of the celestial path opening. However, they sealed themselves, which was like a treasure exposed to the outside world. They would die without a doubt. In the distance, the secluded mountain prefecture lord cut off all their escape routes and set up a stage for them to achieve victory. Among the rubble, a group of Azuradeo warriors looked at the scene in the sky in a daze. In such a serious and hot-blooded battle, no one dared to make a joke. This is the final destiny to open the path to immortality. This is the last roar of the heroes of this era, regardless of success or failure. There was a clang. An endless stream of pure white arrow chi tore through the sky. An overbearing figure formed from the fusion of countless energy, soul, and flesh had completely taken form. It was extremely overbearing, and just by standing there, it twisted the primal chaos domain, collapsing mountains and overturning the sun and moon. It was an ultimate life form. He was wearing a majestic golden chain similar to the red armillary sash, and the energy around his body swept through the surroundings like a storm. He was sacred and majestic, and an unimaginable, unparalleled, and terrifying pressure swept across the earth. Boom! 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 One after another, exquisite heavenly halberds spun slowly behind him like fine gears, forming a white gold Buddha wheel that looked like an ancient sacred Buddha. I am the only true God in the heavens and earth. His entire body was cast in platinum, eternal and immortal. Every inch of his skin was emitting a dazzling light, an eternal brilliance. Let's start. Light rings shot up into the sky. A faint hymn came from the high clouds, shaking the entire 6 worlds. My strength has increased by 10 times. Attack immunity. Immune to deist techniques. Soul strengthening. Life is connected to eternity. Void concealment body. It was like the cry of the wind, the collision of the rain, or the folk songs of distant myths, turning into beautiful and elegant notes, and the endless distortion phenomenon was added to his body. The heaven realm, the mortal realm's path, the animal path. What happened? Countless people perked up their ears. Women carrying children, scholars teaching, and all kinds of people walked out of the streets, looked at the sky, and muttered to themselves. What happened? Boom! 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 In the netherworld, heaven and earth shook. Something terrifying is happening in the world of the living. At the side, the countless vengeful souls lining up on the road to the netherworld felt the world spin around them, and they found it difficult to stand. Bang! The entire bridge of helplessness seemed to be shaking. Hwalala! The river water under the bridge churned like the ocean. Bang bang! Countless pieces of rock fell from Fengda Ghost City, and the ghosts living there were instantly thrown into chaos. The heavens and earth are changing drastically. Someone is going to rebel against the netherworld, reverse the yin and yang, and mess up the heavens and earth. The 6 paths reincarnation is going to be in chaos. The black and white impermanences, who were maintaining order, and Judge Kui, who was holding the judge's pen, looked at the sky in horror. The beast said. Everything returned to normal. Only 3 seconds had passed, but it was a relatively long time for the strong. Su Ji opened his eyes. The future of life? This time, did you guys use this killing ability so early? Just to delay the time of the fusion. Su Ji turned around and looked at the celestial thearch who had used the talent future of life. He had completely collapsed to the ground and was dead. He only shook his head slightly and said, "You've had a bad start. You've wasted one of your strongest trump cards from the beginning." All of a sudden, his eyes dimmed and he turned his head as if he had sensed something. The body of Buddhism, monster. Su Ji exhaled slowly, not hiding his admiration for this creature's incredible power. In fact, compared to the 3 pillar gods who were disabled and weak at rank 9, the 3 pillar gods were like dying rank 9 old men who did not have the strength to perform any moves. The figure in front of him was more like a true rank 9. Just by standing there, he distorted all kinds of strange phenomena. Heavy rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. Countless astronomical phenomena seemed to have gathered together, forming the only ancient true God in the world. It dominated all laws and distorted all laws. It was as if he was the only force in the world. Su Ji was stunned and thought to himself. Have you finally developed the power of the talent system of the six paths reincarnation that I created to its fullest? Talents are spread all over the earth. There are infinite possibilities in the first place. It will allow you to fuse all kinds of talents and create endless miracles. He put his hands behind his back, his heart extremely calm. Back then, the reason why I defeated Emperor Yun was that their fusion was not complete. There were too many flaws when they were torn apart and forcefully pieced together. Even their souls were like pieces of a puzzle squeezed together. As such, in that era, I was able to easily use my soul's illusory realm to strike the weak points in their souls, dismembering them like a butcher dismembering an ox. After all, they weren't really fused together. They were like a shoddy tailor sewing a pile of pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep together. The pig's feet, dog's feet, horse's feet, and sheep's legs walked on the ground one after another. They even wore high heels and walked in a crooked way. Su Ji had a leisurely look on his face. Until today. Su Ji looked into the distance. There were no flaws. The secluded mountain prefecture lord had learned his lesson and spent hundreds of years guiding the reincarnation of the integration monarch. He abandoned the flesh and blood that were difficult to integrate and directly integrated the energy and soul. In this life, they weren't much stronger than last time in terms of quantity and quality, but they had completely unleashed their full power without any flaws. In this situation, with the laws of nature twisted all over your body, even the three-pillar gods from before would have been blown up by you if they were in the same realm. Su Ji was stunned. Venerable Sovereign, fight with us. The one and only true God's voice was like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There were all kinds of unbelievable phenomenons on his body, and he was brilliant and beautiful. In the distance, the netizens were shocked. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. Just the air pressure alone is enough to make it hard for us to breathe. All the cultivator players who witnessed this scene were shocked. In the face of such unrivaled power, they, as heavenly emperors of the same level, were as weak as ants. The process of assembling a golden nuclear star destroyer Gatling gun also slowed down. Brothers, their big boss is still a big boss. Their trump cards are so weak compared to ours. The laws and phenomena that they have mastered are so powerful that I feel like an ordinary god would be blown up alive. Crossing realms to battle, that's impossible, right? Why is it impossible? Gods are strong because they have mastered a high concentration of power. Against the low energy power of the celestial thearch, it's like wood touching tofu. However, they are a group of tofu, and they are a phenomenon that can only be possible if they have mastered the 9th rank. It's like tofu picking up a metal weapon and turning it around to dry wood. I don't think such a metaphor is very appropriate. However, a rank 8 god might really be crushed when faced with so many rank 9 phenomena. I'll need the details. In any case, I can't calculate it clearly. However, I've never seen before a heavenly emperor holding on to such a terrifying tier 9 law phenomenon and not breaking through for no reason. He's like a child holding a Gatling gun. In this world, this group of heavenly emperors are all abnormal. A level 7 heavenly emperor playing with laws, this is too crazy. Then, do we still need to assemble? Someone murmured in a low voice. All the players fell silent for a moment. At the same time, they witnessed this scene. A terrifying ultimate creature with unknown battle strength had such power that it was shocking. It was very likely that it had the power to beat up an ordinary god. No matter how powerful their research was, it was impossible for them to reach such a height. Wang! There was a crisp buzzing sound. This is your strongest trump card. The venerable sovereign didn't look nervous at all. He looked at the handsome and tall figure in the bright divine light with great interest and said, I'm not your match. Su Ji's expression was extremely calm. He was full of admiration and admiration. It has perfectly gathered so many powerful talents. This is already a world weapon of the suppressive level. No matter how strong an individual is, they will not be a match for it. Previously, it had been a pile of fragments and was essentially a pile of individuals. It was naturally possible for Su Ji to break through 10,000 spells with his strength. However, how could he be a match for such a perfect convergence of nomological laws? Only laws could resist laws. It was like the 9 revolutions mysterious art, which contained the lives of a world and acted as a world furnace. They were like the 3 pillar gods who had fused with the cells of an entire world. It was just like how Caroline had summoned the entire god of death to live forever. Their cultivation techniques were all at the heaven-defying level, and they carried the entire world on various levels. They themselves were at the taboo suppression level, and they had a group of people behind them. No matter how strong their individual combat power was, it was impossible to reach that level. Su Ji could not either. This was because this clone of his didn't have any living beings with the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Voila! The sky was blue. Everything suddenly became extremely calm. It was as if the entire world had lost its sound. In other words, the ultimate creature was like a black hole, silently absorbing the energy of the entire world, including sound. Is this the final destined battle in this long and ancient world? The venerable sovereign looked at the sky with solemn face. Everything ancient will end today, whether it's victory or defeat, or grudges. Then as you wish. Su Ji reached out and grabbed at the air. In the netherworld. It rumbled and shook. A terrifying black wheel slowly spun, and it seemed to contain the heaviness of history. What's happening now? The entire road to the netherworld, the bridge of helplessness, and the ghost city of Fengdu were filled with countless vengeful souls that were looking at the sky. Before the vengeful souls could even make a sound, they had already turned into wisps of smoke and were sucked into the ancient 6 paths of reincarnation. Including the black and white impermanences, Mengpo, and everything else. Hell, empty. Jumping Cat witnessed the scene and ran wildly across the ground. She exclaimed, I'm the only one left in the entire netherworld. Could this be the legendary? If hell isn't empty, you can't become Buddha. Then, why did hell become empty? Boom! The beast said, and ripples appeared in the sky. A huge, exquisite black wheel with a terrifying, vast, and unbelievable power slowly appeared in the sky above the beast path. Joy, happiness, anger, wailing, fear, joy. Countless emotions were intertwined in it, as if everyone felt an endless mix of consciousness. Reincarnation, this is reincarnation. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was shocked. He looked at it in disbelief, his eyes constantly glancing at the tiny black squares embedded on the wheel, each of which was marked with an exquisite carved number. Without a doubt. In an instant, he clearly understood what it was. His expression was completely unnatural. Reincarnation, the legendary true spirit. The players were also shocked. This was their first time coming into contact with samsara. Even Cat Jump didn't have the authority to get close to them. Today, all of you have finally walked the path of the ancient era. Only today can you stand shoulder to shoulder with them and force me to use reincarnation. Behind the venerable sovereign, a mysterious and huge round wheel was slowly rotating. The intricate and complex carvings seemed to contain the truth of the world. Today is the end of all destinies. As you wish. The venerable sovereign's voice was like a great bell, and his cold eyes looked down at the 9 heavens. At that moment, all the devas and players stared at the vast reincarnation cycle in a daze, and an unbelievable sense of horror rose in their hearts. Chapter 743. The Final Battle. Boom! 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 The entire vast reincarnation cycle hung in the sky. Everyone raised their heads in shock and finally saw the core of the entire world, the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. However, they were shocked to find that a large part of the ring was missing. It was inexplicable. The secluded mountain prefecture lord could clearly feel that his true spirit was not on it. According to their conjectures and ancient history, the true names of all the gifted creatures in this world were embedded in the reincarnation cycle. They should have sensed it immediately. At this moment, an angry roar came from the Azura Deo in the distance. This is only a part of the reincarnation fragments. This was an emergency message from Cat Jump. In the netherworld, Jumping Cat looked into the distance and realized that a part of the entire cycle of reincarnation was missing. It had flown away. The players did not have the ability to intervene at all. Someone could not help but shout. The netherworld is empty now. Reincarnation official sovereign, let the souls of all the dead in the Fengdu ghost city and the road to the netherworld return to your reincarnation true spirit. Then, bring the reincarnation of the entire inborn dead here. The secluded mountain prefecture lord suddenly understood. In an emergency, only a part of the souls living in the netherworld were summoned, returned to the true name of reincarnation, and then came back with this part of reincarnation? The reincarnation of the true names of the people in the mortal world, the path of animals, the path of humanity, and the path of the heaven-born were still in the netherworld? There should be 2 reasons. First, the reincarnation fragments of the living could not leave the netherworld. After all, there were people dying at every moment. No one knew which living person would die in the next second. The real name of the living was naturally not suitable to be brought out of the netherworld. Otherwise, the souls of the dead could not enter the netherworld without the mysterious guidance of the true name of reincarnation. That part of reincarnation had to maintain the operation of a part of the netherworld for the living. Secondly, it was to prevent living people like them from stealing their true names in their reincarnation, so they didn't bring them. Are the reincarnation true spirits here, all of the dead in the netherworld? The secluded mountain prefecture lord's eyes narrowed and his expression relaxed. He was slightly shocked. Venerable sovereign, are you only going to show your true strength now? Can we now truly fight you like the ancient Chi Tiendi and his group? He looked miserable. Previously, the battle with Emperor Yun was not even considered a game. But, just like this. He had been waiting for this moment, and hope was right in front of him. Ha 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 ha. His laughter gradually grew louder, mixed with a hearty madness, joy as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and a sense of comfort and carefreeness that did not care about his own safety. The whole world trembled slightly because of his laughter. Then, today, we will break the cycle of reincarnation and take our true names. His voice sank and his expression became more determined. His eyes were filled with the madness of a martyr. Kill! A furious roar. Endless Buddhist light shone on the ground. The entire beast path was a Buddhist land. It was incomparably golden and beautiful. Flowers, trees, and countless living beings were rapidly converted into Buddha and turned into his Buddhist kingdom. He walked in his own Buddhist kingdom and suddenly made a crisp buzzing sound. He leaped into the sky and punched forward. Whoosh! Su Ji disappeared from where he was in a flash. He looked up at Samsara and slowly opened his mouth, as if he was murmuring silently. 3 times the strength. Tough shell. Reverse bramble. Body of cloud and mist. All the souls that had just been absorbed into the cycle of reincarnation had completely returned to the cycle of reincarnation. At this time, with the help of the cycle of reincarnation, they used the power bestowment talent to stack their talents on Su Ji. Although the top talents had been secretly kept by the secluded mountain prefecture lord and turned into magical fruits, the flow of people in the netherworld was too large. No matter how ordinary their talents were, they could still choose from them and integrate them perfectly into their own bodies. Boom! The endless power caused his body to surge. This is the power of law. Su Ji could feel his own body turning into a living god that was infinitely brilliant. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled all over his body. Wind and rain mixed together, tsunamis surged, the sun and moon alternated, and all kinds of distorted nomological phenomena superimposed on his body, blending into one. Samsara official sovereign, please die. Both sides exchanged blows. The fist seemed to be able to shatter the universe. It was extremely violent and the attacks didn't stop. Every time they crossed paths, a brilliant light would be released. Some of the law phenomenons shattered and turned into a large rain of light. In the distance, the players were completely stunned. Too terrifying. It's as if I'm watching a battle between 2 Type 9 worlds, and not 2 pitifully weak heavenly emperors. It's even more magnificent than the battle between the 3 pillar gods and Dichi. There are endless laws. It's because the realm of this world is too high. Although it's a weak power at the level of a heavenly emperor, it can reach the heavens in the level of laws. It looks extremely gorgeous, but in reality, it's unleashing law to the limit. They finally looked nervous. Their secret weapons were Gatling guns and nuclear bombs. They could kill a great sage in one shot. At the same time, they could shoot hundreds of times in a row. They thought that their trump cards were terrifying. However, they couldn't intervene in this situation. He couldn't even keep up with the speed. Boom! The secluded mountain prefecture lord flew backward and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. It's no use. The venerable sovereign's voice was very cold, and his body was burning. He looked down on the world and stood in the starry sky, making people feel despair. When we are at the same level of nomological talent, it's only the basic combat strength of ordinary people. As for all of you here, as supreme saints who are known for their talent, can you really have the combat power of a supreme saint if you exclude your talent? Those ordinary great saints who left are the real powerful ones. You guys are only as strong as them because of your talent. The venerable sovereign said softly, Yu Shan is right. Talent has indeed limited some things. The venerable sovereign walked slowly in the void with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he disappeared and his golden fist landed on the figure's head. Boom! It was dazzling. This punch was extremely terrifying and exploded in an instant. The entire secluded mountain prefecture lord's body was sent flying backward and the entire void exploded. When our talents are at the same level, we can't even withstand a single blow. The venerable sovereign's face was gloomy and calm. He walked slowly and said lightly, "Is this the final counterattack of this era? I'm a little disappointed." The secluded mountain prefecture lord spat out mouthfuls of blood and stood up with a bitter smile. "To be honest, we have stronger talents. We are 5 times stronger than before." Ghost Berserk Transformation. Boom! His eyes were bright red, and his combat strength rose sharply. A look of disappointment flashed in Su Ji's eyes. "Your strongest trump card, your combat power, is only 5 times that of what it was just now? One punch." The secluded mountain prefecture lord was sent flying and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Unable to withstand a single blow. We can't even withstand a single blow." All the supreme saints in the secluded mountain prefecture lord's body were in despair. Was this the true power of an ancient venerable emperor? The ancient taboo to cut off the immortal path? At this moment, it brought about a terrifying pressure. He had never relied on any talent before to possess such exaggerated combat power. They felt the unprecedented horror and despair in their lives. That's right, when their strongest trump card, the advantage of the indestructible divine body, which was the fusion of countless talents, was removed, they would be able to compete with venerable sovereigns purely with their cultivation and combat strength. Only then would they truly realize that they were extremely weak. Fear, depression, shock, and despair. No, a miracle. Believe me, the miracle of fate. It's in our hands. The secluded mountain prefecture lord roared in anger and appeased all the supreme saints in his body. He then leaped up and said, "Kill." Under the endless brilliance, the players took screenshots in horror, and his unyielding figure had been completely engraved into the eternal murals in history. The world was shaking. The legendary battle of the century had begun. In the mortal world, there was no temple. Su Yingluo sat quietly on the spot. Her jade-like face was glazed and her entire body was covered in Buddhist light. She was like an ancient Buddha chanting sutras. Behind him, Li Senzheng was waiting quietly. He had a gentle and silly smile on his face, and his face was full of happiness. The scenery today is so beautiful. The two of them watched the sunset quietly. The sky was dyed golden by the setting sun, and it was breathtakingly beautiful. "I really hope that I can see the sunset like this with you again." Su Yingluo's voice was a little hoarse. "You should know that our love can't be compared to the entire world." "I don't know." Li Senzheng just laughed. In his world, in his hellfire obsession, there was only her. In her world, in her obsession of kindness, there was only the world and nothing else. He had long known that it was a great misfortune to fall in love with such a kind person who cared about the world. Otherwise, he would not have been reincarnated to this day. In the end, someone has to step out. "If I don't enter hell, who will?" Su Yingluo said, If I can still survive this time, if there's a next life. I promise you." Li Senzheng didn't say anything. He just stood up and turned around. Hualala. Behind him, Su Yingluo sat down on the futon and passed away. With a brilliant Buddhist light, only 13 saras were left. The overlord of the mortal world, one of the strongest great saints in the entire 6 paths of reincarnation, did not choose to go to the front line of the battle, but fell in his own temple. In the bamboo forest, Li Senzheng first raised his head and stretched out his hand to block the dazzling sunlight in the sky. Suddenly, he felt that it was a little glaring. He turned around and looked at Su Yingluo's corpse. After a moment of silence, he began to cry, tears streaming down his face. This was his life's obsession. And the cruelest thing was today. Machete God Su Xiao said, "Let me save the world, let me bring prosperity to humanity, let me give freedom to the future generations. You want me to do the same? What use do I, Li Senzheng, have for that world? Why should I care about the lives of the world? Why bother me? I'm just an ordinary person without any grand ambitions. I only want you." He knelt on the ground, and a strong black fire of resentment burned his body. His resentment had reached its peak, and his entire soul was soaring. He felt as if he was rapidly flying, and he had broken out of his cocoon to become a butterfly. He was the only one who could remember samsara. The only person who had escaped the Grandma Meng soup. And now, he seemed to have once again formed a certain degree of talent transformation. His black talent flame burned deeper and deeper, carrying countless obsessions. Whoosh! The void shook. Li Sanzheng tore open the space and followed the concern in the underworld. He entered the underworld of the dead with the body of a living person. His talent had finally reached its end, and he could finally communicate with the netherworld. The love and obsession that he had accumulated for thousands of lifetimes had not only transcended reincarnation, but also life and death. Reincarnation. The living had entered the dead. The sky was gloomy. The bridge of helplessness, the road to the netherworld, and Fengde Ghost City were all empty. In the distance, the half-fan of the Six Paths reincarnation was still hanging. Cat Jump was lying on the empty bridge of helplessness, holding a bowl of menpo soup in one hand. She was playing the role of menpo and constantly taking pictures. She was also shocked. Su Yingluo, how did you die? Wasn't the war still going on? Who in this world can kill yourself? Su Yingluo's voice was concise. Hell of Avicenarica. Where is it? Quickly take me there. Jumping Cat broke out in cold sweat. Could this be a heaven-defying scheme of the secluded mountain prefecture lord? Su Yingluo had actually committed suicide to come here. She wanted to take advantage of the time when the reincarnation sovereign was being drawn here to rescue the ancient forbidden existences that were being suppressed in the entire ancient hell. This is impossible. Jumping Cat roared and quickly stopped her. She pointed to the sky and said, the six paths of reincarnation in the sky has already formed a law that restricts the dead. You can't do anything that violates the rules in hell. Even if you do, you can't leave hell as a dead person. What if it's a living person? The living don't need to follow the rules of reincarnation. Can you take the dead and leave? At this moment, a living man slowly walked out. His heart ached as he looked at Su Yingluo, who was already dead. This was the plan of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Making use of his talent and witnessing Su Yingluo's death with his own eyes, stimulating his talent and making him pursue the netherworld while he was still alive was also a miracle of gambling on probability. However, a miracle happened in the end. Soon, Su Yingluo and Li Sanzheng pried open the arcade game Hell and looked at the entire hell of Avicenarica. Seniors from the ancient times, I've been disrespectful. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed hard. Everyone, you are all ancient emperors and emperors. It's sad to be defeated after a lifetime of bitter fighting. You should be full of unwillingness and despair when you are suppressed with the bitterness of an entire era. Today, for the sake of the common people, I can only ask you to fight. The battle today will be the final battle. The younger generation of our era wants to overestimate themselves and sneak into the netherworld to save all of you. We will gather all the unrivaled heroes of the past and present to open the path to immortality for all the people in the world. This is a battle of all forces from ancient times to the present. It will be a glory that will shake the ages, and everyone will be remembered by the future generations. This is the time to defy the heavens and overthrow the venerable sovereign behind the scenes. Su Yingluo roared, we were born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? Boom! The moment he said that, the entire hell of Avicenarica started to shake. An elegant and domineering poetic title was heard. The Dao and Ku realms met with a devil disaster, and the gods descended to the human world. The cloud-crossing fairyland had fallen, and the remnants of Zhu had returned to reality. The Fluxer Zhu defied the heavens, and the three religions turned the tide. The mark of the wind reappeared on the path of the sword, and the Brahma would eventually abandon the sky. After the poem title was read, an overbearing voice of an old man came over. Is today the last day of the era? Success or failure will depend on this one move. Looking at the newcomer, Mao Xiao felt goosebumps all over his body. It was the legendary Qi Tiandi. At this moment, one after another, ancient beings walked out from the depths of hell, and their terrifying flames covered the entire world. Chapter 744. Eternal Heroes Fighting for Freedom. The ancient existences walked over slowly. The raging flames seemed to be burning the entire dark netherworld. The fighting spirit was dancing. An ancient existence. Su Yingluo and Li Sanzheng's hearts trembled. Many ancient mythological figures walked out of the gate of hell. They felt an endless aura rolling over and dyeing the sky of hell. It was unimaginably powerful. It even pounced on them as if it was a heaven-defying talent. It had an instinctive strong pressure on them, and they couldn't help but bow down in worship. He was too strong. He was simply too strong. At this moment, they seemed to see a magnificent ancient mythological era. Countless eras ago, this group of ancient almighty experts roared, destroyed, and fought against the supreme existence in the legends. He didn't have time to say anything. Today is the final battle. This is the time to cut off all history. Su Yingluo bowed slowly. She was full of admiration and said solemnly, "The situation is urgent. Now that we've broken into the netherworld, the dead zone, and the hell, we can only fight by gathering the power of all eras. Ancient seniors, please assist us in this battle." At the side, Cat Jump was the most horrified. He looked at Qi Tiandi, who was a dignified and noble peerless great emperor with the holiness of a martial god and a compassionate expression. How can this be? It really exists? This is clearly an arcade game character that I've been making up in the arcade game Hell with Samsara Palace Lord. It belongs to the people on Earth, and Zhu Wuxian is the only real person. Don't tell me. Jumping Cat looked at the elegant and dignified ancient heroes and an unbelievable guess rose in her heart. Yes. They should have been suppressed in the hell of Avicenarica for a long time. They lost all their memories under the burning pain of time and hellfire. I misunderstood. The reincarnation sovereign distorted history not only for me to deceive outsiders, but also for these ancient talents who have lost their memories. Add fake memories to the people who lost their memories. The conclusion that the cat jumped to was too shocking. He was extremely horrified. But it was indeed very reasonable. The hell of Avisai was scorching and suffering endlessly. For countless years, he had been burned and lost his self-consciousness. It's too terrifying. Was this the true face of the hell of Avicenarica? Not only can anyone control their bodies in the arcade game, but now, I have to modify their memories. Let them become another person, Jumping Cat said in fear. This purgatory was too cruel. However, the reincarnation sovereign miscalculated. No matter how much he adds to their memories, their obsessions can't be easily disintegrated. There's still a big problem for the reincarnation sovereign. Cat Jump was deeply impressed. Even if their memories are covered up and they become someone else, these heroic spirits will never forget the glory of the past, and will to fight. It's an emotion that's engraved in my bones. I want to overturn the cycle of reincarnation and find my true name. Even if I die, I'll still fight. Jumping Cat was shocked as she recalled that sentence. Xing Tian waved his axe and shield, his determination was firm. What happened next to her further confirmed Cat Jump's guess. At this moment, Emperor Yun and Yun Zongjun slowly walked out, causing Su Yingluo and Li Sanzheng to be overjoyed. Emperor Yun! Su Yingluo shouted. Is it the secluded mountain prefecture lord? Emperor Yun said softly, did he ask you to come? Break the shackles of hell? Save us! Emperor Yun was not intelligent. He naturally thought of such an earth-shattering move in an instant. It was the secluded mountain prefecture lord who had once plotted against him. It was his style. Yes, I am. Su Yingluo replied, Your Majesty Emperor Yun, how are the ancient great sages? Emperor Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly. They no longer remember many things from the ancient times. No matter how I asked, it was very vague. Even when I asked the secluded mountain prefecture lord about the past, there was no response. However, it's only natural to be controlled in such a terrifying environment of hellfire. If you had come a few hundred years later, Yun Zongjun and I, no matter how strong-willed we were, would have lost consciousness day after day, and become like them. As expected. Cat Jump was completely convinced. She was full of admiration and mixed feelings. Everyone, do you have any thoughts on the remaining half of the fan of reincarnation? Su Yingluo suddenly raised her head and looked at the reincarnation in the sky from the dark and gloomy netherworld. Qi Tiandi shook his head and looked into the distance while saying coldly, that's not a chance for us to take control of a world-rule divine weapon that has recognized its master. It's impossible to do so in a short time. Now, the best way is to fight the reincarnation sovereign. With so many ancient emperors and sovereigns completely revived, all the power from ancient times to the present has been gathered into one era. He can't escape this calamity. He might be able to deal with the existences of an era easily, but to swarm them all. Venerable sovereigns will fall today. Fight! The beast said. The entire beast path was almost blown up. It was completely boiling and chaotic. Su Ji continued to fight in an elegant manner. Countless rays of light fell from his hands and swept into the secluded mountain prefecture lord's body, shattering it continuously. Even if he had all kinds of terrifying heaven-defying natural endowments that were immune to all kinds of things, he had reached the upper limit of what he could bear, and his body was being destroyed bit by bit. Ah! The secluded mountain prefecture lord shouted. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying thing. This kind of exaggerated battle strength scared him out of his wits. Although he had made every possible plan and his battle strength was also sky-high, in front of absolute power and battle strength, he seemed so weak. Venerable sovereigns seemed to have cultivated all the cultivation techniques in the universe. Their soul, flesh, blood, body, and energy were all perfect existences in the great circle of final realm. We won't lose. He let out a long roar and exploded with a world-shaking pressure, shaking the entire world. Endless Buddha's light dyed the entire Buddha land. It's no use. The venerable sovereign's eyes were cold as he reached out to grab it. Everything will end here. Bang! Suddenly, a beam of light came from afar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A peerless purple divine sword pierced into the battle between the two. Su Ji turned his head in shock. A lang-glang-like voice was heard. Half god, half saint, and half immortal, all Confucian and all Daoist are all sages. Thousands of true books are stored in your mind, and you've mastered half of the sky. Boom! This was a white-haired and handsome cultivator who slowly appeared in the void. He grabbed at the void and the purple sword returned to his hand. Su Huanzhen came at the invitation. He was dressed in a black Daoist robe, a lotus crown on his head, a sword sheath on his back, a horsetail whisk in one hand, a purple gold sword in the other, and a zusha mole between his eyebrows. He said elegantly, "The bloody road of the pugilistic world is like a bitter lotus heart. Today, I will follow all righteous men to battle the pugilistic world, continue the immortal sect, and conquer the ancient immortal path." Boom! All the supreme saints in their bodies were shocked. Who was this? Was it so overbearing? A peerless power from ancient times? They were all shocked. These great saints felt that this person's talent was a special and powerful mixed talent, which was more than 10 times stronger than a single great saint talent. Although it was not as powerful as their fusion body talent, it was still too strong. Most of them had only reincarnated dozens of times. According to this situation, they would still need to reincarnate another 500 to 600 times before the obsessions accumulated by their talents would reach such a terrifying height. As expected of an ancient emperor. Su Ji's eyes flickered. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was indeed a genius, as all he did was to stall for time. There was still this move, pulling firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. Li Sansheng. Su Ji stopped in his tracks and said with a leisurely look in his eyes, "The living entering the dead, breaking through hell, and saving those existences is your greatest trump card?" Before he finished his words. Boom! Another voice came, and another earth-shaking ancient god and Buddha had awakened. It was another shocking poetic title. The north horse gallops with pride, the song reaches the south wind and ends with death. I, Nanfan, will not compete. This was a handsome and tall young man who was carefree and happy. He only reported his name and did not say anything else. The poetic title of this sentence was so domineering and unrestrained. She was an ancient emperor with peerless beauty. They seemed to see a Jianghe swordsman riding a horse and singing loudly. Wherever he went, the bandits were all frightened. Everyone was shocked and had yet to react. Swish! A soaring saber intent pierced through the clouds. The white storm swept across the sky like a heavy rain. The transparent long blade descended from the sky and stabbed straight into the ground. The huge long blade was actually as large as a dangerous mountain peak. Everyone was blown off their feet. The poem title came. One strike forward, one strike backward. I only have one strike. Who dares to block my strike? I'll kill you if you're alive, I'll kill you if you're dead. I'll kill everyone. What is this? The entire 6 paths of reincarnation was in an uproar. The path of the heaven-born, path of the beast, and path of the mortal world did not choose to go to war. Only a portion of them remained, but they were already paying close attention to this terrifying battle. They could not help but use their divine senses to look, and they collided. Who is this? That ancient overlord? The ancient Saber Emperor. It's hard to imagine. The talent formed by the extreme killing intent. This was a ferocious-looking peerless swordsman. His grey-black hair draped over his shoulders, and he held a giant saber in his hand. His face was full of anger, and he looked brutal and violent, as if he had been stained with endless killing and blood all his life. His killing intent spread. I kill everyone in my name, and I kill everyone. The Saberman stared at the ancient venerable sovereign, who was a young man in black with a strong fighting will. Everyone was shocked. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's plan was terrifying. One by one, the heaven-shaking and weeping gods that were suppressed in the ancient times were born. Pfft! In the distance, the secluded mountain prefecture lord spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. He laughed at the saints in his body and the entire world. Ha 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 ha! They were all former emperors and emperors who ruled this broken and desolate universe in the old era. They had ascended to the emperor's throne, and they had been worshipped by all living beings. They were all supreme in their era. Today, they have all woken up from the primeval hell and were rescued. The secluded mountain prefecture lord laughed heartily. Venerable sovereign, as the mastermind behind the scenes, you have transcended many eras. A golden age of geniuses that didn't care about each era. In order to continue cultivating the celestial emperor realm, he could have broken through to become a god, but he didn't break through in the end and stopped others from breaking through. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. But today, all the geniuses of this era, the emperors and monarchs who have been defeated by you, have come to find you. What do you think? The venerable sovereigns are tyrannical, the world shall attack them together. His voice gradually turned cold. Today is the day you die. So what? The venerable sovereign put his hands behind his back and said softly, they are just a group of losers. Even if they are all excavated from the ancient divine tomb, do you think they can defy the heavens? Another good weather. The venerable sovereign raised his head in shock and looked at the sky. Everything that happened today is destined to be extraordinary. Everything has to end here. When everything is over, we can go back and have a cup of tea. All the Azuradeo warriors were terrified. Venerable sovereigns were indeed terrifying. The lunchboxes they gave out in each era could circle the earth once, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. Yuan King Hua's expression changed several times. She stared blankly at the sky full of gods and Buddhas and said, the Deo strikes the vast sky, the Buddha soars to the shallow bottom, the gods and demons of all ages compete for freedom, reincarnation, ask the land of six paths, who will master the ups and downs. Boom! In the next moment, Chi Tiendi appeared. The poetic title covered the world. The Deo and Ku realms meet the devil disaster, and the god descends to the human world. All the living beings in the six paths of reincarnation had no time to be shocked. At this time, another terrifying chi flame swept across the world. It was another forbidden existence of the same level, and it had a poetic title. Vipralopa destroys the heavenly Deo, Bakan kills Tathagata. This was the shortest poetic title, but the context it described was the most breathtaking. This is... what a terrifying demon! Countless experts in the six paths of reincarnation looked over. It was a pitch-black Buddha. It was tall and straight, and the light wheel behind it was strange and holy. It was extremely noble and extraordinary. Even Su Huanzhen turned to look, her expression changing. The Lord of the sixth heaven of the desire realm in ancient times, the ancient devil Buddha Bosuan. He has a very terrifying talent. All living beings are in eternal darkness, and his devil heart is indestructible. He is a top ancient evil existence that heaven and earth cannot tolerate. Su Ji's expression was extremely calm as he looked at the devil Buddha. Boom! Then, various poetic titles ran through the ancient times. Existences after existences seemed to have followed the long river of time and climbed to the main world. They came from the depths of hell and were shocking. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's shocking plan was finally revealed. He had gathered the power of the past and the future. The ancient emperors and emperors, along with the legends and myths of the ancient times, had reappeared today. One by one, the unyielding characters of the ancient myths and legends reappeared in this world and composed the tragic hymn of the last battle on the immortal path. Is this the final battle of the reincarnated beings? Su Ji's gaze finally turned solemn and extremely serious. He looked at the legendary figures in the hell of arcade machines and said, Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, you have exceeded my expectations time and time again. Their talents were different from those of ordinary creatures that had reincarnated. They were special. Their talent was the terrifying power of will gathered by all living beings, the vengeful souls of the dead on the road to the Yellow Springs, the worship, worship, and offering incense from each era. Among those who offered incense, there was no lack of top great saints, heavenly emperors, and stunning existences. They saw the three-life stone in death and understood their past and present lives. After grieving over their failures, they went to pay their respects and mourn for the unyielding emperors of the ancient times. It had been thousands of years. Every person of the era, countless reincarnations of worship. That was why such a terrifying monster with heaven-defying talent appeared. Their talents were special. Ordinary reincarnated beings simply couldn't reach this level with their accumulated resentment. Ordinary talents would have to accumulate hundreds of reincarnations before they could reach the height of their obsession. Boom! Everyone, merge into one and battle the immortal path. Qi Tiandi said coldly. The talent of Emperor Rong he was indeed terrifying. He was able to gather all his talents and was the core of the secluded mountain prefecture lord's battle. However, many of the great saints present had the ability to gather all his talents. It can fit into my sleeve. Su Huanzhen flicked her sleeve. In the Milo Palace, supreme saints who have attained Dao discuss Dao in the wall paintings. The universe is in the sleeve, and it can bear the weight of the heavens and earth. The great saints, Nanfan Bujing, Emperor Yun Zongjun, and the others entered instantly. Su Huanzhen's aura exploded. Qi Tiandi looked calm. I cultivate the saintly source devil fetus, so I can enter the demon realm in my alternate dimension and live in misery. The supreme saints entered at the same time. All kill people, those who loved to kill and were manic, entered one after another. The devil Buddha Bosung quickly transformed into a three-faced, six-armed devil Buddha. Come into my Buddhist kingdom. Buddha does not redeem all living beings, but saves them with his own body. In an instant, countless demonic Dao giants, Zhu Wushan, and the others rushed in. The devil Buddha Bosung continued to merge together and turned into the form of 1,000 Buddhas with 1,000 faces. Brothers, let's go. It's time for us to show off. When the Azura Dao players saw this, they even secretly brought a group of people and their top secret weapon, the Gatling gun, and sneaked in. In an instant, Devil Buddha Bosung's posture changed again. This ancient Devil Buddha had an exquisite black ring of Buddha on his back. He held a huge black Gatling gun in his hands. He was mighty and domineering, giving off a very modern feeling. Good, evil, devil, you have united all the ancient forces suppressed by hell. Do you want to fight me? Su Ji looked at the three of them and then at the secluded mountain prefecture lord. All the powers of the world are complete. Boom! The four existences surrounded the venerable sovereign in the center, turning into a terrible storm. Fight! 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 At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. This was the battle that they had the best chance of winning. There are too many of you, and each of you is extremely talented. I'm not your match alone. The venerable sovereign, who was surrounded in the middle, said softly, there is a limit to the talent that each creature can accommodate. No matter how many talented creatures I have, I can't integrate too many. Just like you, the four of you have reached the limit of the integration of talents. It is impossible for the four of you to merge into one, but... Su Ji's body continued to grow and he turned into a legendary giant with a vast mountain range. He grabbed at the void. The true spirit of Samsara sword. The huge reincarnation cycle quickly changed its form and turned into a black, mechanical, and exquisite demonic sword that reached the sky. It fell into Su Ji's hand. Then, I'll completely reveal all my trump cards and fight with all my might. Chapter 745. The outcome of the battle. A truly terrifying battle had erupted. This was an unprecedented and world-shaking battle. Every great saint had a terrifying combat strength. They had honed the heavenly emperor level to perfection. If they broke through, their combat strength would far exceed their peers. At this time, the gathering was made up of many unprecedented emperors and emperors. They had once dominated the world and were the protagonists of an era. They had the most terrifying dominance and self-confidence, and they thought that they were invincible throughout the ages. In his vague memory, losing to the legendary venerable sovereign was the greatest shame in his life. Kill. The four existences finally made their move. They had all integrated with many powerful heaven-defying talents and could be said to be divided into 4 teams. They had reached the limit of their talents that their bodies could bear and were close to the true embodiment of the phenomenon of the laws. Their every move was like the might of the heavens, and all kinds of phenomena surrounded them. Send the venerable sovereign on her way. The 4 of them sublimated to the extreme. His entire body was surrounded by a green-gold radiance. Fresh blood was splattered everywhere, and it was so dazzling that it made one feel as if the universe was exploding. Su Ji held the reincarnation true spirit sword in his hand, which contained countless nomological phenomena. His every move had an astonishing power. He thought softly. Is that so? The so-called immunity to physical attacks and deist techniques. It's a phenomenon of distorted laws, similar to the Great Joy Emperor's mirror reflection. It was only at this moment that he truly had a hearty battle. This clone of his took out his trump cards and weapons. Countless cultivation systems were unleashed one after another, and he was completely free. Beast Path, in a distant valley. I. The giant octopus covered its mouth and couldn't help but speak the language of the Azura warriors. It was so scared that it broke out in a cold sweat and had goosebumps all over. He was trying hard not to make a sound of fear. Heavens! The center of the world. This place is really the center of the universe. At first, the giant octopus thought that it was a group of terrifying existences who had stepped onto the path of grade 9 fighting each other and was scared out of its wits. After that, he felt that the energy fluctuations weren't that condensed, so he thought that they were a group of heaven-defying 8th-rank gods, descendants with 9th-rank bloodlines. Who knew that when the energy fluctuations completely bloomed and shook up to this point, he finally realized that they were really just a group of celestial emperors. However, the celestial emperor? It was instantly at a loss. He had started to doubt the world. In the beginning, it had always thought that it was one of the strongest celestial emperor creatures in history. It had sucked on the stars in the universe to cultivate, but it turned out to be its own fantasy. It was just a country bumpkin's dream. So, I'm the weakest kind of heavenly emperor. The giant octopus was curled up in the canyon, and countless octopuses were lying on the ground with their heads in their hands. They were so scared that they had goosebumps. A group of Tier 7 heavenly emperors actually used the special power that only Tier 9 heavenly emperors had. This showed how deep the foundation of their world was. I still underestimated him. If the battle between level 7 heavenly emperors is so exaggerated, then what about the level 8 gods of this world? What about a level 9 world? They had previously said that a war between worlds was erupting. Several almighties that are close to level 9 world level are fighting in secret. I'm afraid that it won't just affect a single galaxy. Its mind was blank and filled with horror. The more it thought about it, the more it trembled. It should be a super galaxy level super large scale war in an area of millions of light years. What kind of terrifying war world have I been dragged into? In the distance, Pan Yuxian looked at the Daedalus figure in the distance, who had gone completely crazy. Every move he made was a distorted phenomenon. The center of the war seemed to have turned into a slow, half-static collapsing scene. It was a distorted and collapsed space-time region. A series of terrifying quakes continued to spread out, engulfing the earth. Even the sky was wailing. She was still live-streaming. This is too terrifying. Is this really the Celestial Emperor? The world of the 6 paths of reincarnation has refreshed my understanding of the weak beings like the Heavenly Monarch. After all, this was the era of gods with keyboard. After Ermin's wizard god era, many people looked down on the god. The NPCs in the game are so intelligent. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was terrifying. He actually had such a plan? We'll take drastic measures and secretly sneak into hell to save all the heroes since ancient times. But can we really win? I don't know, but that group of players has already joined the body of the devil Buddha Bakken, holding Gatling guns in their hands. They are emitting blue fire, the terrifying rays of radiation. The Gatling is fighting the venerable sovereign, and their movements are so fast that I can't see them clearly. At this moment, countless players in the wizard community stood on the streets and squares, looking at the big screen in the center. It was bustling with people, as if they were watching a big movie. Everyone knew that this moment would be recorded in history and change the fate of the entire world. The battle against the ancient venerable sovereigns was bound to be a major event that would shake the ancient and modern times. Killing such a character and overthrowing the Dark Age would open a new chapter in history. After all, it was too important and was the dream of countless eras. There were even people who had started to record the scene. This was because it was a very amazing mythical scene that surpassed any top special effects. It could be made into a big movie and sell well. I wonder what will happen. At this time, Pan Yuxian clenched her fists and ignored the crazy discussion in the live broadcast room. The bullet screen was full of comments, and she stared at the terrible battle, her nails almost digging into her palm. The reincarnation sovereign's combat strength is too exaggerated. Furthermore, he has a reincarnation divine weapon. Even if he gathers the strength of all the heroes since ancient times, the outcome of the battle is still uncertain even if hundreds of geniuses besiege him. Boom! For the first time, Su Ji's clone felt tremendous pressure from someone in the same realm as him. A true opponent had appeared in the same realm. Boom! Rays of light bloomed like the Milky Way. Gods and devils sang in the sea of stars and surrounded him. The chaotic wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were all clashing, and countless substances were destroyed. The situation is urgent. The venerable sovereign has only brought 1/3 of his reincarnation out. This is his weakest moment. This is his best advantage. Qi Tiandi said coldly while his eyes were filled with ice and shocking coldness. However, such an existence didn't fall behind at all despite being besieged by the entire era. This kind of combat power is simply terrifying. Su Huanzhen said. We might not win. Devil Buddha Bosun's words were a blow to their morale. But everyone knew this. The combat strength of venerable sovereigns was so strong that it made people despair. It was undeniable that such a terrifying and ruthless character was unparalleled in the world. They couldn't win even after gathering so many powerful forces. Kill! Kill! Countless supreme saints roared in their bodies. This battle continued, and it was so intense that the sky and earth cracked. They fought with all their strength for half a day. This was a battle between experts that usually ended quickly, and it was unimaginable. After all, they were all born with natural talent laws, and their energy level was at the heavenly emperor level. They were relatively weak and not condensed enough, so their destructive power was low. How amazing were the combat powers of the supreme saints! There were all sorts of divine moves. Finally, under the joint attack of the four people, their cooperation became more and more perfect. The body of the venerable sovereign began to break, and blood flowed out of his lips. He fell into defeat. I can win. That's too terrifying. All the heroes since ancient times have surrounded one person. How can he fight until now and only show signs of defeat? One man can fight the entire ancient and modern times. It's hard to imagine. At first, I thought he was still invincible. Haha. Someone laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Today, I will overthrow the nightmare in my heart. Kill. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight the entire generation of heroes. This battle went on from day to night, and dawn was about to break. The venerable sovereign's body was completely bathed in blood. His snow-white skin was exposed, and his body was stained with golden sovereign blood. Even his white bones were exposed. Everyone's eyes were red as they fought madly. They displayed all kinds of unique skills and continuously attacked. The slaughter of the venerable sovereigns and the opening of the celestial path will be in this world. They roared. Another 3 days passed. The venerable sovereigns' bodies continued to shatter, but they were still bathed in blood and fighting, unwilling to fall. On the contrary, the ancient emperors who had escaped from hell were gradually unable to hold on. Although they had obtained a large amount of energy from Li San's Hung at the last minute, their foundation was not stable at all because of the urgent absorption. Venerable Sovereign, why are you still alive? You. Why isn't he dead yet? After another half a day, the great saints who had been besieging him gradually exhausted their strength and could no longer make a sound. Their voices were extremely hoarse, and even a trace of despair appeared. How can his physical strength be so abundant? It's hard to imagine. All the supreme saints howled in grief. Their eyes were red and they looked like they were about to crack. In fact, for a moment, he couldn't hold on any longer, and he felt like he was about to collapse. Are you guys exhausted? The Samsara official sovereign said leisurely, it's been a long time since I've experienced such a bloody battle. You've made me feel the edge of death and the feeling of meeting a worthy opponent. It's not bad. The venerable sovereign was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. His eyes were dim and withered as if he was about to be completely exhausted. He was on the verge of death, but he didn't care. His eyes were cold and endless pressure was coming down. Then, everything of this era will end. The four people on the opposite side had already been defeated. Victory and defeat had been decided. What awaited them was the fate of being dealt with again. Chapter 746. The birth of the God of Hope in Despair. You've already done very well. The venerable sovereign was covered in blood, and for the first time, he looked tired. Clearly, he was also close to the end of his life. Drip, drip, drip. The drops of blood were like bright crystal dewdrops rolling on his jade-like skin and falling to the ground. They were like bright meteors that hit the ground. It was as if there were meteors falling from the venerable sovereign's bodies. It was a beautiful sight. In all of history, you are the first people to force me to this extent. If it was a few generations ago, you might have already killed me. The venerable sovereign said coldly. His expression was indescribably calm, and his slender and handsome body was like a black mountain peak, pressing down on people until they couldn't breathe. It's a pity that your numbers keep increasing with the times, and my combat power is also improving with the times. All improvements are mutual. The 4 people in front of him were on the verge of collapse. His eyes were empty and lifeless, with only blood and darkness in them, as if he was a walking corpse that could fall down at any time. They were really too tired. Even though the hell of Avicenarica had been revived and the unparalleled flames that could swallow mountains and rivers had reappeared, the battle was still extremely difficult. The blood was drained. His bones were broken. His soul was burning, his consciousness was collapsing, and even in the end, he was still holding on with his obsession, fighting to the death. Within his body, countless supreme saints wailed, choked, and sobbed. Why? Why did it turn out like this? There was just hope, but it was wiped out again. Hope is clearly right in front of us. They were stunned as they looked at the ultimate mythical creature in front of them, the venerable sovereign, who was bathed in blood. That's right. Divine power perfection. His body was complete, and his soul was complete. Every part of it was polished to perfection. It was as if all the cultivation techniques of the entire universe had been added to his body. How could his endurance and recovery ability not be perfect for such a terrifying creature? There's not a single place that isn't perfect. We should have expected this. Countless supreme saints sobbed in the sky. They had never been so full of hope before. A ray of light bloomed at the end of the darkness, allowing them to open the path to immortality. Their fighting spirit was burning, and they achieved unimaginable results in the old era. It was the first time venerable sovereigns were injured, bled, and exhausted. They had never been in such a tragic situation. All the heroes in this shattered universe were bleeding and fighting. The unparalleled emperors and emperors who had resurrected in the ancient times had almost all their blood drained. The entire ancient and modern era had gathered all their power to fight this battle. It could be said to be unprecedented, but it had also exhausted all their foundations. But at this moment, the entire world was in darkness. There was no longer any light, only blood and sorrow. Voila! The sky was dead silent. The bright red ground was riddled with holes, turning into the most ancient and tragic blood-red mythical battlefield. Only 5 people stood there alone. The venerable sovereigns were still standing there quietly and had not made a move yet. Pucci! The 4 people in front of him could no longer hold on and were instantly shattered. Bang! They dispersed and turned into hundreds of ancient and modern heroes. Their blurry and weak figures almost fell to the ground, without even the strength to fight one last time. All of a sudden, an ancient great saint who had been scattered around could not help but feel terrified. He turned around and ran away, staggering. I lost. I still lost. It was impossible to win. If there's no more hope, it's all fate. Why should we pursue the immortal path? There are no immortals in this world. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Another great saint turned around and ran away. He cried out, blood and tears rolled down his eyes. Why should we struggle? We're destined to only become immortals after the venerable sovereign. When he doesn't become an immortal, we can wait for our deaths. It's a wonderful and complete life. No one stopped him. Suddenly, the secluded mountain prefecture lord's expression turned sorrowful. He roared at the lonely blood-colored sky and sobbed. You guys! You guys! Those people of this era, are you still not going to make a move? Living beings cannot have no bottom line. You've lost your dignity as powerhouses and watched us rush to the front line like moths to a flame. Now that the venerable sovereigns are exhausted, it's the best time for you to fight, and you're still afraid. There was no sound in the world. In the past, only a portion of the great saints in this modern era chose to merge with the secluded mountain prefecture lord. The rest left and were unwilling to participate. Yun Zongjun, who was covered in blood, couldn't help but sneer. He raised his head and roared. You bunch of bastards, you don't deserve to be called great saints. In the era of the path of the heaven-born, how united were they? We fought against the emperor together, but you were so timid. As powerhouses, you have inner demons, respect and fear. Even if the path to immortality is opened, you are destined to not become immortals. All-Kill raised his blood saber and pointed to the sky. Ha 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 ha. At the last moment, all of you were still running away, unwilling to contribute. All of you were supposed to be outstanding figures, but you were scared like street rats. If I'm still at my peak, I'll definitely kill all of you before fighting venerable sovereigns. His taunting words reverberated in the blood-colored world, and the entire Six Paths reincarnation was shaking. In the world, countless ordinary people, including hundreds of millions of people at dawn, knelt on the ground and cried loudly after hearing the sound and sensing what had happened in the animal path. Woo! Kill the ancient venerable sovereign who is in charge of the netherworld and the order of heaven and earth. How can a mortal fight against the heavens? The emperors of the ancient times are about to be defeated. Where will this era go? The era is too distant. In the recent era, I only remember Emperor Yun. The era above that was Zhu Wuxian, and after that. They don't even know their names, but there are too many unparalleled talents. The people were wailing in grief. They felt very miserable and couldn't help but shed tears. This era was too sad. They had gathered all their power, but they still couldn't win. They couldn't change the fate of the era and could only stop at the heavenly emperor level. Some of the timid great saints who had left at the beginning and were unwilling to merge hid among the ordinary people and listened to the public opinion around them. Their calm faces began to have mixed feelings. They were somewhat moved. Finally, golden meteors streaked across the sky, leaving the time it took to fuse with the bodies, and then returning. Boom! Dozens of meteors, like burning meteorites, landed on the blood-colored land with long tails. The red clouds in the sky rolled, day and night. Kill! The venerable sovereign is already exhausted, and both sides are injured. If we can kill him, we can ascend to the top. A supreme saint who had fled in fear and returned roared. His figure was like a sharp knife, stabbing at the blood-stained venerable sovereign. Pfft! His entire body was instantly sent flying like a broken bag of blood. All the great sages who had rushed over were shocked. How is that possible? He has such ridiculous battle power. This is impossible. They had clearly felt that the venerable sovereign's aura had been exhausted to the extreme, their chi and blood withered, and they even felt that they were on the verge of death. Yet, they were still so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful those four terrifying figures who had just besieged the venerable sovereigns and the rest of the venerable sovereigns were. He probably couldn't be defeated by ordinary immortals. Even an injured tiger can't be killed by an ant. The venerable sovereign's voice was hoarse and still soaked in blood. He staggered as if his body would fall down at any time, but none of the great sages dared to move. He said lightly. Even if he's exhausted and covered in wounds, he's not someone you can fight. You are just a bunch of scattered soldiers. Your main combat power has been completely exhausted. Those with fusion talents no longer have the strength to get up and absorb your strength to fuse. You are just a bunch of scattered people. So what if you are at your peak? The outcome has been decided. The venerable sovereign's voice was leisurely. Ha ha ha. The outcome is yet to be decided. At this moment, the secluded mountain prefecture lord laughed and struggled to stand up. You supreme saints who escaped were not willing to merge with us. However, you are all brave and have returned. You're willing to fight for the world, for the immortal path, and for the past. For the sake of the common people, the experts of this land will definitely be grateful to all of you. All the great sages were ashamed when they heard this. Someone raised his eyebrows and asked, Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, you know human nature. You know that even if you cut off the path of retreat for the gifted bloodline, you can only control those gifted supreme saints. Most of us, ordinary great saints, will leave. Could it be that our return is also part of your plan? It is. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's expression was gentle. Everyone was overjoyed. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's intelligence was so high that it was hard to describe. In order to create miracles, he had already created many impossible things. The first miracle. With the power of one person, he actually encouraged and persuaded all the talented great saints in the world to cut off their retreat and open a stage for them, saying the possibility of victory. In the end, he forced them to think that it was possible to win, so they resisted the venerable sovereign. To be able to do this was already shocking. The second miracle. They were betting that Li Sanzheng and the others would be able to enter the dead zone alive. While they were holding the venerable sovereign back, they could save all the talents from ancient and modern times and gather all their strength to fight against him. And in front of him, there was actually a third backup plan? The activation of this trump card in front of them was a gamble on the return of the great sages who had left before? Was that why he roared at the six paths to provoke them? What a good plan! It was indeed a good scheme. Everything was still going according to the secluded mountain prefecture lord's plan. It was a stunning plan to kill the emperor. No wonder he wanted to create an incredible miracle. One of the great saints said with confidence, "Then, does the secluded mountain prefecture lord have a way for us to gather our talents to fight venerable sovereigns?" "That's right. In fact, I've already said from the beginning that there's a hidden meaning." The secluded mountain prefecture lord said, "We are still hiding an ancient great saint who can combine all talents. He has not made a move yet." "What kind of metaphor?" a great saint said. Yu Shan's eyes gradually turned cold as he slowly bowed. "If you want to fight the heavenly Dao, you must first fight your own Dao. Great saints, please die." The expressions of the surrounding supreme saints changed drastically. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in the world. A figure filled with killing intent suddenly flew out from the group of weak ancient supreme saints. An ancient poetic title finally appeared. "The peerless beings ask for my surname, the first one on the godless throne." Boom! An extremely domineering poetic title resounded through the world. All the saints turned their heads and looked at Zhu Wuxian, who was already waving his slaughter heavenly blade and slashing towards them. They were all horrified. "Let's go." A great sage's expression changed drastically. "The secluded mountain lied to us." Puchi! A bright head flew up. The great saint's expression froze as he circled in the sky with disbelief in his eyes. "Run! He's trying to kill us." Another great sage was terrified. He couldn't help but roar, "No wonder it wasn't fused before. Every great sage has a different way of fusion. Zhu Wuxian's fusion method is to kill. That's why I didn't use it before and let the other great saints fuse it first." "Secluded mountain prefecture lord, you are so cruel." Another great sage broke out in cold sweat and retreated in fear. "You're only luring us here now. They want to kill us, who are still in the peak stage of the great saint fusion, because a great saint who has exhausted his killing power can't obtain any power at all. Everyone, this is his obsession." The secluded mountain prefecture lord said slowly, "This is a terrifying evil spirit. He is not inferior to Qi Tiandi and the others, but he is an extreme person. He has no god and is an ominous god that gives birth to hope and despair. He first kills mortals, then the heavens, and only peerless and godless. Only then can you kill the heavens. It's very difficult to raise his obsession talent's combat strength. It can only be raised to the highest level when he kills people in despair and fights with his back to the water. However, he won't be stronger than the previous four. They're evenly matched. However, a venerable sovereign in such a situation has exhausted his strength. A fifth person in his prime is enough to turn the tide. Hope was born out of despair? Peerless, without a spirit. It turned out. Was this what the name meant? The head of a great sage flew in the air. At last, this thought flashed across his mind. His face was filled with extreme hatred, fear, enmity, regret, and complications. Finally, it turned into a carefree indifference. "Zhu Wuxian! I've been running away, I don't dare to move forward." The head wailed and cried hysterically, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Please use my power. Please use it as you wish to end our final fate and open the ancient immortal path." "Open the immortal path." Zhu Wuxian's blood saber slashed across, and it did not stop at all. It was incomparably steady, and heads flew up one after another as they wailed. In the distance, the venerable sovereign stepped forward. The group of extremely weak great saints roared and took a step forward. Their faces were extremely firm, and they turned into an indestructible wall. "I won't let you take another step forward. I'm the same. Zhu Wuxian needs 10 breaths of time. Then, we, the hundreds of great saints who are exhausted, will fight for it. I'm willing to fight for the future of the world. I'm willing to fight for hope for the past and the present." The venerable sovereign was covered in blood. He stopped and looked at them. He was on the verge of collapse, but he was holding on to his last breath. In an instant, the final battle broke out. Finally, is it my turn to save everything and open the path to immortality? In the distance, Zhu Wuxian's movements were extremely fast. He killed people extremely quickly, and his actions were extremely fast. He hadn't really used up his energy. He had hidden it in his body and was still at his peak. He had been waiting for this moment. The era where I have to go into battle means a dark despair where I can't see any hope. This is really sad. His blood-red fighting spirit became more and more intense, like an endless sea of blood, enveloping the entire land. He recalled the first scene. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It seemed to be a memory of ancient times. Finally, he killed all the supreme saints who had come to help and went straight for the venerable sovereign. It was as if the scene in his memory was being replayed. You guys don't need to stop me, let me do it. He jumped up. I will reverse the 6 paths and become a true god. Today is the day. With a furious roar, the dazzling light tore apart the dark universe. In the long years, I've laid dormant in a prehistory. Today, I've finally ushered in a brilliant great era. In this era, I'll join forces with the geniuses of the current generation. I must reveal my true name in reincarnation and only compete for this lifetime, not for the next life. This era will not be defeated again. The roars resounded through the heavens and the earth, as if they looked down on the world. He said the words that people said when they first saw Zhu Wuxian. Woo. Some people were crying and sobbing. This sentence was exactly what the players and the vengeful spirits had seen in the arcade game Hell back then. It was sad and solemn, without a single word difference. It made everyone sad to recall it again at this moment. At that time, Zhu Wuxian's appearance opened the curtains to the history of the ancient immortal path. And in front of him, Zhu Wuxian's words seemed to be the end. The world seemed to have formed a perfect loop. Emperor. Venerated. Ugh. Everything has returned to this moment. It's like fate. He raised his head and roared with all his might. His red hair fluttered wildly like an unknown bloody and manic beast. He raised his bloody knife that was filled with endless killing and resentment and rushed straight at the venerable sovereign who was covered in blood. They had entered the most dangerous stage of the hand-to-hand combat in an instant. Peng peng peng. The weapons of both sides clashed. Get out of the way of the immortal path. The two figures collided with each other, and countless blood-red obsessions exploded. Zhu Wuxian carried the ancient obsessions of the entire ancient time and attacked the cold venerable sovereign's figure. Boom 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 boom. The two terrifying figures collided with each other. In the live broadcast room, countless netizens were shouting. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, countless living beings, commoners, and even scholars from various sects were roaring in anger. I'm finally going to succeed. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is too powerful. Only he can create such a miracle. Zhu Wuxian, your obsessiveness has transcended thousands of years, the ominous god that gave birth to hope and despair, the god of destruction that slaughters all life, Zhu Wuxian. Kill him. I won't lose. The venerable sovereigns are almost exhausted. It's your turn to finish the last part. Don't let all the unrivaled heroes of the past and present risk their lives and fail at the last step. You bastard! Countless sounds of mountains collapsing and seas crashing were heard as they roared. Hot blood surged, danced, and drifted to the clouds. They watched as Zhu Wuxian continuously pierced through the venerable sovereign's body and sent him flying. They were extremely excited. Chapter 747. Watch my wonderful technique, the venerable sovereign will die without a doubt. The war broke out again. The venerable sovereign and Zhu Wuxian fought again. As the last person to integrate, the final trump card, he had already carried the hope of all the heroes since ancient times. If he was defeated, then the world would fall into complete darkness. I must win. Venerable sovereign, you're like a lamp that has run out of oil. This is the final battle. As the entire world was engulfed in despair and fear, countless people were shouting. Countless experts on the path of cultivation murmured, as if the wails and cries of thousands of people rang out. They were not willing to submit to fate, and they poured out their last strong unwillingness and hope in this way. Fight! Zhu Wuxian brandished his blood-slaughter saber. The bodies of both parties were severely injured, and blood gushed out. However, although the venerable sovereign was exhausted and blood was spurting out, he still could not fall down. On the contrary, Zhu Wuxian was gradually injured. He's this strong. Qi Tiandi and the others still looked calm. Even so, we still haven't reached the final limit after one more person joins us. Even so, we might not win. Su Huanzhen looked up at the sky in a daze. It was hard to imagine that the life force of a venerable sovereign was so tenacious. Despite the countless ambushes, he had clearly been exhausted to this extent, but he still hadn't fallen. The most tragic battle. It was heartbreaking. Devil Buddha Bosun put his hands together, still as calm as an ancient well. In the live broadcast room, all the netizens were extremely shocked and touched. Brothers, we've been acting like soy sauce for them all this time. We have no sense of existence at all. We have to find a way to help them at the final moment. This is too tragic. We have to help them. We can't let the secluded mountain prefecture lord take the lead. Yet. Main story, a battle with a level 80 boss is inevitable in the dungeon. We must win. At the end of the day, it's all because you players are too useless. It's not that our side is too useless, it's that the enemy is too strong. Crying. But what can we do? How can we help? Can he be smarter than the secluded mountain prefecture lord? That's right. After all, the secluded mountain prefecture lord has already used up all the power that he could gather. That's true. There are no great sages in the entire world of 6 paths of reincarnation. Even those great sages who escaped were deceived and killed. The rest are just ordinary heavenly emperors who aren't even great sages. Ordinary heavenly emperors couldn't even withstand a few moves from a great saint. What was the use of having more heavenly emperors? At present, all the combat power that could be used had been used. Countless netizens shook their heads and felt very sad. The secluded mountain prefecture lord had already used up all his strength and could only rely on his last bit of confidence. At this moment, a well-known big shot stood up. Brothers, the racer of Mount Harana said, I'll be honest with you. I have an idea that can defeat the venerable sovereign. Hiss. All the netizens were stunned, causing an intense uproar. The secluded mountain prefecture lord had already used all his power, what else could he do? Or would he definitely win? Are you also going to take the path of miracles? To become a well-known anomalogist? Everyone knew that the speed of the racer of Mount Harana was terrifying. He was like the secluded mountain prefecture lord among the players. He was the smartest among the players and had endless ideas. Ermin's ascension to godhood and all the things that happened after that, even the invasion of the 3 pillar gods, were all his ideas to lure a daddy-level monster into the village and call the Taejun. What is it? Someone couldn't help but ask. Although they didn't believe it, they were also looking forward to it. The racer of Mount Harana. Everyone was shocked. Their minds were hazy, and they couldn't figure it out. The racer of Mount Harana asked, have you guys forgotten? The principle of the vital chi bomb was to absorb the chi in everyone's body, as well as the radiation, and gather them together. The essence of our system is the same as that of the small universe era, so our cultivation techniques can naturally be used. Although these ordinary celestial emperors aren't of much use, there are enough of them. This is an era where there are as many celestial emperors as there are dogs, and no one is allowed to become immortals. You can call for a group of voluntary celestial emperor suicide soldiers, raise their hands to the sky, and contribute their strength. When they die of exhaustion, they can gather energy bombs and attack. This idea was simply too bold. However, it was not impossible. This was because the entire era's hot-blooded fighting spirit had been aroused. There were bound to be martyrs among the heavenly emperors of many eras who were willing to die at this final moment. Many people's eyes lit up. The racer of Mount Harana was indeed powerful. Knowledge was the power of everything. If you can't solve the problem, then you're not bald enough. The method provided by this knowledge was very feasible. But very quickly, he was also doused with cold water. I'm afraid that the number of heavenly emperors who voluntarily commit suicide is only a small number. It's not enough to gather a terrifying energy bomb. After all, reality is cruel. Instantly, many people nodded. You want the celestial thearch to commit suicide? For the bloodlust in his heart? There would be such people. But not too much. The reality was cruel. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was the one who understood human nature the most. That was why he tricked these people and killed them by force. He did not make them do it willingly. This method might seem feasible, but it was actually very useless. The racer of Mount Harana thought, something's not right. This time, it was different. There would definitely be a large number of martyrs who were willing to die. They were willing to reach out to the sky and contribute their life force. This was because the order of the world here was different. After death, people would be reincarnated, and they would only enter the netherworld. What if they promised to overthrow the venerable sovereigns and a group of big shots took control of the netherworld? What if they were to reward those who had died early and entered the road to the underworld? In their next life, should they join a good family, or should they become officials in hell, do all kinds of netherworld jobs, or even set up city gods and wander around day and night? Or, what if he promised to return their samsara true names? Wonderful! Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Yes, if there were benefits, most celestial emperors would be willing to die if they won and were rewarded. After all, after overthrowing the venerable sovereigns, even if he were to enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, he would still be considered a founding hero in the netherworld. The benefits were huge. Instantly, everyone felt that it was feasible. It was simply exquisite and perfect. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. It's possible to make a large number of celestial emperors commit suicide and gather yuan chi bombs. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana added, I personally think that this might not be enough. The life force of venerable sovereigns was so strong that they could be more ruthless and let those heavenly emperors eat and drink to their fill first. How could he eat and drink to his heart's content? It was to let them absorb the energy of the giant octopus. He wanted the top sects with great saints to open up their reserves and not hide so much energy. Many ordinary heavenly emperors were from small sects and unorthodox ways that did not have any cultivation resources. They allowed them to absorb the energy of the giant octopus and forcibly turn it into their own heavenly emperor cultivation base. Then, they would eat until they were full and commit suicide to become a hungry ghost. In this way, they could contribute more death energy, and the energy of a heavenly emperor would increase by more than 10 times. The celestial emperors of the entire era committed suicide by absorbing the giant octopus's energy and took the initiative to go to the road to the netherworld. The life vitality bomb that they gathered will definitely kill venerable sovereigns. Everyone's breathing quickened. That was indeed the case. If Zhu Wuxian was the straw that broke the camel's back, then, the vitality bomb might be the second straw that broke the camel's back. However, with the addition of the strengthened yuan qi bomb that had fully absorbed the giant octopus's energy, it was like a huge mountain crushing the camel to death. It was extremely terrifying, so why would he worry that the camel would not die? Ha ha ha! Venerable sovereigns are dead. Happy, we netizens can also help the hot-blooded heroes of each era. I can already imagine their gratitude to us. Wonderful! At this moment, Qi Tiandi and the others were watching the battle in the distance. In fact, I have one last method here that is enough to reverse the situation. Yuan King Hua said after a moment of silence. The players had also exhausted all their strength. Oh! The secluded mountain prefecture lord's eyes lit up. The Dao of Azura was indeed mysterious and had an unexpected foundation. One must know that even at this time, he had used all his trump cards and had no other cards to play. However, the price might be very high. Yuan King Hua murmured softly. We have no way out. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was very calm. We have gathered all the talents from the past, present, and past for this battle to start a new era. Even if we die, there is no way out no matter how great the price. Clang! Clang! The clanging sound of metal colliding resounded through the sky. In the distance, Su Ji's expression remained the same as he continued to fight Zhu Wuxian. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is indeed powerful and calculative. In this situation, this avatar of mine is indeed exhausted. If I were to fight with Zhu Wuxian at his peak, the chances of victory are only 50-50. At this moment, he already had a 50% chance of losing. Although he had the reincarnation weapon, it was already a terrifying thing for him to fight to this extent. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the combined attack of so many terrifying monsters. From the giant octopus's words, there had never been such a powerful and terrifying celestial emperor in history. Although it might be lacking in knowledge, Su Ji's power was probably one of the most terrifying existences in the 7th rank realm, even in the entire universe. This version of me is still incomplete. This clone's 9 revolutions mysterious art is incomplete and there is no living creature of an entire world in this clone of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Otherwise, if I were to continue fighting, I would not be exhausted so quickly and would still be full of energy. But now, Su Ji muttered to himself as he continued to fight against Zhu Wuxian. He appeared to be very calm and did not intend to cheat with the help of external forces. Let nature take its course. If he won, he would suppress them. If he lost, his rule would be overthrown, and he would leave. He would take the opportunity to hand over the inferno to them. It would be much more relaxing. He would finally get rid of this heavy burden and have someone to take over the management of the inferno. Moreover, he could return at any time after leaving and rule the era again, forming a sense of pressure above his head, encouraging the entire era to move forward and preventing the venerable sovereigns from coming again. Therefore, it was very natural for Su Ji to win or lose. But in the next second, Su Ji's expression changed. He looked up into the sky from afar, and his expression was one of extreme shock. What is this? His mind was blank, and his plans could not keep up with the changes. In the end, he couldn't help but look at the vast snow-white vital energy bullets that were continuously gathering in the sky and muttered to himself. I'm going to become an immortal. Chapter 748. Becoming an immortal. Boom. All the living beings on the land heard the news that was spread by some kind of spirit diffusion talent. Heavenly emperors of the present age. This was the cultivation technique of the essence chi bomb. All the major sects cooperate to develop the resources. Upon hearing the voice transmission, the sect leaders couldn't help but roar in anger. Quickly release the resources. Previously, they had killed the giant octopus and obtained 80% of the resources. Ordinary small sects didn't even have anything to drink. How powerful were these overlord holy lands? However, at this moment, a large number of sage sects had opened up all their sect reserves for the ordinary rogue heavenly emperors to absorb. The sects of the sages had no way out. All the supreme saints in their sect had put their eggs in one basket. If they were defeated by the Samsara Palace Lord, they would be suppressed forever and their sect would definitely decline. With the vast amount of alien evil spirit energy stored, it would be difficult to preserve it as the sect declined, so it was better to open it in advance. They were betting on the return of the great sage of their sect. The secluded mountain prefecture lord and the other great sage overlords had no way out. The sects that they had founded had no way out either. Kill. You can take any cultivation resources you want. With a roar, it was as if a new chapter of legend had been opened. Finally, at this moment, everyone's blood was completely ignited. With a huge amount of energy in their hands and the promise they had after death, the opening of the immortal path was also closely related to their future. If they didn't break through and become immortals, they, the celestial emperors, would die of old age in this era. A new era will be started by us. A heavenly emperor roared and stood up. He continued to absorb the terrifying ocean energy of the outworld fiends and raised his hands high. My power, please take it. The beast path and countless spiritual monsters were also shocked. They stood up one after another, no longer sitting by and watching the fire. It's time to be called king and ancestor. After overthrowing the old era and entering the netherworld, we still have to be rewarded based on merit. At the very least, we can still be the promised lord of the Xing Wang, the earth god, and the mountain god. The human world said. A young heavenly emperor was being hugged tightly by a girl behind him. The girl could not help but shake her head and burst into tears. No, no. The young celestial thearch didn't say anything. He just turned around and looked at the terrifying battle. He could feel the pressure of the terrifying aura from afar, and it made him lose his mind. The celestial thearch was silent for a moment. In the end, he pushed the girl away and jumped up. Wait for me to come back. He flew into the air and raised his arms high. My power, please take it. Boom. The light in the sky was getting denser. Hwalala. The threads of light were like a white rainstorm, and the overwhelming death energy turned into a vast ocean. The energy of the entire giant octopus was frantically digested by the endless number of celestial emperors of this era. They were all contributed. I'm willing to open the gate of immortality for the world. I'm willing to open the gate of immortality for the world. It was like the density of a storm, like the beating of a tsunami. The elegy of hot blood resounded through the world, turning into a blood-colored hymn of hot blood. This was to overthrow the dark era where immortals could not become immortals. Many people were praying and many were singing in sorrow. This kind of grand occasion had never happened before. Boom! The light ball condensed, and the entire world was illuminated. It was as if the final battle was about to begin. How could this be? Su Ji suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the huge ball of light that was gathering. Vitality bomb! I'm going to become an immortal. He was also dazed for a moment. A huge vital chi bomb gradually gathered in the sky. An earth-shattering wave of death energy attacked. There was too much energy from the dead Zergs. Even the celestial emperors of that era, in order to increase the strength of the energy of the vital chi bomb, brought the energy of the giant octopus that they had transformed into and surged into Su Ji's body, knocking on the door of the path of immortality. Boom! It was like a flood that had burst a dam as it rushed toward Su Ji, who was already halfway on his path to become a god. Why so fast? Su Ji was in a daze. He didn't want to become an immortal so quickly and break through to level 8 god. This was because he had just obtained the basic cultivation technique, Soul Deo, and he was still in the middle of cultivating it. He had originally thought that since he had already reached the level of multiple systems, he would cultivate all of them to perfection before breaking through. However, the situation before him. Venerable Sovereign, you're distracted. In the distance, Yuan Qinghua was shouting. In the live broadcast room, they were also overjoyed. Venerable Sovereign, you've finally panicked. His face was full of shock. Countless bullet comments were shouting in excitement. This is the first time I've seen him so shocked. He finally knows the fear of being dominated by us. We're teaching him how to be a man. He saw the vital chi bomb and was already panicking. Venerable Sovereign, what the hell is this? Such terrifying energy. Even if I was at my peak, I might not be able to take a hit. It's already stable. Let's work harder. We will do what the enemy doesn't want us to do. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Continue to let the celestial emperors absorb the giant octopus's suicide and contribute to the hymn of the era. The history of mankind is a song of praise for courage. Countless netizens roared in excitement. This was the final moment of the battle. The venerable sovereigns would never have thought that they would have such a shocking trump card that could destroy him. Hiss! Hiss! Zhu Wuxian was already covered in blood. He had killed to the point of madness and fought to the point of madness. He suddenly turned his head to look and laughed. Venerable Sovereign, your expression has finally changed. You've been so calm before, as if you'd always been watching this battle from the sidelines. Now, you've finally made up your mind. Su Ji's expression changed. He ignored the other party's words and suppressed the surging energy in his body, still not wanting to become an immortal. Boom! In the living room, his main body sat cross-legged and opened his eyes. It's already very difficult to suppress it, and death is still continuing. Then, at this final juncture, I can only use this enormous amount of energy to cleanse my soul and complete the Dao of the soul lineage before becoming an immortal. Su Ji thought about it. The surging ocean of energy quickly turned around and poured into his soul. It was like a violent energy waterfall, cleansing every corner of the soul. The huge energy was suppressed again and again. I've broken through to the 8th step. A clear thought emerged in Su Ji's mind. He opened his mouth and muttered. I'll endure it a little longer. I'll use this energy to perfect my soul Dao first before breaking through. Su Ji's expression changed again, revealing the natural pain of forcibly suppressing his energy during a breakthrough in cultivation. Boom! Yuan Qi. The next moment, the secluded mountain prefecture lord floated in the void and held a huge energy ball in his hands. His eyes flashed with vicissitudes of life. Use your Yuan Qi! He roared. Not enough, it's still not enough. It was not enough. Just a little more, just a little more. The energy was endless and surging wildly. Arg! The secluded mountain prefecture lord raised his head and roared. His roars carried pain, decisiveness, fury, and a crazy fighting spirit like that of a martyr. 1,000 celestial emperors are not enough. Then 10,000. 100,000. 1,000,000. 10 million. The entire world. Boom 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 boom. The snow-white light became more and more exuberant, and the surging energy seemed to light up the entire universe. The light covered the entire heaven and earth. Wheel. Return. The mansion. June. In his angry roar, he swung his strong arms forward, and the ball of light fell. This is the last blow of the era. Get lost from the front of the immortal path. Boom. The huge ball of light completely drowned the entire space-time. The world was filled with a blinding light, like a curved ball of distorted time and space, like a black hole twisting the entire area. In the next second, it turned into countless beautiful light spots and evaporated the entire area. In an instant, the light dissipated. Like the shock waves of a nuclear bomb, the energy dispersed in all directions, completely filling the entire world. Is he dead? He should be dead. Even a venerable sovereign at her peak would die if she was hit by such a terrifying energy bomb. The crowd cheered and couldn't help but shed tears. In the future, this battle would be recorded in the murals of the legends. They had achieved their lifelong dream. In the next second, everyone's expression changed. Boom! Rumble! The earth was shaking and the sky was buzzing. The space of the 6 paths of reincarnation expanded rapidly, like a folded sackcloth. It expanded by tens of times, hundreds of times. The ground was rapidly torn apart, and the distance between people instantly expanded to hundreds of thousands of meters. What's going on? The venerable sovereign is dead, so the sealed ancient land has been opened naturally. Before they could react, an unprecedented aura came crushing down from the void. At this moment, all the living beings in the 6 paths of reincarnation had an unprecedented feeling that some kind of terrifying ultimate creature had descended. What is that? Everyone looked up in shock. In the ruins of the Yuan Qi bomb, an ancient and supreme immortal stood in the void. Flowing light swirled around him, and a vast and terrifying monstrous immortal might pierced through the sky. Chapter 749. The old man enters the netherworld, and the new world ascends to the celestial gate. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, a living true immortal that illuminated the ancient times descended and stood in the void. This young man was handsome and majestic, and his posture revealed the spirit of a lion and tyrannosaurus. His eyes were like blades, giving people an absolutely fierce and ambitious attitude. What is this? Venerable sovereign, you actually... Everyone looked up, their eyes full of confusion and disbelief. No one had expected things to turn out like this. The venerable sovereigns had not made a breakthrough in countless ancient dark ages and had blocked the immortal door. But now, they had made a breakthrough so suddenly. Although the venerable sovereign had said that he would break through in the next era and open the gate of heaven, it was still too sudden and unimaginable. The heavens and earth will face the tribulation. This era will be pushed to the next life. The venerable sovereign stood in the void, his aura surging. He said leisurely, the saints fight for the gate of heaven and establish a new world. Now that the next era is born, I should prophesize that I will become the true immortal of this world and not stop the future. Everyone's hearts trembled. They thought that the venerable sovereigns would only become immortals in the next era, and the road to immortality would be reopened. However, wasn't this the next era in the true sense of the word? Everyone had fallen. The great sages and even the heavenly emperors had all died. How could this not be the end of this era? Their battle to open the gate of heaven was in line with the venerable sovereign's prophecy. They had inadvertently pushed forward the reform in another way. Although they failed to open the gate of heaven, they had succeeded. However, such a success was extremely shocking, terrifying, and unacceptable to everyone. Everyone was stunned and had goosebumps all over their bodies. It looked like we won, but it gave us victory. In the end, we lost. Their faces were filled with sorrow. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was stunned. His body trembled and his face was filled with disbelief. He was convinced and looked up at the sky. Samsara prefecture lord, is this part of your plan? He suddenly remembered a sentence. There were no dreams in the world of adults. All the netizens in the live broadcast room were terrified. No one had expected this to happen. It was simply too shocking. Venerable sovereigns are terrifying. How did you suddenly become an immortal? I'm afraid it's the venerable sovereign's secret scheme. It's too terrifying. Don't tell me that the secluded mountain prefecture lord's plans were all within his calculations. In my next life, when I opened the gate of heaven, the venerable sovereign answered. In fact, he had already predicted the secluded mountain prefecture lord's actions and announced the result before the battle. Unfortunately, even someone as smart as the secluded mountain prefecture lord could not figure out the meaning behind this. The venerable sovereign's goal was, annihilate all potential rebellions and take the opportunity to start a new era. That would be too terrifying. The old era has been cut down by him. A new era has indeed been born. The battle of wits between two peerless geniuses and intelligent people is simply wonderful. In the sky illuminated by the endless divine light, the magnificent immortal God gently stretched out his hand and pressed down. The destiny of this era has ended. Bang! All the remaining supreme saints on the land fell one after another without a sound. Death was an instant. The ground was quiet, only filled with corpses and piles of bones. A sorrowful wind blew past, as if it was blowing through the tomb of a group of heroes. The atmosphere was sorrowful, and the air was frozen with the aura of the ancient common people. The heavens are watching. Inspection of the earth. The path is created by the heart. The venerable sovereign looked down at the blood-red land, as if he had returned from the Deo and was an ancient existence who had returned from the mortal world. He returned to the throne and said in a leisurely voice. This is the rule of the world of talents. Your hearts observe the heavens and earth, pave the way for yourself, and that is for your talents. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. The so-called talent is the heart of learning. The heart's desire, the heart's obsession, is talent. The voice slowly resounded throughout the 6 paths and reincarnation, every living being in the world heard it. Countless people in the streets and houses looked up at the sky with complicated expressions. Today, everything shall resume. The old man enters the netherworld, and the new world ascends to the celestial gate. Boom! As soon as these words fell, the entire world trembled. The blood-stained era of the dark immortal road had come to an end, and the curtains of a new era were slowly opening. In the netherworld, the Yellow Springs Road was full. In history, there had never been such a moment, nor had there been such a large number of top experts who had reincarnated into the cycle of reincarnation, filling the entire place. The Yellow Springs Road was congested. The black and white ghosts were maintaining order. Someone couldn't help but be sad. He sang and laughed crazily, his hair disheveled like a beggar on the street. Don't learn Buddhism when you're old. Most of the people in the lonely tombs are young. There's no old or young on the Yellow Springs Road, but the flesh and blood are divided on the bridge of helplessness. Someone else's expression was cold. Although I've lost this battle, I have no regrets. The gate of heaven has finally opened, but it was not my wish. Venerable sovereigns, not only are you powerful, but you also have a perfect plan. If we die in this life, won't we be in the next life? It's just as the prophecy said, we didn't lose in vain. Meng Po stood in the distance. She couldn't help but exclaim, too many, too many. All the ordinary heavenly emperors and even the great saints of this era. An old era has passed. The inferno was short on manpower. I wonder how official sovereign will arrange it. Black Impermanence's expression was not calm. Will these rebellious existences continue to be suppressed in the burning hell of Avicenarika and suffer endlessly? The White Impermanence said softly, but hell might not be that big. Although he didn't want to say it, he couldn't punish everyone. There were too many of them. In the end, it even encouraged all the ordinary heavenly emperors to participate. If all these people were sent to hell, who would enter the cycle of reincarnation? The entire world, without these top talents, would face severe regression. However, what if the venerable sovereign didn't punish him? How could he face it? How could he establish a world order? I'm not sure. Meng Po was also very smart. She noticed that this was a very tricky problem. She could not help but say, His Majesty's great talent and strategy are not something we can predict. There must be the best way. Deal with these criminals, punish them for their crimes of plotting against reincarnation and disrupting the order of the world. Meng Po turned around and looked at the Samsara Palace with admiration. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was indeed very powerful. All of history started with Zhu Wuxian and he ended with Zhu Wuxian. It was a perfect loop. But venerable sovereigns were even more powerful. He had said from the start that he would become an immortal in the next era, and it was really at the end of the battle. After destroying an era, he would become an immortal in the next era. This was an even more perfect loop. This is the weakness of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Although his plan was good, it was not as good. Otherwise, how could the Samsara prefecture lord be the venerable sovereign? With a face full of admiration, she entered the Samsara palace with great respect. Ta ta ta! Meng Po walked into the magnificent Samsara palace and looked at the mighty being on the emperor's throne. After this battle, he had become an invincible perfected immortal. She bowed and said, Your Majesty, the sinner has entered the cycle of reincarnation. How should we deal with him? Chapter 750. Another reversal, the human world is hell. Before Meng Po came in, Su Ji was sitting on the emperor's throne. His eyes were relaxed as he quietly sorted out the power in his body. The main body had broken through, so the clone in front of him had also broken through. At the last critical moment, he used that surging power to break through to the great circle of Soul Dao, forming a seamless Dao foundation, and broke through the immortal path to step into grade 8. Just a little bit more and I would not have been able to finish cultivating the soul path. That would have caused a part of my perfect multi-system foundation to be missing. Su Ji was a little surprised. Although he knew that he had enough energy to break through after taking away the giant octopus, he thought that it would take a long time to completely digest this energy. The celestial emperors of this era absorbed the energy of the giant octopus, and only after they died would they be transferred to him for absorption. It would take a relatively long time to digest. Who knew that the accident would come so suddenly? Why were the players so proactive? The racer of Mount Harana was indeed someone he thought highly of. Has this day finally come? I don't even know how strong my combat power is now after accumulating for so long with such a foundation. Su Ji thought about it. Even if VE just broken through, an ordinary high-level god is definitely no match for low-level god like me. It all depends on how strong the combat power of God who has stepped into the 9th grade is. Su Ji had yet to have the time to make any calculations before he had to deal with the aftermath of the war. Tap 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 tap. Shang Guanman walked in. The venerable sovereign's eyes turned. He sat on the divine throne and looked in front of him. He said softly, "At this time in the netherworld, where are the wandering souls on the road to the Yellow Springs?" Shang Guanman organized his words. After a moment of silence, he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, there are more than 117,000 great sages and ordinary heavenly emperors in the netherworld." This was a huge number, and if they were not thrown into reincarnation, there would not be enough space for long-term imprisonment. Even if they expanded the hell of Avicenarica and imprisoned everyone, it would not be easy to do so. If such a huge number of top existences were suppressed forever, they would lose the most powerful core group of top forces, which would directly overturn the operation of samsara. Faced with Meng Po's worry, the venerable sovereign remained calm and unmoved. "Where is the secluded mountain prefecture lord?" The secluded mountain prefecture lord is the only supreme saint who has not entered the cycle of reincarnation. Shang Guanman gave a reasonable answer, the one who died should be a clone that he had gathered all his strength. Although the main body was severely injured, and his entire realm may have fallen completely, he is still alive. Even if he lost his cultivation, he can still rebuild it. Su Ji's expression was calm. It was unbelievable that the secluded mountain prefecture lord didn't use his talent to save himself. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Meng Po felt that it was very tricky. "Let the leaders of the great saints come in." Su Ji said gently, "There is reincarnation in the heavenly Dao. The karma of karma will eventually be repaid by them." "Yes." Meng Po left. Not long after, Emperor Yun Zongjun, the great saints, Li Sanzheng, Su Yingluo, Qi Tiandi, Su Huanzhen, Devil Buddha Bakan, and the others were all brought into the Samsara temple. The venerable sovereign sat on a high place and looked down at the group of losers. He chuckled and said, "How do you think you will be dealt with?" The great sages were silent. Suddenly, Emperor Yun's back straightened. His eyes were calm as he said, "Our sin should be suppressed in the hell of Avicenarica. To suffer endlessly, to never be able to go out, to suffer endless pain that is heavier than death. That's how it should be, it should suppress hell." The venerable sovereign stood up and flicked his sleeves. His voice was overbearing and majestic. "You will suffer the most bitter pain in the world and endure the most unbearable torture." The great sages were silent. Their gazes were firm and their backs were straight. They had long known that this would happen. The venerable sovereign laughed. "In that case, you won't have to drink the Meng Po soup. I'll send you back to the human world to reincarnate." "What?" Everyone was stunned and then shocked. Their faces were filled with despair. When they were walking on the Yellow Springs Road, they had thought that they would encounter all kinds of hellish punishments and enter hell. Who knew that it would be like this? Don't drink Grandma Meng's soup? Send them back to the human world to be reincarnated? Wasn't this an unimaginably generous treatment? Even the most powerful talents and philanthropists wouldn't receive such an amazing treatment, let alone sinners like them. After all, who didn't want to drink Grandma Meng's soup and reincarnate with their memories? The great sages were uneasy and confused. Jumping Cat was broadcasting from a distance, and the broadcast room was in an uproar. "Venerable Sovereign, what does this mean? It's hard to imagine. Isn't this a fat gain? Why did you send them back after just capturing them? I can't guess the thoughts of the big boss. Could it be that the law can't punish everyone, and the Venerable Sovereign has no other way? You can only put it back." "Why?" the Devil Buddha Bosun asked. "Do you think that the human world is a pure land? The human world is hell." The Venerable Sovereign smiled and looked into the distance. "For you, the human world will be a purgatory that is more terrifying than the scorching hell of Avisai." Without waiting for an answer, the Venerable Sovereign changed the topic and said softly, "Do you know what the future will be like for the new era?" Su Huanzhen took a step forward and said, "The secluded mountain prefecture lord used the magical fruit to threaten the others into attacking the emperor. The great calamity of talents will descend upon the new world, and ordinary people will hunt and kill talents." Su Huanzhen's expression shifted. All the supreme saints' expressions changed quickly as well. If these babies were to be reincarnated into the mortal world, they would probably be captured and refined into magical fruits as soon as they were born, and they would be fought over. If they didn't have their memories, it was fine if they suffered. But if they had their memories, it meant that they were filled with the pride of the strong and would be tortured and molested by those lowly people. It was a terrible torture to their dignity. All talents are in danger. The talent crisis is coming. Where is the secluded mountain prefecture lord going? Su Ji asked again with a smile, as if he were having a casual chat at home, without any stern look of interrogation. The secluded mountain prefecture lord? The crowd hesitated. They had already realized that the secluded mountain prefecture lord had not appeared on the road to the Yellow Springs. He was not dead. This. Don't tell me. All the supreme saints suddenly fell silent. Even Emperor Yun and the others were shocked. Emperor Yun could not help but say, the secluded mountain prefecture lord is different from us. He created the era of mortals and overturned our rule of talent. As the founder of the era, although he is a powerful talent, he should not be killed by others. Instead, he should have supreme status and power. Not being killed is not only because of his status as the founder of the era, but also his ability. Even if other people hunt talents and create similar wondrous techniques to refine them into talent organs and carry them on their bodies, they're still far inferior to the original ability of his magical fruit. He only needs to let the ordinary people hunt us down and help them transform us into magical fruits, making us a kind of contract god. Everyone can even rely on him and have no worries. Their status will even rise day by day, and they will become the supreme in the mortal world. The more they thought about it, the more horrified they became. Although the secluded mountain prefecture lord had initiated the great calamity, he had actually escaped it perfectly. Before this, he was full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Now that he thought about it carefully, the words were filled with the word cannibalism. He had harmed his own kind, but in reality, he had not harmed himself. In fact, this was his greatest opportunity. He could use the power of killing his own kind and transforming the magical fruit for ordinary people to become an indispensable god of order in the world and become another place of rules similar to the hell of samsara. In the hell of samsara, talents were deployed. He was in charge of hunting down the talents that had descended into the world. As the opposing divine authority, he became another law of the world. How dare you, secluded mountain prefecture lord, to plot against us with such a shocking plan? Bastard! Whether he wins or loses, he won't lose. Yun Zongjun was flustered and exasperated, and he couldn't help but curse. If we win, we'll occupy the netherworld, replace the venerable sovereign, open the gate of immortality, and become immortals. If he fails, he'll become another order and start the great calamity of talents. He'll help the post-celestial life forms to kill us, the talented life forms. You'll still get the power to be enemies with venerable sovereigns. When they thought of this person's back, his gentle face, and his mouth full of miracles, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. This was a terrifying peerless hero. He's a monster, a monster. Mao Tiao also had goosebumps all over her body. She could not help but shout, the cunning rabbit dies, the lackey dies. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. The enemy is broken, and the counselor is dead. I don't need to target you. I don't need to throw you into the hell of Avicenarica. I only need to throw you into the mortal world. For you, the mortal world is hell. The venerable sovereign sat on the emperor's throne, holding a cup of hot tea and taking a sip. How ridiculous! When you were betrayed by your former friends, when you were hunted down by your former trusted comrades, there was no place for you to hide in the entire mortal world. Yes, I am. My hell doesn't concern you. The human world is your hell. Boom! As soon as he said this, all the supreme saints' faces turned dark and desperate. Their straight backs bent instantly, as if they had aged a dozen years. They had lost all their fighting spirit. The live broadcast room was instantly in an uproar. Previously, the various actions of the venerable sovereigns had given birth to their excitement and agitation. At this moment, everyone could not hold it in and exploded. He's so handsome. Too domineering, I felt like I couldn't hold it in before, but now I'm a complete fan reincarnated. You're being hunted down by your trusted comrades, it's hell on earth. He was simply a villain on the level of a domineering CEO. This sentence is simply too much. My hell doesn't concern you. The human world is your hell. Those great sages were all heroes who would rather die than submit. They were proud and unyielding, but now. His face is full of despair. This is terrible, this is physical and mental devastation. That's too cruel. Killing people. Countless people roared in anger, and even many fujashis were so excited that their faces turned red. He loved her. He was the most handsome villain in history, with demonic wisdom. Even those hot-blooded heroes had their beliefs shattered by his words, revealing their despair. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest mastermind behind the cross-section of the immortal road. He was simply a male god. His domineering manner of speech and behavior perfectly matched their style of domineering. Hades fell in love with me. Some of the stores selling figures, wallpapers, and pillows from Dobeo were also excited. It seemed like they would have to work overtime to produce the Supreme Emperor's merchandise. At this moment, in the Samsara Palace, all the great saints were in despair. They were very proud and would not bend their backs no matter how much torture they were subjected to. However, at this moment, they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. They were really about to enter hell on earth. All of a sudden, they recalled the story of Dichi. Back then, when Dichi sensed that the great tribulation of the innate ancient gods was coming, he transformed himself into a woodcutter and secretly descended to the lower realm to become the leader of the post-nate living beings. Whether it was a Xiantian life form or a Hushan life form, he was still the only victor. Right now, the secluded mountain prefecture lord had truly become the leader of the post-celestial life forms and was killing the talents. Hell was empty, and the demons were in the human world. Venerable Sovereign, you have already seen through the secluded mountain prefecture lord's plan? Emperor Yun couldn't help but cry out. He had lost his composure. At that time, it was already a reminder to us that there were foreshadowing signs everywhere. On the emperor's throne, the venerable sovereign was drinking tea with his head lowered, looking relaxed and silent. Chapter 751. Life is the most bitter, but a hero has to bow. In the dark and quiet Samsara palace, everyone's expression was complicated. They were shocked and sighed. Back then, the venerable sovereign told the story of Dichi era of the innate ancient gods not only to knock some sense into the secluded mountain prefecture lord but also to tell the supreme saints. The secluded mountain prefecture lord had an ulterior motive. He would be the second Emperor Qi and overturn his own era. No matter which side controlled the next era, he would be the winner. Because he had secretly become the king of both sides. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was terrifying, but a venerable sovereign was even more terrifying. Everyone looked up in shock at the young venerable sovereign in black who was drinking tea calmly. Su Yingluo's voice was hoarse. She suddenly looked up and said, he had already seen through the secluded mountain prefecture lord's tricks and did not seem to care. It was as if he was looking at a clown. He even took the opportunity to plot against the secluded mountain prefecture lord and broke through to the immortal realm. None of the supreme saints spoke. This was the true cruelty of the pugilistic world. The winner was king and the loser was a bandit. They did not have much anger or indignation. A loss was a loss. They could not see through it. That was all. So, are you all ready? The venerable sovereign sat on a high place, put down the teacup, and looked down at the crowd. The great sages remained silent. If it was the hell of Avicenarica, they would not hesitate to answer firmly. There was no need to prepare, they could just enter hell. However, in front of him, they hesitated. This was hell on earth. What they had to face was being constantly on the run and being tortured. Their former comrade, the secluded mountain prefecture lord, had led ordinary people to refine them into magical fruits and imprison them alive, turning them into an evil weapon. What kind of attitude would they have when facing the people outside? To face the entire era? This was the cruelest thing. Your faces are bitter and complicated. It seems that you need to ease up a little. In that case, don't be in a hurry to go to hell on earth. Hurry to reincarnate. The venerable sovereign did not take it to heart and said seriously, obviously, your combat strength is too strong and your standards are ridiculous. Even if you were to be reincarnated as babies, you might not be able to catch you. Why don't we let those ordinary talents and ordinary heavenly emperors reincarnate first? Let those hundreds of thousands of people be captured first and enter this hell on earth. Let the ordinary people of the new era adapt, get used to, and grasp the rules of hunting you down. The old people entered the netherworld, and the new ones entered the celestial gate. They would be the golden age for the newcomers. Gradually, under the leadership of the secluded mountain prefecture lord, they would establish their authority and have the means to capture them. At that time, I'll let you all reincarnate. This is your punishment. This is the destiny you created. The venerable sovereign leisurely stood up from the emperor's throne, flicked his sleeves, walked down the steps, and looked at the distant sky. Did you guys see that? The moment he was born, he was deserted by his loved ones, and his screaming parents wanted to kill him. The excited neighbor raised his axe. The passers-by on the street came to celebrate. The girl who was dating him came over, lifting her skirt. You won't be able to experience any familial love. From a wet baby with an umbilical cord and amniotic fluid, with the first cry in the world, crying about the sufferings of life, and the bitterness of purgatory, you'll use your talent to escape from your home, and the baby will run to the forest in the rainy night, crawling in the mud in pain. This person who had been behind the scenes for thousands of years seemed to be telling an ordinary story of his birth, but it was frightening. Whoosh! All the supreme saints bent their backs, as if they had aged a dozen years in an instant. Brute force couldn't bend the backbones of these heroes, but what was in front of them would make them old. The heroes of the past would be in their twilight years and become demons that everyone wanted to beat. The winner was king and the loser was vilified. If the secluded mountain prefecture lord won, he would be a hero no matter how cunning he was. If they were defeated, they would become the evil ancient forbidden zone creatures that everyone hated. And if the venerable sovereign won, no one would dare to condemn or slander him. This was the bloody truth and reality. If you are thrown into the Avicii inferno by me to suffer, you cannot fight because you have no hope and cannot escape. You can only sink in despair and endure without hope and sunlight. But purgatory on earth is different. You will struggle with all your might, wanting to change and hoping for salvation. You will run wildly in the mud of despair, climb cliffs in the dark storm, cultivate again, and even hope to break through and become immortals. Go hate, go crazy, go sad, use everything you have to become an obsession, grow stronger and stronger, go after the secluded mountain prefecture lord, kill that man you hate to the bone. All the supreme saints choked and were shocked. Killing each other, perhaps it's beautiful. The venerable sovereign murmured softly. Boom! It was like a landslide and tsunami. At this moment, all the supreme saints trembled violently and were on the verge of collapsing. Su Yingluo pursed her pale lips and felt the world spinning. You! Is this also part of your plan? It was really too horrifying and too vicious. You have no other choice. The venerable sovereign walked down, his eyes were unchanged, as if the blue sky was hanging high, cold and ruthless. My nose burns the hell. That kind of hopeless despair is never true despair. In the long and bitter samsara of the world of man, constantly chasing after hope because you see it, constantly falling down because of the constant pursuit, despairing, imprisoned, and falling into the abyss of struggle with no return, this is the seamless purgatory. Online forums. Screenshots. Screenshots. Screen recording. Countless people seemed to have gone crazy, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The scene of the venerable sovereign was like a dramatic scene in history. It was as if the entire mythical movie had reached its peak, stirring people's hearts. These words formed an unimaginable qualitative change and sublimation. The venerable sovereign, the villain behind the scenes of the heroes of the ages, was completely imprinted in their hearts. So handsome, so domineering. It's too shocking, my Avicii is burning in hell. That kind of hopeless despair is never true despair. I'm going to get drunk. He was such a handsome, tyrannical villain. Cool. The despair of hope is the most terrifying despair in the world, terrifying. He's simply too strong. Haven't you all been looking forward to reincarnation? Then I'll send you to reincarnation. This method is simply unimaginable. This time, these great sages and the secluded mountain prefecture lord are at odds. The venerable sovereign will sit by and watch the battle. He will still be the mastermind behind the scenes. This is a good move. This is the true historical legend of the transcendent world, the hymn of history, full of ups and downs. Darkness and light intertwined. Heaven-defying schemes. It was really bloody. It was far more exciting than the movies. I'm going to make a big movie, the second half of the Venerable Emperor's life, which will be released in the second half of this year. Welcome. The crowd was excited, but some of them had complicated expressions. Those heroes weren't afraid of suffering eternal flames in hell, but they had to endure a hell on earth that was more painful than purgatory. They had to constantly struggle. Life was the most bitter, but heroes had to bow. At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask. Only half of the players died. A portion of them went to travel around the world and asked everyone to distribute Yuan Qi bullets, and they actually managed to survive. Yuan Qinghua was in a very miserable state, as if she was doubting life. She said weakly. This is too tragic. It was too tragic. I thought that the world would not be so dangerous, but I did not expect there to be such a limit. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is a miracle scientist, he is so passionate and generous. We players should not have trusted him. We have fallen into his trap and are now at the bottom of our pockets. Everyone was silent. It was too tragic. Even the sneaky players were fired up. They had no choice but to follow him. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was too fierce. Once he beat the war drums, everyone would fall for it. Mother Earth Green Vine, this station's reporter, Meng Mei, has evolved into a dragon. Let's interview her. What are your thoughts after the event? Stuffing microphone. As the current player representative, Yuan Qinghua sorted out her emotions and said in a deep voice. Yesterday, the secluded mountain prefecture lord said to us passionately, as long as you got off the train and peed, you would be ruthlessly thrown off by the wheels of history, because this was a miraculous train that led to 1 in 10,000 of the future. We were so touched that we didn't get out of the car and peed on our pants. It was warm at first, but now it's a little cold. Chapter 752. The Change of Times. Time passed by like flowing water, in the blink of an eye. Just as the forum was in an uproar, time continued to pass, and decades passed. The entire netherworld's 6 paths of reincarnation and the road to the Yellow Springs were once again in perfect order. Fengdu Ghost City was full, and every day, wandering souls were being reincarnated in an orderly manner. On both sides, the ferocious bull-headed and horse-faced demons held steel forks and pushed them into the endless vortex of reincarnation. No, I don't want to be reincarnated. Please let me live in Fengdu Ghost City. Countless voices could be heard. In the past, the people on the Yellow Springs Road were all looking forward to the stars and moon, rushing to be reincarnated. But now, the times had changed. And finally, he had managed to deal with most of the things that he was overwrought with. He had maintained the normal operation of the netherworld and could free up some time. Cat Jump, do you know your crime? Meng Po narrowed her eyes. This old lady was all wrinkled and hunchbacked, which was very scary. Jumping Cat felt a knot in her heart. His matter could be considered big or small. At that time, the netherworld was empty and he was the only one left. He was not guilty of stopping Li Sansheng and Su Yingluo from breaking into the netherworld. They were even chatting at the side with a carefree expression. This matter could be big or small. After all, he had no other choice. With his combat power, he could not stop the two of them from breaking out of the hell of Avicenarica. Jumping Cat gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely speed up the construction of Fengdu's Ghost City to atone for my crimes. After saying that, he secretly stuffed a book into his hand. Meng Po glanced at it from the corner of her eyes. His Majesty, please conduct yourself with dignity too. She was instantly gratified. She patted him on the shoulder, told him to work hard, and then turned to leave. After that, Black and White Impermanence, Oxhead, Horseface, and Judge Kui came over one after another to beat him up. Jumping Cat smiled and took out a few pretentious Xianhuan novels and handed them over. This was simply getting shot while lying down. I feel like I've been hollowed out. He felt very uncomfortable. All his stock had been squeezed dry these days. After Meng Po left, she took her book and read as she walked. She continued to maintain order on the road to the underworld. Looking at the bustling scene in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, you've really calculated everything. The words you said before you became an immortal and began a new era also had a deep meaning. The heavens are clear, the earth is inspected by the heart, and the path is created by the heart. This is the rule of the world of talent. Observing the heavens, observing the earth, and paving the way for yourself are all talents. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. The so-called talent is the heart of learning. Meng Po murmured, isn't it right in front of me? This is a new era for talents. Their hearts will be tormented by all kinds of hatred, and this will also become a new era that will motivate their talents even more. It might seem like the cycle of reincarnation in hell was suppressed and they had to suffer in purgatory, but in reality, the more obsessions they had, the more powerful their talents would be. They would write even more blood-stained songs of praise for their talents. It was simply perfect. At first, she was still bewildered. How were they going to deal with so many criminals? Using the justice of heaven and earth to correct the dignity of samsara? As expected, everything was within His Majesty's expectations and easily resolved. The Samsara Palace. The secluded mountain prefecture lord has finally started to stir up trouble. Su Ji sat on a high spot and glanced at the crowd. He was a little surprised. Times change so quickly. To think that things have really developed to this extent. In a remote mountain. In a thatched house, there were 2 grey vats and a rusty rake in front of the door. Along with a beam of divine light, a baby's cry could be heard. Wah-ya! The child was born, but no one was happy. The parents screamed in horror and screamed loudly, "Demon, another demon has come." The white-haired old mother wailed, "Our family is so unfortunate. Why did we give birth to a demon? Our family has been doing good." Next to him, the neighbor was suddenly overjoyed. He picked up the rake at the door and ran over excitedly. Where? It's not an ordinary demon. We ordinary people can't kill it." At this time, the old midwife was very experienced. She held the sword to ward off demons and was so scared that her crotch was wet. Her legs trembled as she blocked the baby and screamed, "Old village chief, quickly go. Quickly call the Taoist priests in the village. Subduing demons and eliminating devils." The neighbor with the rake already felt that something was wrong. He stood at the door and looked inside. What a strong demon fetus! He was scared out of his wits in an instant, and his scream cut through the quiet blue sky of the entire mountain village. "Quick, invite the eminent monk Put of Yunshan temple to cast a spell to eliminate the devil." The baby cried, and the door of the house was broken open. Hiss hiss hiss. A baby covered in mucus, its umbilical cord still attached, looked ferocious and strange. It quickly climbed up like a mutated monster, like a lizard, deep into the forest. What awaited him would be countless Taoist and Buddhist cultivators subduing of demons and devils, besieging this generation's mountain forest. There are no devils in this world, but in this era, devils have appeared. Su Ji sat on the emperor's throne, drinking tea, and said lightly, "Buddhist, Taoist, subduing demons and eliminating demons." The birth of the demon fetus seems to have become a common sense after decades. Most of the time, distorting the views of ordinary people was only a matter of a few generations. The secluded mountain prefecture lord's influence had spread to many places, and the history of these evil demons had even been implanted in the minds of many ordinary people. In the stories that were spread among the people, the ancient era ruled the world. It was an era of cannibalism. The evil demons fed on humans, and it was extremely dark and tragic. After that, the secluded mountain prefecture lord pitied the miserable state of the human race and asked for permission from the venerable sovereign. He received permission from the venerable sovereign and, in the name of the venerable sovereign, he gave the power of the monarch to eradicate these ancient demons. It was a good story. The divine arts practitioners of the past were treated as evil demons. The vast wheel of history rolled over, crushing and covering everything. This is the real. Hell is empty, and the demon is in the human world. Su Ji looked at the empty netherworld and was speechless. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is a shameless man who talks a lot. He is really a tough enemy, a fatal opponent. What's more, there's still that player behind him, Pan Yuxian. After all, if he did not use the bug tribe's authority and the abilities of his main body, it would be impossible to find the secluded mountain prefecture lord's hiding place in this land that had been expanded countless times with just the combat power of a venerable sovereign. A level 8 god wasn't an omniscient and omnipotent existence. An immortal was going to search for a celestial emperor in the vast sea of people? It was still very difficult. Of course, if he broke through the path of rank 9 and reached the level of the 3 pillar gods, he would be able to distort the laws and connect with them. Naturally, he would be able to catch the little tail that the other party had left behind. However, that would take him one step further. What an interesting secluded mountain prefecture lord. Su Ji laughed. He had no intention of cheating. He would just let nature take its course, and it would be fine as long as it matched the combat power and identity of his clone. After dealing with these things that had to be solved, he finally felt that his whole body was relaxed and he could relax for a while. Su Ji's eyes turned and fell on his body. I've finally broken through to become level 8 god. It's time to get down to business. I'll test my current combat strength and get used to it. Chapter 753. A big step forward in the sand of civilization. An orchard in the countryside of Tongcheng. It was a cold winter, and the temperature had dropped a few degrees in recent days. In the study room, the seemingly long and hot-blooded battle was actually a battle that erupted within the 9 revolutions' mysterious art in his body. It had only been less than a day. However, I broke through in just one day. Su Ji looked at the calendar on the table and could not help but count the time. He felt that his speed was barely acceptable. It had only been 3 months since he had grown from an ordinary person with a terminal illness to a lofty level 8 true immortal. Whoosh! A level 8 god is barely starting to catch up with the first team. He closed his eyes and silently sensed his own strength. His inner world had expanded more than 10 times after he became a god. It was extremely vast. As the main body's realm broke through, the other 3 avatars naturally broke through as well. Hermes and the others also broke through to the god realm. The Soul Deo and Martial Deo were the 2 basic mortal systems of the great cosmos. There were also various extraordinary systems with bloodlines as the foundation, demon cores, inner world, and full spirit. It was a complete perfection, and it formed an unimaginable qualitative change. The Soul Deo was the foundation of the bloodline's advanced soul system, the spiritual universe, the mind world. The bloodline advanced body system based on martial arts 9 revolutions mysterious art, inner world. It was as if a perfect golden pagoda had completely taken shape. The Danshan of the material plane and the mind of the spirit plane both have living creatures. Has the creation style root really been completely formed? Su Ji thought about it and kept sorting out the huge gains he had made this time. The eternal life of the death god and the spiritual universe are systems that can only be opened up by level 8 gods. That's why I've never really cultivated, and only watched with envy at Carolyn. She even extracted her magic nucleus and made it into a bottle, which she used as an external spiritual universe. Su Ji was in his study, looking at the crystal wall system's bookshelves and Medusa, who was curled up in a transparent gas can. But now, I can finally make my move on the death god's eternal life system in this spiritual universe. This was great news. His spiritual universe could be cultivated now. And how to cultivate it? Su Ji had also made some progress. He opened up and connected the worlds of the 6 paths of reincarnation in his Danshan. After all, in the previous era, talents could enter the cycle of reincarnation, but what about ordinary people? After an ordinary person died, they would basically become a wandering ghost and drift away with the wind. There was no such thing as reincarnation for ordinary people, just like in other worlds where the netherworld had not been built. And this spiritual universe in front of us might just be able to accommodate the land of death for ordinary people. Only then will a true circular universe be formed, where life and death alternate. There was no doubt that Su Ji's internal cycle unified system was similar to Emperor Qi. However, De Qi improved technique was even better. His soul universe wasn't in his mind. It had merged with the incense dragon veins and spread all over his body, turning into countless blood vessels that flowed within. It's not that we can't imitate him, but we'll talk about it when he's more perfect. Su Ji pondered for a while and said, it's naturally enough to just construct a simple spiritual universe now. However, I still need to find someone to fight with this kind of combat strength. It would be best to verify it. Su Ji took a deep breath. After all, he wasn't sure how strong he was. Although he was a low-level god, he felt that he could easily defeat high-level gods. He could also defeat some fusion cell gods who had embarked on the road of rank 9. However, he still had to try. Who are you looking for? Su Ji's eyes flickered as he sat in his study and sipped his tea. Suddenly, he looked at the snake-haired girl in the bottle, who was squatting on the ground next to the study. His eyes gradually brightened as he sized her up. They have the same body shape, so they might be a very good opponent. After all, she's the demon god with the oldest lifespan. However, he denied it in the next second. He felt like he was about to be blown up. Now, with the opening of the multidimensional spiritual universe, Medusa's cultivation speed had increased rapidly in the past few days. She also had countless god organizations and was ridiculously strong. As the strongest in the late stage, the ceiling was the highest among those in the same realm, and even Su Ji was far from it. Fighting her in the same realm? Hee. Su Ji even suspected that the 3 pillar gods, who were weak rank 9s and did not absorb any energy, were only 100% fused with their flesh and blood. If they were to encounter Medusa, who had evolved in version 2.0 of the divine yard of creation and had eaten the energy of countless crystal wall systems, they would not even be able to escape. They could only let out a scream before they were beaten to death. If that's really the case, then the 3 pillar gods are really the most miserable rank 9 in history. They haven't even absorbed any energy before they were blown up alive. Although they were of the same size, he felt that Medusa was not to be trifled with, and he did not want to get beaten up. He wasn't in the mood to learn the Thulhu evil god technique from her. The main reason why he did not study was not because of a lack of energy. If Su Ji was really obsessed with energy, he would not have cultivated so many systems. Not cultivating was a problem of tolerance. A normal person only needed to practice the process of a level 8 god once, but Medusa wanted to help 129,000 herself to practice. What did that mean? A normal person only needed to do it once, but she had to do it 129,000 times. It wasn't just that. Medusa had even helped each own organization to cultivate several systems, with an average of 2 to 3. Su Ji alone had cultivated 7 or 8 systems and was already feeling a headache. And her 129,000 selves, each of them had cultivated 3 or 4 systems. It was terrifying just by looking at it. Although practice makes perfect. Over and over again, the deeper the understanding of the technique, the faster the cultivation speed, and the more thorough each small realm was. It was easy to help each super small self and turn it into unparalleled wealth. This was also one of the reasons why Thulhu was the strongest. He could thoroughly understand everything and understand the laws of everything. For example, if a pig walked the path of cultivation of a level 8 god 129,600 times, it would become the strongest level 8 saint. That was why Thulhu was strong not only because of its 129000 strong body, but also because it had a terrifying and heaven-defying spiritual cultivation of the corresponding strength, and its understanding of the world's laws had become its instinct. In fact, Su Ji knew very well from the very beginning that Thulhu was the most powerful cultivation technique with the most heaven-defying potential in history. After all, every self could practice multiple systems, such as the 9 revolutions mysterious art and various heaven-defying cultivation techniques. But his liver and stomach were in pain, so Su Ji refused. This cultivation technique was too bitter. It was enough for him to raise such a hatchet man. Only Medusa, who had a tenacious and terrifying perverted personality, could continuously repeat, specialize, and learn in a dull manner. This was also the reason why she could reach the top despite her ordinary aptitude. Therefore, she was the only Thulhu evil god and it was difficult to replicate. Just like Dichi, he was the only one who could cultivate the Deluo Heaven Sutra. It focused on learning changes and progressive integration in battle, which was not suitable for others. This was a unique cultivation technique and was not suitable for popularization. As for going to battle with Dichi, I won't consider it. Su Ji took deep breath and said. He doesn't have as many techniques as I do now, and he hasn't perfected them as do. Even though he has integrated new techniques, he shouldn't be able to beat me in the same realm. However, his realm is way above mine. After all, I'm low-level god. Besides, if he sees me, he'll probably keep learning secretly. As for Carolyn, Su Ji took a deep breath. He did not feel good either. He felt that he had treated her badly. As for the 3 pillar gods, perhaps he could be considered as a target. Su Ji kept sorting out his thoughts. He was very arrogant and wanted to test his confidence on the big shots, but in the end, he could not find a reasonable experimental subject. After all, other than Medusa, he could only use his avatar to fight in those small sandbox civilizations. However, the clone couldn't cultivate the complete 9 revolutions mysterious art and the spiritual universe, and it couldn't contain countless creatures. Their combat strength was much weaker. The clone's combat strength was always much weaker than the main bodies, so it might not be a match. As an ordinary god, I still can't be arrogant. In the same realm, there are people whose combat power is more exaggerated than mine. Medusa can make me despair. Su Ji took a deep breath and sorted out his gains. After I get used to my realm, I'll go find the 3 pillar gods and have a chat about life to see just how big the gap is. Su Ji pondered and organized all his thoughts. He left the study and went through the teleportation array to arrive at the vast universe where the giant octopus had been. In the vast galaxy, in the boundless starry sky. Not far away was the land of the universe where the giant octopus had been besieged. On the other side, further away, was the landing spot of planet Ancient Wood. Finally, I've become a real god. I can easily cross the void universe with my body and no longer rely on others. A young man with black hair and black eyes, covered in white porcelain, was leisurely wandering in the universe. Open. Su Ji gazed at a star in the distance. His magic core quickly calculated its location, and the spatial coordinates between the 2 points instantly solidified. With a light tap, the void shattered. Voila! In an instant, they crossed the endless galaxy and arrived at a new region. This place was already quite a distance away from ancient wood planet. If other gods had seen this, they would have been dumbfounded. Even a god couldn't teleport through the void so easily, which would consume a huge amount of magic power. It was hard to imagine that it could be so easy, as simple as eating and drinking. Now, the sky is finally high, and birds can fly freely. Su Ji spoke softly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I didn't expect that my Mercury power station would be eliminated after working for me for only a month. He looked at the vast starry sky and the countless planets with an excited expression. He looked like he was going to cause trouble. The current me no longer has to go to Mercury, which is extremely troublesome. I can float around the planet as I please, build a large sand table as I please, and rear endless civilizations. I no longer need to rely on the help of other gods. Chapter 754. Baldi's development often exceeds expectations. Yes, it was. After breaking through to God, he could simply let himself go completely. In the past, it was extremely difficult for him to leave Earth and enter the universe as the Heavenly Emperor. He had worked hard to build a Mercury power station, using a high-level god like Carolyn to barely build a small universe world on an asteroid in the vast universe. And now? The Mercury power station could be completely eliminated. If one could develop in the vast universe, who would be willing to plant a tree on a planet? Green the solar system? This was a very satisfying feeling. To Su Ji, he could finally do something big without being restricted. The Mercury power station is simply a low-level and narrow area. Now, what we should do is to build a power station that is 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times larger in places with more greenery. Breaking through to the God realm meant that he could harvest more energy to improve his realm. The Mercury power station could no longer satisfy him. A month had passed. It could be said that she had accompanied Su Ji to avoid 1/3 of his cultivation time. However, she planned to destroy the nuclear power plant on the other side the next time she returned and abandon it. It was to prevent the Bipicolo from discovering Mercury's ancient ruins, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's ancient temple, and mythological relics when the human aviation industry on Earth was flourishing. It would really be impossible to clear his name. Voila! Su Ji waved his hand and jumped gently. Let's do another ultra-long distance positioning and see how far my maximum magical power is. Then, an incredible scene appeared in the vast universe. The space of the galaxy seemed to blur instantly, turning into a slideshow. It was hazy in the misty rain. The surroundings flew rapidly, as if they had entered a blurry space tunnel. Boom! 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 The space in front of him was twisting. The surrounding planets were like bowling balls that were being thrown at him, rolling rapidly. However, this only happened in an instant. The next moment, the space trembled slightly, and Su Ji appeared in the void again. Turning around, Su Ji looked at the planet of ancient wood behind him, but it had already disappeared. I'm flying in the opposite direction, it's not in the same direction as Diki ancient wood planet. Don't worry about him finding this side, the distance between the two will only get further and further. Jumping a little further was also what Su Ji was thinking. After all, it would not be good if Diki saw them. He had killed the giant octopus that he had to fly for thousands of years to find. Perhaps he would continue to explore the universe and find new creatures, but if he saw his farming, I have to fly a little further and jump more than 10 times. Su Ji panted slightly, obviously a little exhausted. However, even with the help of the endless 6 paths of reincarnation in the 9 revolutions mysterious art, I'm still not full of energy. I'm already exhausted. It seems that I really have to expand my inner world and my spiritual universe. The 9 revolutions mysterious art carried a huge universe with tens of billions of lives inside. The power of incense emitted by the universe entered one's body, forming an eternal power furnace that could quickly recover. But for Su Ji, his foundation in this aspect was very shallow. After all, he had just made a breakthrough, and the vast land that had been expanded by the realm of gods had not had time for the common people to reproduce again. After the expansion of the land and the construction of the netherworld in the spiritual universe, the population will increase tenfold, and my recovery speed will also be 10 times faster than it is now. Su Ji silently calculated. It was only now that he clearly realized how abnormal the recovery ability of the 9 revolutions mysterious art was. No wonder the 3 pillar gods couldn't pry it open. After resting for a while, he entered the high thought space and time to recover his strength. Voila! The space was cut open again. After flying 10 times and covering an unimaginable distance, Su Ji finally stopped in a galaxy. This is the place. Su Ji's expression was calm. There was nothing worth choosing. He had developed to this point and was already extremely casual. To search for extremely rare natural life planets in the universe? Air? Oxygen? Liquid water? The atmosphere? I don't need any of them. After all, there were already vacuum extraordinary creatures in the genetic bank of the creatures he had evolved. As native vacuum plants and animals, they could be used as biological seeds and thrown into many harsh environments. I'm going to drop it in a light-year area nearby. Su Ji's face was serious as he looked at the entire brilliant and vast galaxy. It was as if he was looking at his own empire. The universe was so big that the land he painted was his territory. Subbrain, release the spores. Let's set a small target first. The 10 star systems below that are the size of the solar system. Every planet is covered in vegetation, forming a huge galaxy power plant. Su Ji pointed at the vast and huge Milky Way below. The subbrain was speechless. Su Ji saw that the Zerg subbrain was not speaking and said, "The process may be very difficult. Sowing seeds on a planet may already be very laborious. The difficulty of countless, tens of thousands of seeds is unimaginable, not to mention 10 solar systems. However, your many generations and your hard work have helped the Zerg to develop greatly." In fact, Su Ji suddenly came to a realization. It was no wonder that the Zerg Empress had shed her main body of her own accord and used her body to create the Zerg Subbrain Control Center Authority Divine Artifact. It was because she was in charge of giving birth, and it was too miserable and painful. The orchard had been fine before. But in front of him, there was a huge planet the size of Earth. How many spores would he have to put in? How many times would he be squeezed dry? What's more, it was a solar system made up of countless such huge planets. Therefore, back then, the Zerg Empresses had changed from squeezing themselves dry to squeezing the Zerg subbrain dry. This was a change in the hierarchy of oppression and exploitation. He had set it as a low-level AI. Not only was it afraid that it would rebel if it had feelings, but it also knew that if it had feelings, it would definitely rebel. No one could withstand it, so it directly became an emotionless fertility machine. This is a necessity in the Zerg history. Su Ji was shocked. He felt as if he was looking at the long history of the development of the ancient Zerg race. However, according to Su Ji's calculations with his ultra-high-speed magic nuclei, once 10 galaxies like the solar system reached the peak of their biological civilization, they would be able to produce a huge amount of energy far beyond his imagination in a single day. In fact, they could even produce a huge amount of energy equivalent to 1,000 giant octopuses in a single day. As for why he didn't do this before? Of course, it was because Su Ji's level could not keep up. As a celestial emperor, he couldn't leave the vacuum of space. It was already extremely difficult for him to fly to Mercury in a spacesuit and plant a small power station. Even the creation of the small universe world was done by hoodwinking Carolyn into helping him, while he himself watched from the side. Now that he had broken through to God, he was free to fly in the sky. He naturally turned on the human-shaped seeding machine mode and sowed seeds crazily to make the whole universe green. The sowing area is infinite. If I harvest like crazy, in theory, the energy harvest is infinite. Su Ji took a deep breath. I can even get 10,000 9th grade or even 10th grade energy in a day. 11th rank. According to this idea, it was not impossible to reach the pinnacle of the universe in one day. The Zerg subbrain's voice came, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on their heads. The defensive barrier set up by the insect race isn't this huge. The high-dimensional space-time speed that the insect race spread out can't completely cover such a large number of insect race beings. As a merciless seeder, Su Ji asked, there's actually a limit to the number of seeds you can sow? Su Ji had always naively thought that it would never dry up. Chapter 755. The prototype of a new sandbox. The Zerg subbrain's mechanical voice came. That's not the case. The number of Zergs that can be reproduced is infinite, but the number of Zergs that can cover the high-dimensional space-time is limited. Su Ji was puzzled. The subbrain continued to explain. Not all the Zergs can be brought into the high-dimensional space-time. Although this is the core talent of the insect race, and it's because of the natural perfection of the path of rank 8 that the insect race is able to evolve, mutate, reproduce, and evolve into countless species with infinite possibilities. However, as the innate talent of the Zergs, even though the consumption of the Zerg Empresses is low, it's not that they don't consume anything. There's a limit to the number of Zergs that can be covered. Su Ji sat down slowly in the middle of a yellow crater on a planet. He had already begun to understand the meaning behind it. It's probably a kind of natural ability of the Zerg Empresses. As heaven-defying creatures, they can cover their own subjects and bring them into high-dimensional space. However, there's a consumption when they use it. It's obviously not reliable to cover an unlimited number of Zerg subjects. Su Ji was starting to react. Beyond this coverage limit, the Zergs that were born would have the speed of ordinary creatures and would not be of much use. So that's how it is. The Zergs also have their limits. Su Ji suddenly laughed involuntarily. He sat in the crater and looked up at the endless and beautiful sky of the vast universe. Just like immortality, the universe is balanced, and there can't be a truly heaven-defying existence. If he could bring all of the simply unlimited soldiers into the higher dimension, it could reach the peak of the universe in an instant. This was simply a bug-like ability. Such a race isn't the top race in the universe, but an invincible bug race in the universe. If the last Zerg Queen could do it, how could she be beaten to death? It seemed that it was unrealistic to plant all the troops in the galaxy and then go at high speed. Chinky can't do it. That's right. It's just like the three pillar gods, the sub-brain continued. The stronger the race under them, the higher the overall level, and the greater the energy of the pillar gods. The limit of my coverage is determined by the overall level of the entire race. Su Ji listened attentively. How old are you now? He suddenly asked. Although it's not infinite, it's still extremely huge. It's the total number of Zergs now 300 billion living beings. 10,000 times more. The sub-brain replied. Su Ji was speechless. He was a little confused. Such a huge number was close to infinite for Su Ji at the moment. The Zergs were really full of soldiers. The Zerg sub-brain's words could be condensed into one sentence. It was unrealistic to blow up all the soldiers in the universe, but it was still easy to blow up all the soldiers in the universe. Even Su Ji felt very speechless. He had just been dealt a blow, and he had a look of relief on his face, as if the universe was balanced. It was a waste of his expression. The Zergs were really cheating. What are the details? He still asked patiently. The exact number was an astronomical figure that was difficult to be concretized. The exact number, the Zerg sub-brain replied. It's roughly the maximum capacity to fill the entire Zerg protective shield. Su Ji suddenly wanted to increase its intelligence and let it experience the pain of a seeding machine. Then what's the upper limit of the Zerg protective barrier you can spread out now? Su Ji suddenly said calmly, can it cover this entire galaxy? Don't give me random numbers, just point out one that's easy to understand. The intelligent sub-brain was silent for a moment. It can barely cover that entire galaxy. It pointed to a star system the size of the solar system. Su Ji took a look. It was so big that 9 planets were revolving around the sun. After a moment of silence, he did not care anymore. This area is enough. A great and brilliant civilization similar to the solar system. Especially when they develop, the more areas they can cover, the stronger the control of the sub-brain. Su Ji was very indifferent. This was a terrifyingly positive cycle, an exponential growth. She lowered her head and opened the space. Boom! They arrived at the top of a rocky planet. Looking up, it had a structure similar to the solar system. In the center, there was a golden star that looked like a sun, shining brightly. It was a beautiful planet surrounded by countless rings of light, slowly rotating and forming a beautiful vortex of stars. Sub-brain, deploy it to every planet nearby. Su Ji planned to spread his seeds wildly on every planet in this small galaxy, planting the most primitive vacuum space plants and animal spores. Other than the sun in the middle, every other planet had a share. He would plant them until the heavens and earth were overturned, and plant them to the maximum within his ability. He entered the high-dimensional space-time and quickly sowed the seeds for a month. Su Ji had spent a huge amount of energy supply to reproduce spores. This unimaginably large piece of land was as large as the solar system. He had almost emptied all of his energy reserves. It could be said that he had spent a huge amount of money and emptied his savings before he could just barely sow seeds on some planets. After all, if you can't bear to part with the child, you won't be able to trap the wolf. Everything was to be expected. However, this was not what Su Ji was conflicted about. He was concerned that the Zerg sub-brain that he had discovered was ultimately the limit. In the beginning, as long as energy was put in, the speed of reproduction of spores was extremely fast. However, after more than a month, No matter how much energy he put in and how much he replenished his body, it slowed down as if he was squeezing toothpaste. The speed of putting in spores was like an old bull pulling a cart. His body had been emptied. It looks like it's really unrealistic to deploy 9 planets in an entire galaxy in such short period of time. Su Ji looked down. There are 9 planets now, and only 4 have been deployed under the minimum requirements. Forget it, I'll take my time with the remaining 5. His gaze was fixed on the 4 planets. He planned to go for the core development plan. He focused on the development of civilization on one planet while he developed the other planets at will. His main goal was to become a power plant similar to Mercury, providing a huge amount of energy. It mainly grew vacuum plants, the Bodhi fruit tree. After all, the entire solar system was too huge. It was impossible to take care of both. To be able to make it green was already a great effort. It's you then. Su Ji chose to live on the 4th planet in the solar system. It had a thin atmosphere, soil, rocks, and glaciers. The environment was relatively normal. Next, I'll have to change the environment. Su Ji turned around and looked at the surroundings of the planet quietly. Back then, Caroline had also transformed the planet, the place to live, and various other measures. After all, it was not easy to create a land where living creatures could migrate. After all, he was going to create a civilization that was born in the solar system. It was a true civilization that was similar to Earth. A star system civilization. Just thinking about it made him excited. I'm missing a huge moon. It seems that I'll have to make a moon. Su Ji looked into the distance. It was a huge floating meteorite, bobbing up and down in the void. Chapter 756. Dyson Sphere, Stellar Sun God Civilization Transformation Plan. Whoosh! A meteorite was floating in the void from a distance. After tens of thousands of years, they were dragged here. Su Ji quickly melted some of the small gravel around him and continued to expand. Boom! Golden sparks flickered. The meteorites were cast at high temperatures and expanded continuously. Su Ji also modified the shape of the moon in the process. He hollowed it out and implanted some special warehouse structures into it, forming a special large internal space. This process was relatively slow. The creation of this moon took a total of 7 years in high-dimensional space-time. After the precise data was calculated, it was sent into the satellite's orbit. The inner space of the moon must be about 10,000 acres. Su Ji's expression was calm as he looked into the moon. It can even be used as a small spatial world. Even though it's small, that's only when compared to the entire solar system. 10,000 mu is already huge when compared to the sandbox world I was in. The interior of the moon was a world that Su Ji had created in passing. There was even a new world rule in Su Ji's budget, and this new world rule was the most perfect result he had come up with after hearing the pile of theories from the Zerg sub-brain. The main purpose of my creation of this solar system sand plate was not to create a powerful extraordinary civilization in the universe. This was because being big did not mean that they were powerful, but that they were bloated. Only an exquisite and high-quality civilization with potential could quickly become powerful. Just like how Caroline had guided Stone Star and Cyber Tan. They are far more advanced than ordinary civilizations that developed naturally. A civilization without guidance had caused him to develop at a snail's pace, which was too slow for Su Ji, who had only been cultivating for 3 months. Su Ji's main goal in building such a huge solar system world was to use its vast land to build a superpower plant, similar to Mercury's power station. There would be a large number of living beings and it would be as vast as the ocean. The energy harvest would be huge. The bigger the land, the more living creatures there are, and the more death energy there is. However, the number of Zergs in the entire solar system is already too large. This is because I've made too big of a move at one time. The huge leap has caused the current number of Zergs to exceed the upper limit of the number of Zergs that can cover the high-dimensional space-time. Then, since the number is limited, let's compare the size. Body size was very important. To make an analogy, if the maximum capacity was 100 Zergs, would 100 ant-sized Zergs or 100 octopus-sized Zergs have more energy? How nostalgic! He had already tasted the sweetness of the giant octopus, and his eyes were bright. Although being small in size is the way to go, it's more likely for elite powerhouses and high-level creatures to appear. However, if it was farming, it didn't matter. The bigger the body, the more energy there is. Boom! Su Ji gradually rose and left the moon's interior. Looking at this fourth planet in the middle of the new solar system, its surface area was even slightly larger than Earth. The super small ants are still on the moon, walking the elite route. On the other hand, the entire planet and even the solar system were huge power plants and huge living creatures. Even if the speed of energy compression was slow, and the speed of cultivation was not as fast. However, as a green desert for farming, their reproduction, generation, birth, aging, illness, and death all have great power. If we leave them alone, there will still be a steady stream of huge benefits coming every day. Su Ji stood on a high spot, looked at the vast planet, and gave his order. Zerg sub-brain, except for the inner world of the moon, turn off all body size restrictions on the other planets. The mechanical voice said. The body size restriction has been turned off, allowing the body size to develop according to the environment. Boom! He was rapidly evolving. It was as if the sea had changed into mulberry fields. Under the current of creation, the vacuum trees on the planet, as primitive life forms, quickly adapted to the planet's environment. They were like exquisite bonsai the size of ants, rapidly expanding and growing into huge trees that reached the sky. Some of the chi spirits' bodies had expanded over the generations, and after a few hundred generations, they had reached the size of a normal person. Boom! Like a bright golden meteor from outer space, he fell down and landed in the vast thin atmosphere. Su Ji landed on the planet that was as large as Earth and walked through the green land that was evolving at high speeds. He looked at the trees of ordinary size and creatures that were similar in size to him and could not help but smile. In this galaxy, all the creatures are of normal size, the same size as me. They're all giants that are 10,000 feet tall to the ant-like creatures on the moon. Su Ji's expression was relaxed. What kind of collision would happen between two different body types? Su Ji did not care. In any case, such a layout could bring him the most optimal and reasonable benefits. It was enough as long as he could develop the energy harvest of this star system to the maximum. Su Ji stood on a cliff and looked at the normal animals and plants of his size on the planet. He said lightly. The vacuum creatures here are all based on the two great vacuum creatures, the Bodhi tree and the air spirit. They started the creation process and evolved to adapt to the environment. Perhaps after countless years, they will completely lose the form of their ancestors. No one knows what they will evolve into. But if that's all, it's not enough. He observed for a while and landed on the dark side of the moon again. A research institute had been erected. He flipped his palm and saw the flesh and blood of the giant octopus. We need a bigger body. A real celestial giant is comparable to a continent and can bring even more energy. He was very calm. Since he wanted to play, he would play a bigger round. In this galaxy, there were all sorts of life forms of different sizes. A race as small as an ant, a race with the size of a normal person, and a race comparable to the mainland. Starting to extract the giant octopus's genes and bloodline. Su Ji began his research in the Temporary Creation Research Institute on the dark side of the moon. However, with such a huge body, it's extremely difficult to obtain energy. If you live on a planet, it's very likely that you'll starve to death. A planet may not be able to raise creatures comparable to a continent, and you'll have to extract the Dyson sphere form of the giant octopus and let them circle around the Sunday. A race that lives around the sun is still very simple. After all, this creature has this habit in the first place. It can be extracted. Su Ji kept holding the dripping tubes and injecting them into the spores, trying to evolve new creatures. No, no, no. Speaking of the sun, speaking of radiation, how can I forget about Buddha? An unimaginably crazy thought appeared in his mind, and he suddenly muttered. I still have the elemental world that I created for Phoenix. Within it, there is also the Buddha element. Perhaps we can fuse the Buddha element with the genes of the giant octopus to form a new giant radiation creature. It will be a creature in a half-elemental state, in the form of a Dyson ball, and it will constantly circle and approach the sun. Finally, it will live on the surface of the sun. The eternal sun god civilization. Su Ji suddenly raised his head and looked at the huge sun furnace that was burning with raging flames. This time, it's not fake. Just like the 10 golden sun crows of Emperor Qi, they were merely birds of over 1,000 degrees, yet they still had gold on their faces. They flew around in the ancient cellars of their fruit gardens and were known as the 10 suns burning the sky. They were truly the most magnificent and holy sun gods. He was shocked by his own reckless behavior, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This way, in the entire galaxy, there will be 9 planets and a sun, and on them will live. It's a living thing. Chapter 757. The moon pattern steel in the starry sky. Su Ji's eyes gradually brightened. This is a very good idea. You must know that the energy released by the sun every second is equivalent to 91 billion 1 million ton hydrogen bombs. Just the energy released in this second is enough for all the humans on Earth to use it crazily for 250,000 years. In the vast universe, no civilization could fully describe its supreme magnificence and magnificence. Just a star made humans realize how small they were. This was also the reason why the Dyson sphere was an inevitable path for advanced civilizations deduced by existing scientists. The current humans were still using primitive coal, wind, water, and even the incomplete nuclear power stations. However, as humans were able to leave the universe, this was an inevitable path of energy renewal. Su Ji, on the other hand, had already entered the inevitable path of such a high civilization, the Dyson sphere. However, his method was very different. Perhaps, unlike the previous Zerg Queen's technological side, which used mechanical Dyson spheres, the transcendent side directly used the transcendent creature Dyson sphere, the sun god who lived in the sun. A creature from ancient myths. These sun gods will be living Dyson spheres, solar power stations. It's taking root in this huge sun and absorbing energy for me. Su Ji's expression began to turn unsettled. A stellar civilization. If such a Dyson sphere is established, it means that my energy has entered an unimaginable high-dimensional channel. No, it's not just that. Su Ji's voice was completely unnatural. He suddenly turned his head and looked at a beautiful stormy planet, which was like a twisted and thick dark blue abstract ink painting. It's not just the sun. There are also gaseous planets. This type of gas planet was not a rock planet. It was a vortex planet with a large amount of hydrogen and helium. At all times, it was like a black hole that spun everything, with lightning and thunder. Although Earth was a rocky planet, gaseous planets were not rare in the universe. In the solar system, there were Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and many other gaseous planets. There were also 3 such gaseous planets in this special solar system. These 3 planets are constantly being used as energy storm planets. They are all emitting violent energy, like tsunamis and landslides. It's impossible for those normal creatures to live in the first place. It's even impossible for there to be plants and animals, but, Su Ji pondered for a moment. Other elemental creatures similar to the Buddha element will do. Elemental life forms lived on gaseous planets. These 3 planets can be fused with the giant octopus's genes and put in the remaining 4 elements: lightning, fire, and water. Su Ji took a deep breath. The solar star, Mercury, Mars, electric star, the 4 elemental planets, the 4 races of the Dyson sphere. The 4 elemental planes that I previously established are simply foreshadowing the sandbox structure of this stellar civilization. If it could be built successfully, the power station of the 4 elements would obtain unimaginable gains. At this moment, he was simply doing whatever he wanted. He exaggerated as much as he could. He was like a giant who was painting an ancient, pitch-black starry sky, creating life and miracles with great enthusiasm. If I don't maximize the use of the entire civilization sandbox that I can have, that would be the stupidest. Su Ji smiled. He was not a conservative person, nor was he a fool. He was just like the moronic protagonist in the story who limited himself in various ways and even went out to wander around and explore everywhere. Of course, he would go into seclusion to cultivate and make use of all the resources available. He would make full use of other people's hairline to survive and develop. He would become the ultimate existence of the universe and then go out to see how wonderful the world was outside. One wouldn't go out unless they were invincible. This was the way of the king. Wouldn't it be nice to farm in secret and slowly develop an extraordinary civilization? Then, let's begin. Su Ji began to build a laboratory on the dark side of the moon and began his research. However, the more I pursue perfection, the more work I have to do. It's so huge that it's hard to imagine. It'll take me a long time to create elemental creatures that can live on this gas planet and the sun. It should take more than a few hundred years. After all, this is the real sun god of the universe. Su Ji praised. He always ate the food in the basin and looked at the food in the pot. For example, if one cultivated many techniques and was extremely greedy or ambitious, how could the strong reach the top without the will to advance bravely? The construction of a civilization was often an extremely boring process of 100 years of research and exploration. If not for that, using one's own profound knowledge to create something, there would not be the prosperity and infinite possibilities of the future super civilization. The first step was to set up a fixed point teleportation formation. After all, this was very simple. When he came, he brought the teleportation formation on the other side of the two-way teleportation. He returned to his room in the orchard and packed his luggage. He planned to go camping for a few days to finish up the new universe sandbox. He took the table lamp and returned to the surface of the moon. As soon as I became a god, I abandoned everything and ran to the universe to start a new civilization in the sandbox. He had a strange expression. He looked at the crystal wall table lamp. Over the past few days, the Phoenix Plane had been living in peace and contentment. It was a happy and harmonious place without any disputes. The elemental creatures were laughing and talking happily, and many elemental creatures had also reproduced. Su Ji took away the elements in their bodies and tried to extract the genes of the giant octopus to fuse with the Buddha element. Suddenly, he stopped. However, before researching and testing these universal elemental mythical creatures, I still have to guide the biological civilization on the planet. Su Ji stood on the moon and looked down at the entire planet, which was as large as Earth. Otherwise, my hundreds of years of research would have wasted their time for development. Su Ji planned to do what he had done before, to guide a planet's civilization first, and to get rich first to drive the rich later. As for how to guide them, Su Ji weighed the pros and cons several times and abandoned the previous cultivation technique steel. Instead, he erected a stele directly on the ground for them to observe and learn. After all, times had changed, and he was already a high and mighty true god. It would be a little unreasonable for him to use such a low-level technique that everyone could do. Since I'm already going to create a sun mythical creature, I should be more generous and use God's means. With the entire moon as the divine stele, one can observe the moon and understand the universe. Su Ji smiled and looked at the entire moon. He rose slightly into the air. The moon is carved with two different systems. The front of the moon is a totem tablet covered with advanced technology. The dark side of the moon is covered with the totem carvings of the cultivation system. The scientific and technological side of the moon would always be facing this planet. When people can land on the moon and make use of the technological man-made satellites, they will naturally be able to see the back of the moon. They will naturally be able to see the cultivation system and start cultivating. After all, civilization can only develop faster if it's based on science and technology. Su Ji's expression became calm. As for the ants living on the moon, they can naturally leave the moon's interior and walk on the surface of the moon to see the contents of the moon. Two birds with one stone. Boom! Su Ji flew on the moon and walked through the vast and desolate universe, as if an ancient immortal had descended. Voila! Mysterious spiritual arrays covered the entire surface of the moon. The moon's crater, mountains, rivers, and meteorites formed a complex and precise painting that was in line with the heavenly Dao. By observing the moon, one could know the weather and the path of civilization. On the planet, the trees were verdant and green, and birds and beasts were surging. The terrifying speed of evolution of the world finally began to stop. It was difficult to see the original form of all the creatures on the planet. The thin atmosphere gradually thickened as the planet was greened and covered in vegetation. As a vast planet that was truly the size of Earth, the concentration of its air had changed. As the atmosphere thickened, thin nitrogen and ammonia began to remain. Even thin liquid water began to appear in the depths of the glacier, and extremely thin oxygen began to spread. However, the environment, which was close to a vacuum, was still extremely harsh, not enough for ordinary creatures to survive. However, these vacuum creatures did not rely on external oxygen at all. Carbon dioxide and oxygen alternated and formed an internal cycle. They lived in countless tribes as free beasts who were still eating raw meat and drinking blood. However, there was no development. After all, the difference between intelligent civilization and beasts was language and words. Without language and words, there would be no communication, no inheritance, and no wisdom to be passed down from generation to generation. If wisdom could not be passed down, it would form Xi and Huo, and there would be no civilization. However, sound could not be transmitted in the vacuum. Countless beast-like humans struggled in nature. They were extremely small and were hunted by large beasts as members at the bottom of the food chain. Until this day, the night of the full moon. Clear moonlight shone on the ground. In the cave, there was a pregnant woman dressed in animal skin. She was about to give birth, and she was struggling on the bed with a pained expression. Countless people were anxiously pacing back and forth. The pregnant woman bit on the wooden stick in pain, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. She stared at the sky and the moon. In this barbaric society, no one knew who the father of a pregnant woman was, and there was no clear division of marriage. The children born in a tribe were raised by all, so all the men were nervous. The birth of every child was the hope of the tribe. Today's moon was different. Normally, the moon would be dark and full, but at this time, a full moon could be seen. On it, one could clearly see the vague, mysterious, and exquisite lines. It was like a mysterious laurel tree, carved on the moon, with lush branches and beautiful flowers. The more the pregnant woman looked at it, the more she was lost in thought. It was as if all the pain in his body had dissipated. The bright full moon in the sky was like a golden pocket watch that was swaying in hypnosis. His spirit seemed to be sucked into a mysterious vortex. In the next second, it was as if the laurel tree had transformed into a mysterious toad, quietly lying on the full moon. Suddenly, she seemed to have entered a wonderful world of thought. A mysterious torrent washed by her ears, and she seemed to see a figure standing in the void. In an instant, she understood something. Entropy. When the baby was born, there was a strange phenomenon. The baby launched a weak divine thought, which was a language that could be transmitted in the vacuum. His divine sense spread out, and the surrounding ancient humans raised this different-looking baby high up, parallel to the moon, and sang and danced. There was only one word in the world: entropy. A new civilization had completely set off. This part of history was eventually blurred out. There were two statements that archaeologists believed to be the most credible. The later ancient scripture Entropy Mother recorded. Ji Shang's mother is about to give birth, watching the moon at night, descending upon the Shang. And the history written by the extremely prosperous Great Shang Empire, the legend of King Shang Li, recorded. The saint has no father, Mother Entropy met in the divine dream and was born from the feeling of the moon. They were both born by feeling the moon, but the difference between the two was that this part of history mentioned that Entropy's father was the god who created the moon. According to the analysis of archaeologists later on, it was likely that the Entropy king was unwilling to admit that his birth was chaotic and thought that he was the descendant of his mother and god. However, no one knew the specifics. Chapter 758. Sunspot. There was an anomaly when Entropy was born. As he grew up, he used some mysterious knowledge in his mind to teach the ancient people of the cave tribe to learn languages and create words, starting the hunting era. Gradually, there was a legacy of civilization. On the night of every full moon, 10 years had passed. He looked at the complete moon in the sky and studied it. Looking at the mysterious moon, it was as if he was looking at the only true God. He was in awe and worship, and he finally discovered a special fact. When the moon was full, one could see the full appearance of the moon. There was a mysterious inheritance of knowledge on it that could be observed by people with a strong spirit and aptitude. Gradually, every night of a full moon, he would observe knowledge and study some knowledge civilizations. He would use the various mathematical, physical, and chemical laws that he had learned to expand the use of radiation machinery and various machinery weapons. He would enter a period of rapid development and enter the era of city-states. Another 10 years later, he began to build a kingdom. Country name. The sacred symbol of the country was a sacred and lush rose tree. A group of noble lunar astrologers with special professions began to appear. The night of the full moon was a holy night, and it had extraordinary meaning. On the astrologers' platform, a group of geniuses dressed in black court robes with golden lines were making sacrifices, worshipping, and offering tributes. They looked up at the sky, observed the astronomical phenomena, and dug out mysterious knowledge. And this was only one of the ancient civilizations in the Entropy River Basin. After all, the entire planet was too huge as the entire Earth. Even as a rank 8 true god, Su Ji would not have been able to completely observe and control such a huge planet without the help of the Zerg sub-brain. This was a real planet. That was why Su Ji had built the stele of the Starry Sky civilization and hung it in the sky the moon. It rotated in the sky to grant civilization to all the living beings on the planet. On the other side, the tall Westerners from countless tribes sensed it. The moon. God. Astronomical phenomenon. One can understand the future. Holy Lord, we are willing to call you holy. Your moon brightens the dark night, as if your knowledge cuts through ignorance, giving glory, power, bread, happiness to the people on earth. Great God, you have given us a paradise of happiness, your moon. Hallelujah. The moon orbited the entire planet. Thus, there was the waning waxing moons. But at every moment, there would be a region that welcomed a full moon, welcoming their holy night where they could comprehend the patterns on the moon's surface. On the far side of this planet, ancient civilizations also erupted in other river regions. They were scattered like stars, and 4 geniuses as great as entropy appeared. The 4 of them observed the moon and became the great and immortal moon astrologers. They were imprinted in the eternal frescoes and were called the origins of the rivers of the 4 great civilizations. The moon, the great origin. On the moon, the extremely tiny humans also walked out of the moon. They came to the surface of the moon and also discovered the moon's abnormality. They were different from the people on that planet. They could see both the front and back of the moon. Logically speaking, they could grasp the secrets of the entire moon at the same time. However, their size was too small. Standing on the moon, one couldn't see the full picture of the moon, and their development speed was also slow. They also had enough respect for the mysterious moon. Hualalalalalalala. In the vast desolate universe, only an exaggerated god like Suji would be able to fly across the solar system so easily and wander around as he pleased. Other ordinary gods would have exhausted their energy countless times just by wandering in a vast galaxy. After all, the universe was too huge. Far away from the sun, in a small and deformed meteorite floating in the void, the high temperature shone red. A rectangular white and fine laboratory with a window was sitting on it. Your dinner. Beside him, the young housekeeper had also brought him on a trip. Suji's expression was calm as he took the lunch. After all these years, he had settled the issue with the moon's stone monument and ignored it. He allowed the living beings on the planet to develop. To him, it was just a small matter. The mythological creatures in the universe were more important than the creatures on the planet. 110 years had passed. Suji had used the terrifying computing power of magic cores to finally develop the first generation of half-elemental creatures. However, they had long lifespans, extremely slow maturing speeds, and extremely low reproductive abilities. A power station like this is a defective product if it doesn't form a scale. Suji sighed and continued to improve. Such a first-generation creature was extremely shabby. Generation after generation of Zerg experiments, Suji gradually realized that he had almost reached the limit of their fertility rate. He could not increase their reproduction speed in any way. Even if he raised the desires of these sun-type creatures and continuously squeezed himself dry every day, the efficiency was still very low. Even if an adult body was so crazy, it would take an average of a few hundred years to produce one offspring. Suji found it a little unbelievable that he had obtained such an experimental evolution result. For the first time, he had spent so much time, and even with the super powerful magic core calculation of a level 8 god, he still couldn't do it. Is everything predestined? Everything was in balance, and the more powerful the high-level life, the lower the fertility rate? Can't be adjusted. Suji's expression remained calm. After several experiments, Suji could only give up when he saw that there was no way to change it. He turned to test the other 3 elements. With the experience of the Buddha element, he tested them much faster this time, and soon there were complete products. This time, the 3 of them only took 97 years. Suji no longer chose to increase the desires of these 3 elemental creatures, because this method would not be able to significantly increase the fertility rate. However, as for the specifics, it's still a first-generation experimental product. After it's released, it will depend on the situation and still needs to be improved. After all, it's a half-elemental life form and doesn't have a fixed form. After all, Suji was most concerned about these power stations. Forget it, begin deployment and circle the planet. Suji gently reached out his hand. Bang! Half-transparent creatures the size of half a man floated at the edge of the sun's orbit like meteorites. As they grow, they will enter the orbit of the sun. Eventually, they will be able to bear the scorching Sunday. Suji ignored him. With a flash of his body, he arrived at 3 other gaseous planets. He inserted the elements of thunder, water, and fire into them respectively and began to orbit the planets as satellite creatures. I still have to keep observing. As soon as he finished speaking, Suji completely disappeared. After going around the moon, Suji landed on the entire planet and found that it was different. The streets were bustling with a unique style. The pedestrians were dressed in moon and star ornaments, huge chimneys stood in the distance, and steam engine-like cars had begun to appear on the road. In the distance, there were many red and green signs with the name nightclub. There were well-dressed dancers at the entrance attracting guests, and many black cars were parked there. There was even a teenager selling newspapers on the street. He rode his bicycle and shouted. It's sold. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to buy some newspapers? A young man with a face full of pimples was riding a bicycle, waving the newspaper in his hand and shouting. A quick report. According to the Moon Clairvoyance report, they had seen the biggest discovery in human history yesterday. Unknown black spots had appeared on the sun. It has been named by the adults as sunspot. Chapter 759. Peaceful. Sunspot. What's that? A black spot on the sun. Besides the moon, has the sun also changed? The streets were abuzz with discussion. In a secret research institute, a few cultivators wearing special lunar occupations were holding various research equipment and gear structures. Beside them were test tubes and mechanical structures. They were not a traditional physical and mechanical civilization. Instead, they were a civilization that combined chi and radiation in their bodies. They could be considered a semi-ultra technology civilization. There were many terrifying dark technologies of astrologers that had yet to enter the civilian use. The machines used for civilian use were all traditional machines, and there were no super machines. Ji Yang, have you investigated? I don't know. Blackie, it could be a phenomenon. Why is the magnification of the astronomical telescope that our country is researching not high enough? It would be great if I could see it clearly. Bastard. Do you think I'm not researching it? We're using heat from radiation to cast and create more transparent glass. If we really succeed, we'll definitely have to see the moon for the first time. There might be mysterious creatures there. Only then did the people from the research institute lose their calm. This is so interesting. Su Ji's eyes flashed, and he was a little stunned. His exquisite and perfect porcelain god appearance changed into a handsome noble young man in a black robe that fit the beauty standards of this planet. Many passers-by looked at him. Those solar life forms that revolved around the sun would naturally be discovered. The other planets, Mercury, Mars, and Thunderstar would not be discovered. The technology style was fast. As long as they had knowledge, they didn't need to accumulate cultivation like the strong. In just 200 years, they had entered the simple era of the mechanical industrial revolution from a tribal civilization. All sorts of mechanical weapons, powerful aircraft, and cannons would probably start to surge out very soon. The number 7 private school of Red Flame City had a notice next to it. School's over. A group of young middle school students the size of Medusa, dressed in white shirts, black trousers, and leather shoes, swarmed out. There were even a few impatient students who ran so fast that they bumped into Su Ji on the street. I'm sorry. A few of the kids shouted. You're so handsome, but not as good looking as me. However, he stuck out his tongue and made a face. He pulled his little friend and turned to run. Su Ji patted his sleeves and flashed a rare smile. This is the first time I've seen a creature the size of me. Such a physical civilization. I won't be entering with an extremely small clone. It was different from the orchard from before. This was a real planet, a complete and large medieval planet similar to Earth. It could even be said that it was another Earth. This was still very fresh. The surrounding streets were bustling with activity. It seems that I can really spend my time here for a vacation. Su Ji turned around and said to the young housekeeper behind him with a smile. Yes, master. The young housekeeper bowed and said respectfully, you have just created the sun god, the water god, the fire god, and the thunder god on the sun. Are you going to take a rest on this planet now? We do need to rest. Let's go to the countryside. Su Ji looked up at the sun in the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and it was extremely hot. He felt that there was nothing more real and complete than this world. I'm going to get an orchard with beautiful mountains and rivers. It'll be convenient for my vacation in the future. Voila! On the edge of a green mountain range, there was a small, rich town in the distance. Although the young housekeeper's cultivation was very low, she was still at the 4th rank. She was seriously driving the white excavator to carry out civil engineering, building a new farm manor. Su Ji was not in a hurry. He sat quietly under a bench under a green tree, holding a newspaper in his hand. The 7 great continents and the 4 ancient civilizations have become a thing of the past. King Shang of this land, a talented and ambitious overlord, had unified the world, defeated the fierce prairie people, and even reached the peak of his power in his middle age. He had made an expedition all the way to the great western continent, killing the barbarians there until they trembled with fear at the mere mention of his name. He had opened up the largest territory in the middle region, but he had already died of old age for more than 100 years. The dynasty has been divided, and now it's united again. Su Ji was stunned. Before he died, he built Emperor Shang's mausoleum, which took 43 years. It was extremely gorgeous, and tens of thousands of terracotta soldiers were buried. And then kill all the blacksmiths of that time. This was the weakness of a technological civilization. Although civilization developed very quickly, the technology tree at the beginning could not extend one's life. Only when it developed to a profound level, built a DNA bank, and studied life science could one live long. With an average lifespan of over 40 years, he would naturally die of old age. In the civilization of the extraordinary, the means of longevity appeared from the beginning, because cultivation could prolong one's life. However, it's precisely because the land is too large that the heroes of the four universal civilizations have never met each other, even though they have spent their entire lives expanding their territory and fighting on this planet. Is it the greatest regret in ancient history? It was not until 30 years ago that human beings opened up the roots and exchanged their territories with each other, proving that the entire planet was round. He turned to the other end of the newspaper and took a sip of his afternoon tea. The civilization of the Ermo Desert, the ruler of the Desert Queen, known as the lunar astrologer who surpasses the wisdom of humans by 300 years, spent 30 years and used endless human and material resources to build the Pyramid of the Moon. It has a mysterious astronomical function and is suspected to be able to locate the moon. To bury himself. Remulia dynasty. Su Ji slowly mulled over the history and realized that the monarchs of the dynasties of the various continents had all buried their graves in a very mysterious way. He's probably in the cold storage and is in a deep sleep. It's possible that they used the glaciers and radiation, but do they have that kind of level? Su Ji did not mind either. He quietly read the history of the planet's primitive civilization to pass the time. Gradually, the orchard was completed. Su Ji checked in indifferently. I'm going to town to buy some furniture and decorations. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do and experience the exotic atmosphere. Yes. The young housekeeper left. Half a day later, with a few carriages and a few strong men, they put down their things as if they were moving and decorated the living room. Master, are we putting it here? One of them was a muscular man who looked very strong. He had an Asian face and a very simple square face. He seemed to be a porter in the town who specialized in hard labor. Put the bookshelf in that corner, Su Ji said. The muscular men took care of the things and were very respectful. They even said that they could go to the town to find them if there was anything. Before they left, they mumbled that they had never seen this manor before. Maybe it was too far away, but an astrologer from the city had come here for a vacation. After all, astrologers were a very noble and mysterious profession. They could see the patterns of the moon through the night of the full moon, comprehend them, and do calculations with a pen. The room was filled with books, and they had a wealth of knowledge. After they left, Su Ji placed his luggage and some daily necessities in the living room. The civilization here has finally laid its foundation. I can relax a little. Let's see what has happened to the 6 paths of reincarnation in the past few days. Su Ji sat in the living room and looked at the world in his body leisurely. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the era of talents that had been around for hundreds of years had come to an end. Even the top supreme saints were sent into the samsara and were hunted down by the secluded mountain prefecture lord. And the beast path also welcomed its turn. Perhaps it was because the path of humanity and the path of the heaven-born were in chaos and ordinary people were hunting for talents. On the contrary, no one cared about the tissues and organs of the path of Azura. No one came to find their organs to make the jigsaw. On the forum, there were already people making transactions. Brothers, my evolved purple equipment, Sima's tail, anyone want it? Someone wants my evolved 5-colored spiritual root. Brothers, who wants the essential item for a strong man rabbit ears? Su Ji felt a little uncomfortable. What the hell were they doing in his internal space? However, since he was out of town, he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw these familiar people. These guys are really poisonous. Some of them are even shameless. They've specially evolved to have the flesh regeneration characteristic similar to geckos, cut off their tails for sale, and are brick-moving gang members, but... Su Ji stretched lazily. I've got nothing better to do. Since the others aren't going to lay a hand on them, let me do it. I'll sell some and assemble them for fun. All of a sudden, a mysterious rich buyer appeared on the forum. What the heck? Where did this rich guy come from? It instantly washed through the market. Who has so many stupid coins? That's about 7 million in cash. Countless players went crazy. Su Ji sat on the table and a large pile of broken limbs appeared. They were extremely small. Pretend to be one for fun. Let's just make a dragon. Chapter 760. The Mystery of History, the Origin of the Dragon. There must be a sense of ceremony in the creation of works. Su Ji sat at the table and quietly put on a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Whoosh! He put on the golden-striped moon tree robe of the moon astrologers, which was similar to the moon astrologers' clothes. He was also brought into the era of this world, like a gentle and elegant oriental professor from the most famous university of Chengdu. He picked up a pair of tiny metal tweezers and a miniature microscope. He sat on the table and began to assemble the equipment. This was an extremely meticulous job. Using some special thread and needle to pick out the blood vessels of the limb and stitch them up was comparable to what a doctor would do on the operating table. The players, on the other hand, had evolved a wide variety of creatures, so they could be bold and decisive. I'm able to activate a special organ combination that can control water, wind, and lightning. However, it was really feasible. After all, it was true qi, a radiation organ. The so-called Teslan coil was lightning. The players had used this trick before. The combustion of hydrogen and oxygen would produce water. This chemical reaction existed in both water and fire. As for the clouds, it's originally true qi circulating within the body, turning into mist. The more Su Ji thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Was this the true nature of a true dragon? As expected, the ancient Buddhas of physics and chemistry could already explain everything. It was a chemical dragon. No wonder dragons were the divine beasts of Taoism. They were the symbols of chemistry. After all, this creature embodied the entire system of chemistry to its fullest. However, after carefully observing the history of disputes between ancient sects, the Buddha of physics was not to be outdone. I used my own radiation to the Buddhist land and this beast was fated with me. I converted the true dragon and converted it to Buddhism. Some true dragons also became divine beasts to protect the sect. Perhaps the ancient Chinese mythology and the war between Buddhism and Daoism are true. The more Su Ji thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. He sat on the chair in the living room and drank tea. His thoughts flew across the ancient times. As he continued to deduce the extraordinary sandbox, he found that it was a perfect fit for the truth of ancient Huaxia history. Deer horns, eagle claws, bull ears, snake body, fish scales, crocodile head. Su Ji continued to connect and pull at the fine blood vessels. Fortunately, they were all racial organs of the path of Asura. Although there was rejection, the rejection was not great. Voila! The broken organs on the table were completely stitched up, turning into a lifelike black dragon. It was ferocious and majestic, with two dragon whiskers dancing on both sides. I'll add some more original substance. Not only can it completely fuse with the body, but it can also give birth to a soul. To become a perfect living being. Su Ji reached out and took out some of the original substance. He smiled and said, "This is an advantage that the players never had, so they didn't create a complete living creature." You can see the traces of joining. After the original substance dripped down, the entire dragon seemed to have added the finishing touch. In an instant, it had a special kind of spiritual feeling. That's really the case. If these players' evolutionary talents are gathered together, perhaps they can really fly on the clouds and have all kinds of special abilities. The true dragon of the universe. Even though it's a super small one. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Dao of Asura's natal cultivation system organ plugins was a powerful system with endless potential. It could even be called a strong evolutionary sandbox. After all, the transcendent creatures that were stitched together had a low threshold and a large number. Even though the combination of several transcendent organs was far from being as powerful as a pure natural one, it already had infinite possibilities. It could be considered the standard of a peak transcendent creature one level below. In fact, the Asura Dao warriors had already been used to their own system. A profession had already appeared: life creator. The players had already formed a level 2 trading creations market. They would continue to take the initiative to go bald and research various fusion schools for Su Ji to create new extraordinary species. Of course, such a system required a huge amount of financial support. Su Ji had spent 7 million yuan to sweep through the market in order to obtain these organs. However, the storm that Su Ji had stirred up only lasted for 1 or 2 days. After all, the current Asura Dao trading market is extremely huge. The land of Azuradeo has become a truly large-scale and prosperous online game. In the ancient cities, rich people with in-game purchases would appear every 1 or 2 days. They would frantically combine pets and refine their babies. They can't cause too much of a stir at all, and the daily transactions are too frequent and huge. Su Ji was creating a new sandbox for the galaxy, but he was still paying attention to the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, this world was inside his body. It could even be said that he had already brought the world of 6 paths of reincarnation to this galaxy. However, speaking of evolved creatures, the Spore Evolution Sandbox has not had any movement for a long time. Su Ji took a deep breath and put down the tweezer in his hand. He thought of something and could not help but feel regretful. After all, my standards are getting higher and higher, so I've set the threshold higher and higher. If ordinary extraordinary creatures can't cause a revolution when they enter, and if they're dispensable, I won't let them in. However, no matter how strong the aptitude of ordinary evolutionary geniuses is, their knowledge accumulation is only a few years or a dozen years. They can't create powerful creatures with potential at all. It was not that there were no geniuses like the Alchemy Emperor. However, they couldn't enter at this time. After all, the Alchemy Monarch and the Racer of Mount Harana were still weak and lacking in knowledge back then. They could only create creatures with low potential like evil eyes and slimes. Now, they could not even reach the threshold. At the moment when the threshold was still low, Pan Shuxian, the Alchemy Emperor, the Racer of Mount Harana, and the others entered. They studied there for hundreds of years before they became absolute experts in this field. Source of substance, alchemy factories, and so on. That was why it was said that times made heroes. Reality was cruel and not a dream. In the current evolution sandbox, those ordinary geniuses were just some pretty good seedlings. Without spending time to accumulate them, it was already very difficult for them to catch Su Ji's eye. The papers in the last few issues had been filtered by the intelligent sub-brain, so there was nothing special about them. Finally, the Spore Evolution Sandbox, the evolutionary species of small groups of players, is it going to be eliminated? What will replace it is Azuradeo players, a large group of hundreds of thousands of online games, to create stitched creatures. Su Ji said indifferently, maybe that's not a bad idea. He stood up, opened his mouth, and spat out a rectangular transparent glass fish tank, shining with a diamond-like luster, floating in the middle of the living room. Boom! The fish tank was quickly filled with a pool of water. There were lush green flowers, trees, rockeries, and miniature terrains. He flicked his hand. The entire glass fish tank was placed next to the living room. The black dragon was placed inside. Boom! The black dragon's body entered the flow rate of creation. With the addition of quality and the passage of time, the disharmonious parts of his body had been perfected. He had completely formed a complete creature, and his original form could not be seen at all. Keeping fish in the living room is not a bad choice. Then let's raise a land of mountains, rivers, and seas as mentioned in the ancient myths. Su Ji's expression was extremely relaxed. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and a grey book, classic of mountains and seas, fell into his hands. Since I'm bored, I'll piece together some other creatures. For example, the famous one-legged bull. Quay, shaped like a bull, grey body without horns, 1 foot. Su Ji continued to read through the book to pass the time. He was a little interested in his laziness. Well, speaking of which, the Kirin is also a compound mythical creature. A few days passed, and Su Ji settled down peacefully. The orchard on the medieval planet was like a holiday resort. The farmers who passed by would occasionally get close to the housekeeper and often greet her. They would even send her some fruits and vegetables. Everyone knew that a mysterious astrologer lived in the valley of this small town. In the living room, there was a glass fish tank in the corner. If anyone could see this, they would be extremely shocked. Mythical animals from ancient Chinese classics of mountains and seas lived in it, but to their owners, it was like small plankton in a fish tank. Over the past few days, Su Ji's internal space was not idle either. He began to let the Samsara official sovereign create the underworld and the spiritual world universe in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The days passed by in an orderly and leisurely manner. A message was announced to the world. The hell of Samsara is a place for talented people. Ordinary dead people have no place to go. From today onwards, the underworld shall be built to appease the dead. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. In the past, only people with talent had a place to die. Now, even ordinary people had a place to die. Although ordinary people couldn't be reincarnated in the land of death, the country of death undoubtedly gave the dead a second life and allowed them to live in the paradise of the dead. Somewhere in the path of the human world. Finally, venerable sovereigns have started to attack ordinary people? The secluded mountain prefecture lord looked at the sky. You are indeed Samsara prefecture lord, competing with me for the ordinary people's share. After hearing this news, the players in the animal path were completely shocked. What the heck? A new version information film? The overlord is so domineering. I knew he would mess with the secluded mountain prefecture lord. The greatest shame in my life is believing in this miracle-talking Anoist. Kill him. There was no doubt that the countless talents who had suffered a great loss, as well as the players who had been tricked, had already gnashed their teeth in hatred and become the public enemy of the world. However, some of the players were also shocked. Brothers, the new information film has been released. Indeed, it's the era information film, the end of the innate divine arts users. The establishment of the underworld. The ordinary humans are the rulers of the world. It is indeed a new era. A few days have passed, and the next batch of players has arrived. Ha 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 ha. After all, time passed very quickly in the wizard community. Every PvP fighting competition was like a few days in real life. However, as soon as he said that, the players on the evolution sandbox completely exploded. Why is it getting better and better over there? It's so exciting even if society is beating him up. Our own son has become the wild child of old Wang next door. It is. We could have come in as long as we wrote our thesis. It was very difficult, but it was so easy next door. Tears. It's too difficult. I finally realized it. With the development of time, the requirements for extraordinary species are getting higher and higher. If it's not a heaven-defying level that can change the era, it's simply. They were very unconvinced. However, the next second, a piece of news completely shattered their wailing. Ding! Player Yuan King Hua, evolved species, external plug-in warrior, obtained achievement reward. In the Spore Evolution sandbox, everyone was speechless. They had received tons of critical hits. Did something strange sneak into our group? Isn't Yuan King Hua the big boss of the 6 realms of Samsara game next door? Why did she come here to vindicate Deo? He even used spores to evolve a new species and prepared to enter the universe? They felt like they were about to collapse.